StarCast returns to the Chicago area this Labor Day weekend. Tickets for StarCast 6 are now on sale at StarCast.com and include AEW All-Out Ticket Bundle options. Join us at the Hyatt Regency Schaumburg starting Friday night, September 1st, for unique fan experiences with wrestling legends from yesterday and superstars from today. Follow StarCast events on Twitter for the latest updates about all things StarCast. StarCast 6 is brought to you in part by ProWrestlingCrate.com. Monthly mystery crates for die-hard wrestling fans. Plans start at $9.95 and are the perfect gift for any wrestling fan. Visit ProWrestlingCrate.com today.
The recognized symbol of excellence in sports entertainment.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to My World. And of course, we couldn't do it without the Hall of Famer, the greatest professional wrestler to ever lace them up, your friend and mine, Double J, Jeff Jarrett. Jeff, how are you, man? This is the part where he would normally answer, but we can do it without Jeff because we have a very special episode today. We're talking about Bash at the Beach 2000. Yeah, that's right. That Bash at the Beach. It's such a controversial topic that tonight on Vice, they're revisiting it. And you're going to hear the story from multiple different sources, including Vince Russo, Eric Bischoff, and of course, our man Double J. Now, Eric and I have talked about this over on 83 Weeks, but not too terribly long after we started the Jeff Jarrett podcast here, My World with Jeff Jarrett, we talked about Bash at the Beach 2000. So I thought, let's remind everybody what Jeff said when he had all the time in the world before he was edited, and then take a look and see what everybody else says tonight on Vice, just in time for Dark Side of the Ring. Of course, 1 week from tonight is the last episode this season, and I can't wait for that one. It's all about Marty Jannetty. Did anybody have more fun in wrestling than Marty Jannetty? What a crazy story. Can't wait to watch that one. But what I'm most excited about watching this week is tomorrow night on AEW Dynamite. Somehow, some way, the King of the Mountain has found himself in a 6-man tag team match against the Elite. That's right. You're going to be watching the Young Bucks and Kenny Omega wrestle Jeff Jarrett, Satnam Singh, and Jay Lethal. Jeff Jarrett on TV, on the Turner station in prime time, wrestling Kenny Omega and the Young Bucks. I'm sure the Young Bucks are going to be running around like Generation Me, hitting that dude with 1,000 super kicks, but it ain't going to get it done. Nope. Everybody's going home with guitar necklaces. You see, when they needed to sell tickets to Wembley, right. We all know they sold 75,000 tickets just based on his face being on the poster. That's what happened. Those are the facts. That's what Dave Meltzer will write about one day. You know it to be true. They could have sent an entire entourage of people over there to do media. They could have sent Chris Jericho. They could have sent Sting. They could have sent Kenny Omega. They could have sent CM Punk. They could have sent Jim Ross. They could have sent Tony Khan themselves. You know who they sent? That's right. They sent Double J. Double J is across the pond promoting All In. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be later this month. I can't believe that's real. We're finally in the month of August. And in just a handful of weeks, man, the biggest AEW show of all time, we all know for sure that Jeff Jarrett is walking out there with his hand raised. They won't be able to deny him the AEW title, not just the one that we see CM Punk carrying around, but that other world title. Hey, just give him all the titles. That's my spoiler for tomorrow night. I think tomorrow night on Dynamite, what you're going to see is Jeff Jarrett pin Matt Jackson, and then pin Nick Jackson, and then pin Kenny Omega. And then he's going to stack all three of them on top of each other and pin all three at the same time. And I think they'll do that after they ban Satnam Singh from ringside and Jay Lethal's had to take a powder because of too many super kicks. One man against them all. It's Jeff Jarrett against 80,000 fans at Wembley Stadium. Man, what a year. This is the year of Double J. And as I'm recording this, it's on the 1-year anniversary of when he had Ric Flair's last match. Turns out Kenny Omega might not know it, but tomorrow could be his last match. Something about this time of year and you step in between those ropes with the Last Outlaw, you might walk over, but you'll limp back. Seriously, be sure to catch Jeff tomorrow night on AEW Dynamite. The Elite are going down at the hands of the Last Outlaw. And then, of course, I can't believe it's real. Next week, WrestleQuest is finally here. We've talked about this video game forever and ever and ever. It's finally here. You'll get to play as Andre the Giant. You'll get to play as the Legion of Doom. You'll get to play as the Macho Man, Randy Savage. So many great names on here and so many legends throughout professional wrestling. And now I'm in a video game. What? Yeah, WrestleQuest, just 1 week away. Be sure to check that out. Shoes Baseball, of course, a lot of chatter. Shout out to Dave Green for helping us keep the train on the tracks here. And without further ado, man, let's get right into it. Pretty pumped about this special episode. Be sure to hear Jeff's full conversation about Bash at the Beach 2000, and then tune in to Dark Side of the Ring tonight to hear what everybody else had to say about one of the more controversial shows in wrestling history. Here we go. It's Bash at the Beach 2000. As I said, one of the most requested and one of the most discussed topics of all time, Bash at the Beach 2000. We're going to go ahead and subtitle this episode, Hulk Screwed Hulk. After we're on the heels of a lot of TNA talk, I'm actually welcoming a new topic today. I'm looking forward to this one.
Bash at the Beach, how appropriate. We just got back from the beach. You just got back from the beach. We're headed to the beach. There's a lot of beach activity going on. And as I sat on the beach this past week, I did a lot of reflecting. And this is one of those stories that, like a lot of things on here, or like most things, a lot of stories out there, but I've never discussed it. And I vividly remember talking to my attorney within, I don't want to say 72 hours, but I mean, within the week. And I just like, hey man, what happened? Download. He said, best thing for you to do is keep your mouth shut, because there's no fruit out of any of it, because everybody that you're talking about, you're a 1099 guy, they're employees. Because he just said, how do you think this is going to end? I said, it's not going to end pretty. Whatever the story is. And I still to this day don't know completely. And I think no one really knows who's zooming who and who's working who and who's doing this and who's doing that. But I have never spoke about this in detail. So, Connie, I'm going to follow your lead, as they say. It's your dance.
Well, I mean, I think that's what's so fascinating about a Jeff Jarrett podcast. You know, when I first told some of my friends and certainly my family, I said, I'm doing a Jeff Jarrett podcast. And my friends said, why? And my family said, who? Anyway, this is an interesting conversation because, as you said, you've never talked about it, much like your TNA stuff, or you're walking out on Vince stuff, or you're, holding up Vince stuff. All the times you've quit or been fired, which is many. We're going to cover them all.
Hey, easy now.
You've never really told your side of the story. And this particular topic, I mean, I've had Tony Schiavone talk about it. Vince Russo's probably done 100 podcasts on it. Eric Bischoff and I have done multiple podcasts on it. Hulk Hogan has done countless interviews on it. I've even heard from Booker T, but I've never really heard from you. Was that a conscious effort on your part to never publicly speak about it? Or is this a shameful spot in your career, or why are you sort of standoffish about it?
Well, from the legal sense was, in the early, I don't know, first couple of years, because that thing went on to litigation. And I really, started up TNA and family and work life. I really forgot about it. And it was one of those things that I did repress, because in reality, I knew that day, and we'll get into this as we dive into it. It was to just work, not work, all that. It was bad TV. It was bad for the fans. It was not, if you want to call it 100%, it wasn't, if it was 100% work, it was a bad story. It was not something, and the old thing that, yes, I'm third generation, but in so many ways, and it's not 2021, we're talking 2000. This was, in a lot of ways, I don't want to call it a giant expose, but it was a distasteful, it was just bad TV. And I was right in the middle of it, and didn't exactly know what, I knew I didn't have a lot of options here, but the one that looked like was probably the best for Jeff and his family, I didn't like. It was, everybody knows the story, but laying down in any scenario is not good, but a world title match is even worse. And then, if you say that you're a wrestling fan, but not a Hulkamaniac, growing up in the 80s, in that time, everybody, Hulk Hogan was bigger than professional wrestling. He was synonymous with that name in the 80s. It went into the mainstream with Saturday Night's Main Event, everything that you've covered a gazillion times. But it was just something that I didn't want to talk about because there was no upside, both not just legally, but professionally, career-wise. Oh, that's the guy that laid down and oh, yeah, it was for the world title. It's just garbage, but we're here to talk about it.
Well, let's get to it. I guess the story really begins back in April of 2000 when Vince Russo and Eric Bischoff make an agreement to come back to WCW and take over creative. We're not going to cover all of that today, but Vince has been in and out of WCW since both of you joined in late 99. What was your relationship like with Vince when he returned in April of 2000?
Just think about what you said. He came in, so that would have been September-ish of 99, and we're just talking July of 2000. Not even a full calendar year, and he's been in and out of WCW. Just think about that statement.
Yeah,
it's preposterous. And on top of that, coming off the heels of, and I just alluded to Hogan taking or being a part of, professional wrestling going mainstream. But in the 90s, Connie, that's your high school years.
Yeah.
It was just, you have to have lived that. And I mean, coming home from whether it was a job or school or whatever it may be on Monday nights, and you had Monday Night Football, which was a staple, but then all of a sudden Raw and Nitro and bouncing back and forth and, way before DVR and everything. So some people don't even have a point of reference with this, but what an amazing time. And you talk about the characters in this story, Hogan, coming off the wave of NWO, Eric, God bless him, getting a loaded gun. I mean, Ted and doing Nitro and just the explosion of that and the wave that both companies rolled along. And then all of a sudden we're talking 2000 and WWE's kicking ass and WCW behind the camera. And there's been well documented, the wheels were coming off in every direction. So the answer to your question is, what would be Vince's relationship? It was like a lot of other people in that organization. You just didn't know what was real and what wasn't real. And okay, yeah, he's back. Well, I'd been around long enough at that point. What does that really mean? Is he back for the month, for the week? Is somebody in the North Tower from Turner going to let him go? But I mean, Vince was back, and you just touched on it, when the Millionaires Club, which I thought the original foundation of the storyline was, it was spot on. It was a shoot. It was the Millionaires Club. The guys that were making big fat contracts that a lot of them came and went as they pleased against this new blood group that guys were hungry and wanted to come to work. And for the most part, didn't want any part of that politics. And so that's what Eric and Vince had represented. And, I was excited that, okay, maybe this is the jumping off point of the direction to steer the ship in the right direction, so to speak.
You're my new Eric Bischoff.
Sorry, Connie.
You just said a lot of words. I'm just trying to get to, are y'all boys or not in April of 2000?
Yeah, I mean, to the degree that how much can you be with what you just said? I went a long way around to.
But hang on now.
In and out in 9 months.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with your real life relationship with it.
Sure it does. It's a business relationship. It's not like we cut turkey up every Saturday afternoon. They were business relationships. So what could a business relationship be if the guy's in and out of a company 3 or 4 times? Yes, we had phone conversations, but we weren't saying, hey, how's your kids? How's my kids? It was a business relationship. And he didn't, I'll let him speak for himself. I don't think he knew where he stood with the organization.
All right. let's just run a timeout right fast. I just want to sort of bring you up to speed on what we fans have been led to believe. I think you yourself even have the timeline a little fuzzy. Vince signed with WCW 15 days before you debuted. So he's there 2 weeks ahead of you.
Yep.
The rumor and innuendo has always looked like he got there, carved out a spot for his butt buddy, Jeff Jarrett. And then Jeff came down and screwed Vince and China. And now here he is on WCW. And then very quickly
screwed Vince and China by dropping the title. You're right.
Yeah. Well, I'm just telling you what we've been led to believe. Okay.
So why would you believe I screwed China when I dropped the belt to her?
Can I just keep going? Can we just stay on track for just a minute? And then he makes you champion, something that you were the, as I called it a few episodes ago, the assistant manager for WWF. I don't know, fucking 6 times, and it never actually happened. But right. Here, right away, you finally become champion in WCW, and you got your Bob Vila glasses like you like it, and he's letting you hit people like Beetlejuice over the head with guitars. It's the Jeff Jarrett show, and then you start your own company and you hire him, to the point that there's even companies that say, we will not do business with you, and talent who say, we will not do business with you if he's on the team. And you, from our perspective, always stuck by his side. Now, we're going to debunk a lot of that, but I'm saying because you never addressed any of this stuff at all, and you've very much been playing it close to the vest for 20 years, we don't know that you're not real life best friends with him. So I'm trying to just ask, are y'all like talking 5 times a day, best friends, kids hanging out, doing barbecues? We don't know. And now you just very frankly said, nope, it was a business relationship. You don't want to walk that back at all?
No, I mean, no. Okay. No, I won't get long winded because you'll chastise me for it. But so I'll stay short. I'm going to give you 1-word answers for the next 2 hours and let you carry this water. Damn, Connie. Do you like coffee?
Nope. Okay. I don't drink coffee. Thank you. Coffee. I appreciate the reference though.
I got my coffee here.
Yeah. A friend of ours puts Kahlua in his coffee. So this is Eric's step back into a power position at WCW. And the first time you've worked together since you left WCW back in 97, what was your relationship like with Eric at this point? Did he view you as the guy who walked out on him before, or was it always on good terms?
So the Eric Bischoff, Jeff Jarrett relationship is I don't say a funny thing, but it's always had a fringe. In 96, when I went to work for Eric, my dad was, I'll say, quasi hanging over that. So me and Eric never quite got to have that one-on-one relationship because my dad was in peripheral, a consultant and all that. I came back, then the Russo later that we'll get into. Eric came on board at TNA with Hulk, and then Dixie was in that relationship. So now that I'm in Ad Free Family, me and Eric get to actually have a fruitful, no holds bar relationship. But me and Eric have always had a stand up, good relationship. You know, no issues, no arguments, no BS. So I had a good relationship.
Let's talk about Brad Siegel and JJ Dillon. When Eric and Russo are put back together, Vince and Eric, Russo and Bischoff, however you want to call them, Brad Siegel and JJ Dillon are still quote unquote office for WCW. What was your relationship like with them? And just chat us up about Brad Siegel and JJ Dillon and this sort of topsy-turvy time in WCW.
You know, Brad Siegel, I maybe have been around, I don't know, 4 or 5 times in my life. So he was a Turner executive, like a Bill Bush, definitely not from the wrestling industry. And so there was no relationship there, so to speak. JJ Dillon, on the other hand, was the original Kamala manager, had worked for my father. And so, you know, I had a relationship with JJ really through my father. And when I went up to the WWF and visited, maybe the first time, 91 or 92, but you know, JJ had picked me up from the airport. So I had a a personal relationship with JJ, but business. But in this time, 2000, all the water under the bridge, and I'd been in and out, obviously working for Vince a couple of times, and he would down there. He had come on board, and then with Russo and Ferraro coming on board, he was very layered, complicated. But I had a decent relationship with JJ.
So if you had some sort of an issue, who was your liaison? Hey, I'm hurting, or I got this day I need off, or whatever. You have some sort of, I need to have a conversation with whoever my direct report is. People might say in a real world.
I sat back on the beach this past weekend, really thought about this upcoming podcast and wanting to make sure I articulated my thoughts on this. In a lot of ways, this episode to me is a microcosm of what WCW was and where it was headed. Because for you to ask that question and me not to even have even the slightest, remotest simple answer.
Yeah, that's the story.
It's the story, because Kevin Sullivan was booking, but then he wasn't booking. Terry Taylor was on creative. Kevin Nash was on creative. Jeremy Borash was on creative. Vince Russo at Ferraro. So there was a group of creative, but then you have Bill Bush and JJ Dillon. Oh, and Brad Siegel. Oh, but then there's Eric Bischoff, who really got this thing kickstarted and taken off. I did not have a direct report, period.
I was afraid of that. What
the hell you are cranky already. What are you afraid of?
Oh no, I'm just saying, like, it just feels like the WCW in the year 2000 specifically. I mean, I think you could even go back and argue it in 99. I think when Goldberg loses, that's strike one. Finger poke of doom is probably strike two. I don't know what 3 was, but this might have been 3. And I don't know, man. It just feels like WCW in 2000. I think Tony Schiavone once referred to it as a coffin on roller skates. Like, this is just, it's a ship without a sail.
And look, you've already, and I'm going to take that as a compliment. You've referred to me as the new Eric, but I'll take a little a derail. When I walked into WCW in 1996 and it was exploding, or how, the NWO already happened, I knew day one, literally day one, this is a different organization from what I just came from, because talent relations and travel and marketing, it was very corporate, but it was. And look, I think the buck stopped with Eric, but Eric, and Hulk was a part of creative. It's a corporate environment from the very beginning. So, love him, hate him, not like it. Vince, even though it's a publicly traded company,
it's his company.
Him on every decision.
Yeah,
I never got that feeling ever when I worked for that company. Going back to 96.
Well, let's talk about the storylines. You sort of teased it a moment ago. The new blood, it's going to feature Vince, Eric Bischoff, and yourself as the leaders. Why do you think they sort of deem you as the leader? Again, this goes back into why a lot of fans, myself included, assumed you and Russo must be just tight. The
wonderful world of professional wrestling. So it couldn't have been my talent,
nope,
or the heel.
No, because I hated you. I fast forwarded everything you ever did. I wanted you off my goddamn TV. And so the idea that they made you a top guy, I'm thinking he's got naked pictures of Laurie Bischoff, or he's tight with Vince Russo. There's got to be an explanation. Can't be because they're convinced this guy can work a lick because he's the shits.
Okay, I love it. Happy 4th of July week.
No, seriously. Well, I mean, is there a strategy in terms of, all of the quote unquote elder statesmen of the business? The Millionaires Club is what they're called on TV.
So I was going to go, that was my answer. So when you look at the opposing force, Hogan, I mean, you pick them, 6, 7 of them. What is one guy that is a seasoned vet for the most part? I think at this point you could call me,
yes,
in that I could have a match with all of them.
Yes.
I was a heel.
Yep.
I think that was how it was positioned. And, you'd have to go down. I can remember that night in Denver with that full ring full of talent. But candidly, I had come off the assistant manager role that you referred to, 6-time Intercontinental champion, and pretty highlighted
Yeah.
by the last 4 or 5 years. I think I was the best fit for those reasons, and also knew the industry. I knew how to do business. I think if there's one thing that, and I'm not going to put words in Eric's mouth, and I'm not going to say Vince, but look, I'm third generation. I've always been about business.
Yes.
You can look at walking out on Vince. I dropped the title. Leaving China, dropped the title. Business first.
Well, and we've heard a lot from guys like Jim Ross and Bruce Pritchard and Eric Bischoff. Wrestling fans want new. And so if you're looking to make a splash, you're looking to compete with the Attitude Era, you can't get as raunchy. You can't get as down in the gutter as maybe some of their creative was at times, because you've got standards and practices here from Turner. So we got to have an opportunity to show something new. This is going to be different. The old Eric Bischoff, it's got to be less than, better than, or different than. And you as a top guy is different. I mean, we had seen you in that assistant manager role. So you as a top guy, I could sort of get behind as, hey, we need something new. Now, of course, I, like everybody else, changed the channel. WCW's in the absolute toilet, but the Millionaires Club is stacked with names: Ric Flair, Hulk Hogan, Kevin Nash, Diamond Dallas Page, Sting, Sid Vicious. You ultimately wind up winning the WCW World Heavyweight title a bunch of times, including trading the title with David Arquette. That's a story for another time. But they're trying to use these Millionaires guys to build other talent. Like Hulk Hogan's working with Billy Kidman while feuding with Eric Bischoff. So it is a new batch of creative, not just for yourself, but for Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan has historically monopolized the main event everywhere he's ever been. He's always at the top of the title picture, but now he's working with a guy like Billy Kidman. And at home, I kind of dug that. I thought it was cool. What do you remember about Hogan working with Kidman? Were you shocked by that creative, or were you shocked by the idea that Hogan went for it?
In 2000, it was the tide had turned. Pardon the pun, but the 83 weeks was over.
Yes.
And there was a lot of money being spent. I mean, an awful lot of money being spent on talent, and the ROI and everything that went with it. And the arenas weren't selling out. And so any promoter, anybody running business would say, we've got to change. We've got to try something different.
Yeah.
So the Millionaires Club had all worked against each other hundreds of times. Sting, Lex, Sid, all those names, they'd all worked against each other multiple times. So how do you inject a wrestling card or a movie or a football team? Is you bring some guys up and give them a shot. And so I thought the story with I love Billy, a hell of a talent, and had that a cool vibe about him. I thought, not just why not, but yeah, if they stay the course with all this, and that was from the very beginning. Walking out in Denver that night, I'm like, man, I hope they stay the course with this, because if they latch into it, and that's what Vince did in 95, 96, is invested in 6-8 guys and went with it and stayed with it and stayed with it and stayed with it, and it popped. I was hoping that they would stay with this storyline. They didn't, but I was hoping.
You retain the WCW World Heavyweight title over Kevin Nash at Great American Bash after Bill Goldberg turns heel for the very first time in his career. He interferes, and of course, Hogan defeats Kidman to become the #1 contender. When that pay-per-view ends, do you know what the creative direction is going to be? Does somebody say, I think it's natural, if we know we're booking pay-per-view to pay-per-view, so sort of a 30-day cycle for a story to build to the next month's pay-per-view. That makes sense. So if you're coming out heavyweight champ, victorious over Kevin Nash, and Hogan is now the #1 contender, did you sort of know going in, hey, this is what it's going to be? Or is this very much the era of, shit, I'll probably lose it tomorrow because we just trade belts around here like crazy?
Well, the original thought I know it was nothing's ever etched in stone,
Right.
to this day. But no, on the flip side of this is that Vince had told me that here's the direction we're going, and there's a lot of talent for you to work with. We're going to stay the course, and you're going to be champion until we find that guy who potentially, hopefully, was going to be a new blood guy for you to put the belt on. But we'll be in and out of stories, and so yes, I knew. I can't recall that it was this millionaire versus then the next month that millionaire, then the next month that millionaire, but staying the course to get heat on a heel champion and drop it to the right guy. That was what was told to me, pitched to me. This is the direction we're going. And I knew that Hogan was in that probably before the, we I don't want to derail, but the Arquette flip flop and all that was all spontaneous. And I'm sure Shivani on his podcast, y'all probably covered that at one time. But as we get into all this, but the flip flopping of the title was never laid out, and all of that was spontaneous, and all of that was a result of WCW. But the Hogan JArrett match was quasi pitched to me a month before I knew I was wrestling Nash.
Oh, wow. Okay. So they had it laid out.
It was the progression. Yeah. It wasn't this is the direction we're headed. You're going to wrestle the Millionaire Club guys. And we're going to find a guy for you to drop it and build the right guy, which was not going to be a millionaire.
So considering that's supposed to be the direction, the night after the pay-per-view, you have your first ever one-on-one match against Hulk Hogan on Monday Nitro. To set up the match, Hulk Hogan enters the building and you hit him with a guitar.
Where was this? Was this Gainesville? Say,
I don't know.
Okay.
Your match with Hulk had Billy as the referee, and here's Meltzer's write-up of that match. Hogan and JArrett had a non-finish in 6 minutes and 18 seconds. Kidman was the referee and turned babyface. Hogan juiced again. Kidman stopped JArrett from using a chair and then threw the chair to Hogan, who used it. Goldberg and Russo came out. Hogan leg dropped JArrett and Goldberg saved. Actually, Goldberg never even touched Hogan, but it broke up the pin anyway. Goldberg speared Kidman, nearly tripping before doing so, and threw Kidman over the top rope. And then he speared Hogan and jackhammered him through a table. G.I. Bro did a run in, but Goldberg left the ring. Through it all, Hogan avoided doing the job and went out on a stretcher. What do you remember about this night?
That was Dave. Hogan avoided doing the job. I don't think that was ever intended to be. I think it was, that's why I was trying to ask you, where did this take place? In Gainesville, I may be off. That may be another, I'm trying to jar my memory, Conrad, but it was an angle to set up. I do remember that we're going to build, we're going to, do an angle. Hogan didn't need to be on Nitro, didn't want to be on Nitro, didn't financially. I knew that was sort of the deal, that he wasn't on every Monday night leading up to a pay-per-view, maybe one or two to build. And that made sense to me.
So I looked it up. You were asking where it was. The pay-per-view Great American Bash was in Baltimore, Maryland. And the next day we're in Richmond, Virginia.
Gotcha.
It's June 12th. There's 4,723 fans. What about Gainesville stuck out in your mind?
For some reason, was there a tag match, or was that later the following year? I don't know. There was something in Gainesville that I did because there was a tag match on and off, and ended up, I worked with Hogan in Gainesville at some point in my career. Apologies for getting derailed here, but
you were in a tag match with him on March 20th. It was Sid and Hogan against Jeff Jarrett and Scott Steiner in the main event.
2001. No,
that was March 2000.
Okay.
You ran Hulk Hogan out of wrestling forever here in July of 2000. I don't know that you remember. I mean, but you the biggest star in the business, the guy that you said you grew up a little Hulkamaniac, the guy who was bigger than wrestling, you fucked him forever out of WCW on this show. So how would he have been there in 2000?
Single-handedly, I did that.
Personally, individually.
Tape and roll it back because I laid down and ran him out.
That's exactly what happened. So let's talk about that for a moment. You're finally, we've sort of joked about it, and I feel like we need a shirt over at boxinggimmicks.com that says assistant manager, but you had been the assistant manager aka the Intercontinental Champion, on 6 separate occasions. Now you're finally getting an opportunity to be the top spot. You're opening the show. You're wrestling main events. You're the world champ. And all of that is kind of cool. Don't get me wrong. But on some level, it's an even bigger designation to work with Hulk Hogan. On some level, it's got to be, right?
And I can, yes, for sure. The Flair flip flop of the title, the Arquette. I can remember every time they would come to me and I don't say pitch it, but say, hey, here's what we're thinking here. And I'm thinking we can get all this exact same thing done without switching the title, because you're just flip flopping it. And when the Hogan match was set, I can remember thinking and having a conversation with a couple of people. And what if we wouldn't have flip flopped that title? JArrett Hogan would have been a lot more. But yes, getting to wrestle Hulk, Bash at the Beach. Obviously, that's the exact same building where the NWO was crowned. Me and Hulk, there was just, I thought that there was, I thought at this stage of my career and his career, I was looking forward to having as good a possible match as I could. So, yeah, it was a big, big deal for me, as you said, growing up. But here it is the July pay-per-view, and I'm defending the title. Yeah, it was a big deal.
The little kid in you, listen, you're a wrestling fan. You still watch everything. I guess not everybody listening to this knows that, but Jeff watches Ring of Honor. He watches Impact. He watches Raw. He watches SmackDown. He watches Dynamite. If there's wrestling on TV, Jeff Jarrett's watching it in 2021. Is the little kid in you who grew up a little Hulkamaniac? I mean, I think you're in the basement when they're shooting those famous vignettes back in '79 of Hogan. I mean, that happened in your house. And then, he's on Saturday Night's Main Event. He's on the cover of Sports Illustrated. He's body slamming Andre the Giant at WrestleMania 3. And now, after all this time, he's challenging you for the world title on the second biggest show in the world. I mean, obviously Raw is number 1, but Nitro's number 2. That's got to feel like, holy shit, man, I did it. Right.
And I always gave, I'm really showing my longevity here, but WCW was the progression of the NWA.
Yes.
So in ratings, Raw was winning and Nitro was in second place at this time. But I always had that it was two different. I never looked at it 1-2 from a fan's perspective, because that was the McMahon promotion up north, and this was the Southern promotion, the Alliance NWA I grew up on. So hell yeah, it was a huge deal for me personally, a huge deal. Not just another.
It's not just business as usual. And listen, a lot of times guys in wrestling don't think it's cool to be excited about wrestling.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about.
That's the biggest crap too.
Yeah, well, just it's a bunch of marks. Who cares about that? Blah, blah, blah. But that's not your approach. So I'm curious, when you find out the creative, hey, I'm going to be working with Hogan for the title. Is that something that's worth a ring back home? Hey, Dad, guess what?
I got a call from him after that New Blood Angle was shot, and after the Chicago match, and they with DDP, and all right, they're going with Jeff.
Yeah.
He was excited. I was excited. And look, I'd wrestle Kevin Nash as Diesel. And so, but then, maybe Diesel didn't have the steam behind it that NWO had.
Yeah.
But Kevin always had really good matches. So I was going to get the opportunity to work with all of these guys. Bill Goldberg. I knew I could have a heck of a match in. So yes, this was in so many ways, Conrad, hitting the pinnacle of my career from an in-ring perspective. I had started in '86, and here we are almost 15 years later, and I'm the world champion defending against Hulk Hogan. It doesn't get any bigger from the kid from South Nashville.
So chat me up. it's a dream come true. You're in this top spot. You're in a featured spot. You're the champ and you're in a program with Hulk Hogan, but the creative is Goldberg and Russo come out. JArrett comes out. A lot of interference. Kidman's here. Are you worried about, oh man, be careful what you wish for now that cause here's the thing, right or wrong. There's a whole lot of folks out there in the business who never really achieved the success they wanted to. And when they look around and they try to figure out why, they point the finger at Hulk Hogan and they say, he held me down. And that type of talk continues even to wrestling fans who say, well, Dave Meltzer said, or Wade Keller said. And so the rumor and innuendo has always been that, for lack of a better word, Hulk Hogan was a master politician, negotiating creative control and the most pay and et cetera, et cetera. And while some people villainize that, other people recognize it as, no, the dude's just doing good business. You don't have the wrestler brain. You have the promoter brain. When you see, okay, I'm working with Hogan, but look at all this shit that's happening in the match. We can't just have a regular match. Is that just what the business was at the time? Or did you start to wonder, is this like Hogan politics that I've heard about or read about? Or does that not even cross your mind?
Doesn't even cross my mind. And I knew that this is a Monday Night Nitro, and the money and, specifically we're talking about Hulk. He negotiated big pay-per-view buy rates. So he's incentivized to get pay-per-view buys more than anything. At the very top of that, just like Jerry Lawler got a bad rep all those years. But at the end of the day, Lawler's not wanting to work with me, not wanting to do this. I can assure you, I heard the conversations. Lawler would be begging, I'll do anything. He's part owner of the territory.
Yeah.
It's like, I got a bad rap in TNA. No, I made money when the company made money.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan made money when the pay-per-view buy rate he made more money. He made a boatload appearing on Nitro, but he made even more for pay-per-views. So I knew this was a setup, a build. So I wasn't, was there a lot of too many moving parts at times? Maybe, maybe not. That's so subjective. So I never got wrapped around the axle too much because at the end of the day, it's all about setting the hook for the pay-per-view.
So let me ask for a minute here. When you hear all about the creative, right? So you've got all the interference and shenanigans, et cetera, et cetera. Do you just assume this is Vince Russo's way of writing television? Or does even this, with all the interference and I think Pat Patterson would call it gaga, does it cross your mind that, hey, perhaps this is a negotiation between Russo and Hogan? Or does Russo even tell you that, hey man, the only way this guy will do business, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to zero in on when did you first hear that Hogan may or may not have been a burr in Russo's saddle with regard to creative control?
The whole layout of, and I'm going to go back to 96 because I think it's relevant to the story, negotiating a simple finish, not every night, but for the most part, everything was negotiable. When you work for WWF, most of the time it's non-negotiable.
Yeah. Because you're just doing it. The end.
Yeah. The producer is going to go to the head producer or the head writer, and then you're going to go to Vince. And that's really the only way it's going to get changed. Because when Vince sends that show out or that finish out, that's what you expect to get. At WCW, for the most part, everything was negotiable. And so, again, I'm going to go back to maybe my delusional optimism and also naivete. Okay, this is it. And I know Vince, and I'm not criticizing. I know Vince likes a lot of moving parts and wild stuff and story and this and that and special refs. And, if one special ref is good, two's great, just different mentality like that. So I didn't think, from the beginning, in my opinion, Hogan and Russo are oil and water. And what I say by that is Hogan was raised in, I'm going to answer to Eddie Graham. I'm going to answer to Vern Gagne. I'm going to answer to JArrett. I'm going to answer to Inoki, Inoki. I'm going to answer to Vince. So Hogan, being old school as old school can get in a lot of ways, and Vince had a delivery period that I knew that was oil and water, just in discussion.
So it all comes to a head. The next night on Thunder, you defeat Billy Kidman, but the big news is yet to come. This is directly from the Observer. And what many people are reading in many different ways, Vince Russo has quit his position as television writer for WCW on June 15th. It was largely believed in the company that he would return. So publicly, it was stated that he was taking a few days off due to a concussion. It's reported that he had an issue with Eric trying to bring back Lex Luger, Elizabeth, and Kimberly. And because Vince had issues with all of them, he quit in protest. Is that how you remember hearing this story go down?
The Luger, and I don't remember any of that, but I do remember in conversations, obviously I'm the champ, or in that picture, and Vince is the lead writer, and him and Eric are working together. But the wheels started to come off because so many different moving parts. And, I can't remember specific. I would have to have the list of nitros, whether it was Nassau. I mean, there were so many moving parts, and Vince, he was really, really struggling to try to get, know what sword to die on, so to speak. I'm trying to make sure that I articulate this right. Just that it seemed like every Monday and Tuesday,
he was quitting for something else.
Huh?
It felt like he quit 100 times.
Yes. And things were always just going in so many different directions. And I can remember coming home, telling my buddies, my wife, whatever, that look, my job is to show up and work hard.
Yeah.
And God, I get to do that. But it was a mess. I don't remember though, the Lex and who were the other names you said?
Lex and Elizabeth and Kimberly. Of course, Kimberly is the real life wife in this era of Diamond Dallas Page, another great friend of Eric Bischoff's. But I guess she had perhaps gotten the. We should probably just move on.
Okay.
Nitro and Thunder are supposedly written by Terry Taylor, Bill Banks, and Ed Ferrara. Also, supposedly, this is one of the first few Nitros where Johnny Ace is there helping with finishes. What's it like, this Nitro that happened? Let me make sure I got this right here. Billings, Montana, Metro Park Arena. Your boy's not here. Russo is not a part of this show. Do you remember that being a little weird where, wait, he's out, so who's in? Okay, so now my new boss, as this musical chairs game continues, Terry Taylor, Bill Banks, Ed Ferrara, and Johnny Ace is here.
So if you did a little Google search, this run, and I'll tell you why I was excited. I want to say we started the run in, what was the Nitro, Billings?
You're in Billings, and then the next day you're in Bozeman, and then the next day you're in, or 2 days later, you're in Missoula, Montana.
Yep.
And then Spokane, Washington.
And then we ended up in Seattle.
Yeah, Spokane.
Okay, yeah, whatever we did. So I rented a car on the eastern side because I almost want to say maybe we did fly into Bozeman. Anyhow, I rented a car by myself, didn't travel with anybody. And this is when I reflect back on it, I wanted some sanity because I fished. I took a day off on the road, didn't come home, went fly fishing. Anyway, traveled by myself, ended up hooking up. And jumping in the car with Nash. I think I turned the car in Idaho or somewhere, or maybe he jumped in with me. I don't know, but it was so much chaos. And I remember Bill Banks, because look, I worked with Bill at WWF, and Bill was someone who came down, and I just remember going, what the hell is going on? And look, Bill was trying to navigate his way through the corporate environment, and Terry Taylor, he goes way back with my father in early 80s. And, so I had a good relationship with Terry, and, those guys they knew that none of them knew that, okay, man, we're the new writers and we're full time. And here's the next year plan. It was, we're going to get through this week.
Yeah.
What's going on at the pay-per-view? Hey guys, we're going to get through not this week, just Nitro. Okay, what's happening tomorrow at Thunder? No. We're actually just going to get through hour one. It was that kind of mentality. Just get through the day, which was, man, you talk about just it's another episode, but as a talent to be incentivized, you always, I just watched that thing on the anniversary of Mick Foley falling off the top of the cage and that Hell in the Cell and all that. Mick did that. If you have a why, you have a how. That whole Viktor Frankl mindset that, you got to have a purpose. Why am I doing this? What is the end goal? Look, we already had our paycheck set in stone. It wasn't going up or wasn't going down based on ratings or buy rates. Why are we doing this? Okay, well, why are we doing this? Because we're going to do this on Nitro, and then the following Nitro and Thunder, then this, and then the pay-per-view. We're building towards something. When you tell a talent, we don't know what we're going to do next week, takes the wind out of the sail.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. It's got to be defeating. At Nitro, you defeat Scott Steiner with another special guest referee, Mike Awesome. A lot of the same gimmicks that we've been doing. You're booked against Hulk Hogan at a pay-per-view in 20 days. So we're about 3 weeks out. At this point, I know I'm sounding like a silly fan here, but I can't help but ask, do you know what the finish is going to be? Is it discussed ahead of time? Do you just assume, well, it's Hogan, so I'm probably losing?
No, I actually thought that this is going to be interesting. Had we not have flip-flopped it, I thought, well, there may be another flip-flop in store. I sure hope not. That's not good for that title. But somehow, some way, I'm going to end up with the belt coming out of the program with Hogan. Not necessarily at Bash at the Beach, but that was sort of the mindset I had, that didn't know I was going to go down. Again, coming off the context of the Arquette and Russo in and out, and Hogan and Eric's relationship, and just the whole state of the entire organization. By this stage of the game, anything could happen. But I was under the belief that I was going to be the champion coming out of the program.
You said that during your time in WCW, you were just a wrestler, that you weren't involved in the creative process, but you're the champ here. And normally in every other wrestling territory, there's at least a time somewhere along the way to politic or try to help direct creative, at least for themselves. Did you feel like you had any influence one way or another in WCW at this point? I mean, obviously Hogan's creative control thing is something we're going to talk about, and I'm not saying you necessarily have that, but did you feel like, your ideas were listened to, or is it just such a state of chaos that you're like, hey man, I'm just showing up and cashing checks?
It was certainly listened to and influenced. But at the end of the day, I'll go back to the conversations I had, with Vince as well, but also with Bill Banks and Terry Taylor, and I'm sure Kevin Nash. Just that whole creative process, that you're serving so many masters. That creative team had to say, well, this guy, he's got a kid's birthday, he won't be there, and nope, this is X amount of dates. We can't book him. We can book him on Nitro, but not Thunder. And this guy's not coming. And it was you talk about 50 oars in the water and none of them going in the same direction. So yes, I was just a talent, and my ideas were listened to, but no more or no less than anybody outside of Hogan.
So the next Nitro, Hogan's still out. He's selling the injuries from the Goldberg attack, and you're in a 4-way for the world title with Kevin Nash, Goldberg, and Scott Steiner. You retain after Goldberg kicks Nash as he's about to powerbomb you, and you get the pin. Any memories of that show or the creative with Russo not there?
Just the 4-way, and reading that back, and we're hearing that back. Me and Kevin always did business together. I put him over 100 times. He put me over 100. We'd worked together so much in WWF. So just hearing that finish, and I knew Bill had switched and they were getting heat on Bill in a big way, and rightfully so.
That show, by the way, is in Des Moines, Iowa, June 26, 2000. There's 4,573 fans there. With all these stars, there's 4,500 fans there. Russo not being there means he's not impacting the creative, but he's well involved in the discussion almost 2 weeks before the show is to happen, even though he's not there. Are you in any sort of regular communication with Russo while he's quote unquote off?
I'm sure I was, because look, knowing that he was coming back, or, I'm sure I was. I don't remember any specific conversation. Again, I'll go back to working the shows, family, the craziness that if I was talking to Vince, I'm sure I was talking to 4 or 5 other people back at the office,
Sure.
from a Bob Ryder to a Jeremy Borash to other talent, just trying to figure out what's really going on. I mean, everybody did. I'll say this. Everybody did that. Everybody. I mean, production would, you know the stories. They'd be getting formats an hour into the show. So everybody wanted to know what's really going on, what's going there.
But they still do that now too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I love those, the pregnant pause. Oh, I didn't know we were talking about that. Yeah, I don't want to lie. Sorry. So here we go. The next Thunder, Horace Hogan comes out. Horace Hogan comes out to defend Hulk as you're cutting a promo on him, and you beat him in a good, straight up old school wrestling match. At this point, are you feeling like, okay, shit, we're back on track?
Well, bounce around for Horace, and he did the honors. But no, I liked Horace, and we had a simple match. Nothing jumps off the page. And no, I did not feel like that I got to win over Horace, that things were back on track. I survived another TV show.
I just mean creatively, because I know it's one thing to work with Hogan on Nitro. It's another to work with Hogan on a pay-per-view. And we've talked about, how the high regard you held him in. And now he's been absent from TV for a couple of weeks. So fuck, I'm just glad somebody with the last name Hogan's here so I can, keep this train on the tracks. Let's get to the Observer. Hogan has been calling Bubba the Love Sponge regularly in Tampa. His latest was that Fox was giving him $150 million talent budget. And that after the July pay-per-view, he was quitting WCW and working for Fox. Now, this is where it starts to get, as we like to say, the snot thickens, because this feels like we're setting up a storyline. We're setting up an angle. Does something like this ever even come across your radar? I mean, Twitter didn't exist back then. If it did, you would have seen it within an hour. But did you ever hear about Hogan making these sort of grandiose claims ahead of the pay-per-view with Bubba the Love Sponge on the radio?
Well, Bubba, again, super uber successful at his format.
Yes.
And used is not the right word, because they collaborated. Hulk and Bubba always collaborated, and they knew how to
Stir it up.
Yeah, stir it up. Yeah. And so take everything with a grain of salt, but in reality, Hogan is, always not just a reputation. He's a businessman that knew how to navigate his way through political waters, corporate waters, talent waters. Back in the day when they were in the late 80s, you had the Hogan dressing room, the Hogan cards, and the Warrior dressing room, and the Warrior cards, and Hogan's crew, and the Nasty Boys, all that. Hogan knew what he's doing. So at the end of the day, I never gave it. It was what Hogan and Bubba did, and did it well.
Okay, fair enough. Let's just move on. Meltzer reports in the Observer on July 10th. Supposedly there are problems with the finish of the main event on July 9th. Although so much BS is thrown out there since it involves Bischoff, Russo, and Hogan, and everything has to be taken as a possible angle. Again, this is directly from the Observer. Originally, when this match was made, Hogan was supposed to win the title from JArrett. Supposedly, the idea now is for JArrett to go over, but Hogan, who has creative control in his contract, is balking. Originally, Hogan was scheduled to return on July 3rd to shoot an angle and build up the match, but since Hogan didn't like the finish, he balked at pushing it and didn't come to television. It wasn't a no-show in that by the time they wrote the TV, they knew Hogan wasn't going to be there, and he wasn't in the script. But it had been planned all along for Hogan not to appear on TV until the week before the pay-per-view, in order to sell the idea that he was injured in the original attack. In this company, who knows what is and isn't an angle, but the story going around is they want Hogan to do the job, and in his contract, he has creative control and is refusing to do so. So this is almost spot on for what is actually going to wind up happening, which we're going to get to. But did you know that the original creative was he's going to come back at the Go Home Nitro, and then we'll pick it up from there? Is that what you were led to believe?
Yeah. Take him out week 1, return week 4 or 5. That was in broad strokes. Yes.
And then when he isn't there, are you starting to get nervous, anxious, excited?
Because again, I'm maybe that delusional optimistic and maybe at this point, just because look, being around, just as a kid, Lawler didn't have to be at every Saturday morning TV. Once you set the hook and the angle and the baby face is over, this is a philosophical. If the baby face is over, you don't really, that we used to call it spice ups. You shoot an angle to set the hook. You don't, if the baby face is over enough, you don't have to remind the people that he's going to come back and kick ass and win. You don't need a spice up. In old school terminology, it's called a spice up. But you don't need to spice it up. You just like, all right, Hogan got his ass kicked this Sunday. He's winning the title back. So it didn't really put an alarm in me is what I'm saying. I wasn't too overly concerned.
So while we're talking about Hogan stuff, again, I'm trying to add context to this. You have admitted you grew up a big Hulkamaniac fan. I'm only doing this podcast because I fell in love with Hulk Hogan and became a wrestling fan. So we're on the same page.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this has all been a double cross. I'm going to rip my mask off in a minute. It's been a Scooby-Doo. This is really the Hulk Hogan show. Anyway, I'm trying to get to the sort of two sides of the same coin. We're both big fans of Hulk Hogan, but at the same time, we can only hear so many of these stories before we start to wonder what's real and what's not. And the famous thing that we hear is he would stroke that Fu Manchu and say, that doesn't work for me, brother.
Mm-hmm.
When you're in a program like this and it's sort of a new situation for you, being the champ on top, working with Hogan on a pay-per-view, and he's not here for the go home edition, which was the plan all along. Somebody like, and I'm not pointing fingers, does somebody like Nash or someone who has maybe been dealing with this a little longer, maybe not Nash, don't get hung up on that. Does anyone come to you and say, hey man, watch out, Hogan, blah, blah, blah. Or is anybody in your ear, whether it's Scott Steiner or Nash or anything like that?
I don't remember any specific, but I am certain as many people that I walked by at catering would be in my ear, rolling their eyes or taking shots or taking digs. That was the culture. I guess what I'm saying is the culture was second guess, throw darts,
undermine,
throw. I mean, there was no such thing as a team in WCW, not even remotely close. I mean, no. So yes, everybody undermining or speculating or, whoa, is this really going to happen? Or, but I always went back to the mindset of Hogan had a real incentive, really more so than anybody in the organization, including the corporate suits. They were holding on to the job.
But Hogan's here getting a piece of the pay-per-view is your point.
Yeah, Hogan getting a piece of the pay-per-view totally kept him on point. Or so that was my belief.
And that's, again, I hope people eventually figure out what we're talking about here, but I keep saying you don't have a wrestler brain. You have a promoter brain. So you look at it from the outside and you say, wait a minute, his money is tied to the pay-per-view. We're going to do business.
Yes.
You maintain the ability to be positive when a lot of other guys in your spot maybe wouldn't have, because they only ever saw it from the in-ring performer's perspective. But yes, you growing up in your dad's house means you've seen a thing or two.
Yeah. And on that point, I won't get long winded. Don't chastise me, but the Jerry Lawler, I'm not going to Evansville, Indiana, which is the lowest pay, lowest town of the week payday.
It's the C town.
It's the C town. He'd tell, oh man, I'm not going to Evansville this week. Well, Okay, Jerry. I mean, what are you going to say?
Yeah.
He's the top dog. You damn right. Jerry Lawler is going to be at Mid-South Coliseum every Monday night because that's his pay.
Yes.
No matter what politics came involved, we're all driven by fame and fortune. And so headlining a pay-per-view checks that box, and making sure that buy rate's up there checks the next box. So that was Hogan's initiative.
I like that you dumped them both together, fame and fortune, because they do separate from time to time.
They do.
And it's nice to know who's on what side, right? Because once you figure that out, it's probably easier to handle them.
Oh, for you folks that not a part of ad free, or if you're not watching this on YouTube and you're driving down the highway, you ought to just dial in and seeing Conrad's big grin on his face. So I'm trying to paint a picture here, but he got the biggest grin when he delivered that line.
Well, because some guys are like, pin me, pay me. And other guys are like, if I could be champion, I'd take a little less money. And I just think it's funny. I mean, you and I heard several months ago at this point that someone out there was negotiating finishes with pay. So, hey, if I'm going to lose, you got to pay me a little more. And you and I got tickled. Like, what is this now? there's wins and losses, but in reverse, the person's working reverse. Like, so if I win, I make less. Yeah. Well, just fucking beat me. I don't care. Anyway, let's get back on track.
2021, Conrad.
It's hilarious. Here it is. You know, it's this last Nitro before the pay-per-view, and the Observer is going to do a write-up on what actually happens. Here it is. JArrett did an interview and brought up some fat women to sing for the end of Hogan's career. They brought out a fat, snooty guy they called the Galen Chandler as the head of standards and practices to get mad about the skit because they're calling the women fat. And JArrett hit him with a guitar shot and laid him out dead. The funny thing is, this is almost too funny to be true. The head of standards and practices at the show is named Galen Chandler. And that almost had to be this poofy made up name. However, the guy who took the guitar shot wasn't actually playing the role of Chandler because the real Chandler refused to do the angle. You know, things are bad when guys who have never been on TV are refusing to do your angles. What'd you think of this creative? This feels like a Vince Russo skit. Vince Russo is back. Is that fair to say? I'm
sure. Yes. But he, you know, and I don't chastise me again on this, but think about what was just written, because the real guy refused to do it. You just read that, right?
That's what it says. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I just got to let you know. Not only is this guy an Turner employee, but he's an attorney. And so him, quote unquote, refusing, that's just fiction. It's just fiction. There's no way he would be allowed to do that. But let me give you another little Easter egg about Galen. Yes, Galen really ran standards and practices. He's the gentleman who pulled me aside in Detroit, Michigan, and said, Jeff, we got to have a conversation. Okay. This ain't good when an attorney pulls you aside while Nitro's going on.
Yeah. Not normal.
Not normal. Not good. Walk in, shut the door. Jeff, we hate to ask you, but we need to, because we're doing this for your protection as well as ours. We just need to put them on the table. You've heard those kind of lines before. It's always like bullshit. A conversation.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. How can I help you? Well, we need to know what is, and I'm telling you, Jeff, this is for your protection, but what is a slap nut?
Oh,
yeah. So that was Galen. That's how I got introduced to Galen. So fast forward.
Whoa. Don't you fucking move on. Jeff, now I'm curious. What is a slap nut?
Oh, Conrad, you've heard this. A slappy is a term my grandmother used. And when you are a slappy, you slap your gums about more and more. More and more about less and less every day. A guy who just runs his mouth, just a slappy. And so we tweaked that up and made it coming off the Attitude Era, called him a slap nut. And there's geriatric slap asses and slap nuts and all kinds of things. But in Detroit, there was 7 or 8 college kids who held up the sign way up in the
Yep.
call them cheap seats. It said slap nuts. And that made standards and practices, because they showed it on camera. And for people who don't know, back in the day at Nitro, you had a room of standards and practices, and those attorneys watched everything that went on in the ring.
Wait, they're at the building?
Yes.
So they
Okay.
travel to every show and set up a room with a monitor, and they'd come out and say, nope, we can't do that. And they'd review scripts.
Because they would be in production meetings and go through creative. And if there was something that was going to be in the verbiage or something with women or anything distasteful, the Turner folks wanted somebody on site being the keeping things on the straight and narrow as much as possible, because it was a live show.
Yeah. So
Galen, go ahead.
just so I'm clear, because I've been misled my whole life. Slap nuts is not a masturbation reference.
No, Conrad, dad, come. You got a potty mouth. And now you have derailed this thing.
No, I just assumed it was like, like another way of saying, hey, Jack Dick. I didn't know that it went, oh, well, you talk a lot.
Yes.
Okay.
I just threw in there. You're a nut.
Yes. You're a not smart, talk a lot guy.
Conrad did the best.
Well, that's what happened.
Go to the beach. Go back to Cabo. Go back to Vegas. Julie, hello.
What did
I caught you off guard there, didn't I?
Well, because listen, I think a lot of people are like, wait a minute, I don't remember this skit where JArrett's calling these girls fat and blah blah blah.
Yeah,
this angle leads to Mike Awesome being known as the fat chick thriller. So you have in the course of a calendar week killed not only Hulkamania dead forever, but you've also derailed a bright, young, promising Mike Awesome's career before it even really gets started, just for a rather forgettable throwaway skit you were in.
Well, and if you want to put it in full context, was Arquette ever heard from until 20 years later when he wrestled Nick Gage? I put him to pasture the month before.
Look at you, dude. You've sent more dudes. Okay, so from that Nitro until the day of the show, this is where all the wrangling is really going to happen. Let's sort of walk it back a bit.
So seriously, where was that Nitro at? What location?
Charleston, West Virginia, and the Civic Center, July 3rd.
Yeah.
Of course, the 4th of July is the next day, and then we do Thunder on July 5th. There's 3,088 fans here in Columbus who are going to see Booker T and you. We're also going to do a worldwide taping that's going to air on July 15th. But again, just add the context. July 3rd is Monday Nitro in Charleston, West Virginia. July 5th, Columbus, Georgia is Thunder. And now here we are at the pay-per-view on July 9th in Daytona Beach, Florida. So Georgia, Columbus, Georgia, not a terrible trip from Hendersonville, but that's on July 5th. You've still got the 6th, the 7th, and the 8th right there for you to have lots of different discussion. What are you hearing between, we'll call it Nitro, but really it's Thunder, those 3 or 4 days leading up to the show? There's lots of negotiating going on back and forth. What are you privy to? What are you hearing?
I tapped out business wise. I spent July 4th with the Steiner family, little boys. Yeah, we went on the lake. Gosh, Ackworth. I'm trying to think. What is that damn lake right there? Oh gosh. Anyhow,
Lake Lanier, Lake Oconee,
but not Lanier. It's the other one.
All right, doesn't matter. Keep going.
Yeah, exactly. But anyhow, so decompressed, family time. And then I remember going to Columbus, and I'm trying to think, did we do anyhow, I remember because when we did the last TV in Thunder, between that and going to Daytona, because I got into Daytona on Saturday and it was a mess because nobody knew what was going to happen. It was up in the air and a lot of negotiation. And I kept being told from Vince, probably a Terry Taylor, maybe a Bill Banks, we'll see what happens on Sunday. We'll see what happens on Sunday. We'll see what happens on Sunday. One of those deals, knowing that Hogan hadn't made up his mind, or maybe he had made up his mind. But my thought was, where's Vince is he gonna quit again? Where's Eric at on all this? What is what's really going on here? Where's the higher ups and Siegel and JJ Dillon, and where are we going with this whole deal?
All right, boys and girls, let's talk about something important. Cold turkey might be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your bad habits. We're not talking about some weird mind voodoo from your crazy neighbor. You know, maybe somebody like Kevin Sullivan. Sullivan, my son. No, we're talking about our sponsor, Fume. You see, Fume has a different approach. They look at the problem in a different way. You see, not everything in a bad habit is wrong. So instead of drastic, uncomfortable change, why not remove the bad from your habit? Fume is an innovative, award-nominated device that does just that. Instead of electronics, Fume is completely natural. Instead of vapor, Fume uses flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, Fume uses all natural, delicious flavors. You get it. Instead of bad, Fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy, and it makes replacing your bad habit easy. Your Fume comes with an adjustable airflow dial, and it's designed with movable parts and magnets for your fidgeting, giving your fingers a lot to do, which is helpful for de-stressing and anxiety while breaking your habit. Now, this wasn't ever something that I had to worry about, but my wife did have some habits that she was looking to create new habits for. I let her check out Fume, and buddy, she loved it. The first time she tried it, she remarked how flavorful it was. It had a lot more flavor than she expected, and she would even say it still feels fresh. What I liked about it is the look, man. It's made out of beautiful real wood. I don't know, it just looks cool. But she tells me it also gives her something to do with her hands, like Ricky Bobby. It's like fun to fidget with. And here's the reality, guys. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard. But man, switching to Fume is easy, enjoyable, and even fun. Fume has served over 100,000 customers and has thousands of success stories, and there's no reason that can't be you. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to tryfume.com and use the code MyWorld to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. That's tryfum.com and use the code MyWorld to save an additional 10% off your order today. But you're not getting any answers at all, right?
No, none.
So are you having any communication with Bischoff at all? Or is it all just talking to JB and talking to Russo and guys like that?
Yeah, just I'll say the creative members, just creative, but not Eric or Hulk.
I don't know anything about wrestling politics for real. I like to get on here and play like I know shit. I don't know shit. I've never been in the business. But we wrestling fans who read the Observer, we think, hey man, we know a thing or two. And I'm really the first listener. So here's a goofy question, but I'm just going to ask because I don't know any better. Did you have Hulk Hogan's phone number? Would it have been totally out of bounds to just call and say, what are you thinking? Or is that silly thinking? And that never happens. No one in the real life would ever do that.
But it's silly thinking because it is a chess game and he holds all the cards when you have creative control. And it was and we really haven't brought this up, but I knew it in the background, not just because it was Hulk, because it was all talent. At some point, everybody's up for renegotiation.
Yes, sir.
Deals 2 years out or a year out, but you're always working for that next contract. And
yes.
So with all the uncertainty and things not going in the right direction and ratings and buy rates and house shows, and you always, the top of the card's one to get whacked first most of the time.
No, that's where you save the most money.
Yes. And so I knew that Hulk's decision wasn't going to be a Jeff Jarrett based decision. Not that he liked me or disliked me, but he wasn't worried about Jeff's creative or Jeff's character. He's worried about Hulk's paycheck, period.
I get that, but I'm not saying this to be silly. Like he's going to help you because he's a fucking charitable human. I'm saying sometimes, like my dad taught me everything I know about sales. And one of the first things he taught me was, hey, son, if you want somebody to do something, you got to make it their idea.
Yeah.
So instead of saying, hey, man, I got to move this weekend. You got a truck. Will you come help me? See, that's a shitty way to do it. But if you said, hey, man, I'm getting that Floyd Mayweather, Conor McGregor fight and having a couple of topless girls come over and deliver us pizza and beer. if I could only get my big screen moved to my new place. And then he would say, shit, fire, man, I got a truck. When are we moving? I'm in. So we made it his idea. So when I hear, man, nobody knew what was going on with Hulk. And I think, wait a minute. So his decision has the ability to impact my money. Maybe I need to get on the horn and give him some good ideas about how he and I working together is what's best for his income. That doesn't cross your mind at all.
That's why I love Big Lair, and that's why you live in the Con Radisson, because I didn't have those nuggets. But at this point, I don't recall me having that mindset. What I do recall was the toxic culture,
right?
That nothing was going to get those type conversations. Now, look, I'm 20 years wiser now. Had it to do over again, I absolutely would have made that call. At that time, I'm 32, 33. And thinking, okay, we'll show up and hope for the best.
So the rumor and innuendo at the time is Russo wants Hogan to beat you for the WCW title. And then that would leave Hogan leaving. And then you would be built up as a major heel champion to face him when he returns. Both Booker and Russo have said in interviews that the plan for this show was to get the title on Booker T. When are you told anything about Booker T coming into the conversation?
They say that was the plan. Like Friday afternoon after Thunder went off the air.
I don't know. I've always been fascinated though, because it feels very WrestleMania 9. Humor me for a minute. I wasn't watching wrestling at the time. So I called a friend of mine who I knew got the pay-per-view. And I said, hey man, who won the world title match, Bret Hart or Yokozuna? And my buddy said, Hulk Hogan. I said, hang on now. It was a match between Bret Hart and Yokozuna. Who's the world champion? Hulk Hogan. This feels similar. Wait a minute. It's Jeff Jarrett and Hulk Hogan. Who won? Booker T. When do you hear, wait a minute, Booker T, what the fuck's he got to do with any of this?
Sunday.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I like and so that's where I get into the craziness of WCW.
Yeah.
And I'm going to just count out loud here. JJ.
Just so you know, Dave Penzer knew the day before. Isn't that remarkable?
Knew about Booker?
Yeah. Dave Penzer, the ring announcer, knew what the creative was for your match before you did.
Yeah. And if we are to believe that, and here's why I'm calling BS on that. How did they know I was going to go along with it?
Because your business.
But all the craziness. And so I'm going to sit in there and go over a match with Hogan and Johnny Ace, and we're going to work out a DQ.
I don't know, man. It's weird. It's been said that Russo, I guess Russo himself actually has said whatever he wrote up for Hogan to do at Bash at the Beach, he had agreed to do on Friday. And what we're talking about is, I believe, based on Eric Bischoff's testimony.
Oh, I'm getting confused now.
There's a series of faxes that go back and forth, and it's they've got to have creative control, and they want to have a finish decided on by the close of business Friday. So things are being written and faxed back and forth, and Bischoff, for lack of a better word, is almost like Hogan's liaison. Is that the way you were understanding as things got to what we call in the South the nitty gritty that weekend, that Bischoff was sort of representing Hogan and Russo was representing, I guess, you and Booker T?
I always knew Eric was Hulk's guy, period. They were a team, and a very successful team from 94-5 all the way through.
Right.
So I never thought different. I thought that Vince, I don't want to say was representing me by any stretch, because if you just look at the 90 days or 6 months or whatever, he was representing his creative, what he wanted done. That's how I looked at it.
Let's take a look at the torch. Here's what the torch said. The plan was for Hogan and Jarrett to take place. Hogan was booked to dominate Jarrett, bloody Jarrett, and powerbomb him through a table. Then Scott Steiner was going to interfere on Jarrett's behalf. Jarrett would then be DQ'd as a result of that interference. Rather than restart the match or order a rematch that night, Jarrett was going to be forced to wrestle Booker T as punishment later that night, and Booker T was scheduled to win the title either way. All afternoon, Hogan met with Russo and Bischoff in his bus. First, he met with Bischoff alone, then Russo alone, then Bischoff alone, and then with both of them. The quote unquote shoot storyline is that the difficult negotiations were taking place all afternoon amongst those three. The turning point of the negotiations was supposedly when Hogan asked Russo what he had planned for him after the pay-per-view. Russo told Hogan he had no plans for him, but he would figure something out. Hogan got upset because he gets paid per appearance on Nitro. Hogan, upset with Russo's lack of respect for his star stature and value to WCW, invoked his creative control clause in his contract. He ordered WCW to let him win the title as revenge for them not having plans for him after the pay-per-view. After all, if he won the pay-per-view match, they'd have to come up with some plans to use him. That, boys and girls, is the most simplistic explanation that has ever been said on a podcast about how all of this happened. But I'm curious, because you've called Dave Meltzer a fiction writer before, and I took issue with that. How much of that write up from Wade Keller do you believe to be the truth?
I literally have glazed over, and I'll tell you why. You said Dave Penzer knew on a Saturday. Do you believe that?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah. Because Russo called him and said, hey, make sure you bring this or you have that or whatever, because he knew his plan was for Booker T to win the world title. And by the way, I mean, it's even written here in the torch that the plan was for you to wrestle twice. Now, you may not have known that, but you were showing up with your gear and the belt either way, right?
Do what now?
You were showing up with your gear and the belt either way, right? Yes. So whatever they needed from Penzer, I don't remember what it was, but he told me this years ago. He's like, okay. Oh yeah, I knew the night before. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? How the fuck would you know? And then he told me. So yeah, why would Penzer lie?
Oh, don't get me started there.
Can you answer the question about Wade Keller? You fucking distracted son of a bitch. You.
Yeah, I was so distracted. Read it again. Read it again.
I'm not reading it again.
Okay, just give me paraphrase it for me.
There's negotiations on the bus all day, and Hogan asked Russo, "What are we doing with me?"
Oh no, okay, that is the point. What am I, brother? Where does this go for me afterwards? Yeah. That was what was told to me. That's what I firmly believe, and I've worked with Vince enough over the years. And if there's I don't say downfall, but a character flaw or a blind spot, like I've got a lot of blind spots in business, a whole lot. But if there's a blind spot, Vince Russo never understood the wrestler's mind. He just didn't. And so when you tell a guy, I'm not real sure where we're going with this. That may be honest. That may be the truth. But that is the last thing that when you tell a talent, because that's where their money comes from.
Yeah.
That's where their purpose comes from. That's what.
Don't tell me you'll figure out how to pay me later. No, pay me now.
Yeah. Yeah. And you damn sure don't tell Hulk Hogan that. So right. That resonated with me before, during, and after. And so those conversations on the bus, on, off, on, all that. And I had got into Daytona, a little sidebar here, and had a late night with a couple of guys, well, a lot of guys.
Oh, well, chat me up about that. You come into Daytona on Saturday or Friday?
Yeah. Saturday. Yeah, Saturday.
So you come in the day before the pay-per-view.
Huh?
You come in the day before, you get checked in your hotel. I mean,
nothing special, but I remember getting to the building, eating catering, and nobody knew what was going on. And there was a bunch of shithouse conferences that continued to go off and on the bus all afternoon. So yes, I'm going back to your Keller statement. Were those conferences taking place? Yes. Was it my understanding and my belief that Vince told Hulk, I'm not sure where we're going after that? Yes. Did I know that put a huge monkey wrench in everything? Yes.
Circle back to something you said a minute ago. You've been in the South so long, you don't understand what's not Southern. What is a shithouse conference? I know, but some people in Michigan don't.
Oh, sorry. A one-on-one sidebar, hopefully to be a confidential conference, but most of the time it comes out of it. And the guy who says, there's two guys in that conference, and when they both leave, they both have different stories.
It's also in sales organizations, sometimes referred to as a parking lot meeting. So you have the one big meeting and the sales rally and the sales room and blah, blah, blah. And then afterwards, all the salesmen get out in the parking lot and
okay,
have a
when
different.
salesmen get out the parking lot, when they go their separate ways, are they all selling or telling the same story?
It's telephone, telegram, telewrestler, same.
Yeah. Okay.
But shit house conference, parking lot meeting, same.
Okay.
So you arrive in Daytona Beach. You've been out carrying on the night before. In this era, are you still thick as thieves with Scott Steiner? Is he part of your crew that you're running with?
I don't know if he was that night, but yeah, I mean, that's buddies with Scott. I don't know where you're going with that, but yes.
Well, I'm just trying to get in your head the night before when you're hanging out with your buddies.
Yeah.
Even when you're just
Shannon, I remember being with Shannon that night.
Well, here's what I'm getting to.
Yep.
No matter what you're doing, whether you're trying to play grab ass at the bar or you're trying to just have a bunch of drinks and eat some chicken wings, whatever.
Yep.
The topic at hand is going to always come back to what the fuck are you doing tomorrow at the paper?
Oh yeah. Nobody knew. Yeah. I certainly didn't know.
But people are asking you, right? What are you doing tomorrow? And you're just giving them the old shrug.
Oh no, I say, you tell me. Well, I mean, just, my personality, tongue in cheek. Yeah. Have you got a good finish? There's about 50 floating around.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of those.
I guess my point is the tone and tenor of that conversations with your circle, are they sort of pointing the finger at, well, this is all a mess because of WCW the way they are?
Well,
or is this Hogan specific?
Because it's easy to knock Hogan. Hogan doesn't want to do business. Hogan doesn't want to do business. Hogan doesn't want to do business.
There you go.
You're doing a job to him because you want to do business. Of course, they're going to tell me that. And I knew that then. Okay. They're going to tell me what they think I want to hear. Oh, Jeff, he doesn't want a job to you. And I'm thinking to myself, no, Hogan wants to do business. Yes, his business, but it's not just as simple as a 1, 2, 3.
So you arrive, you're hearing all these shithouse conferences that are going on. Do you ever sit down and talk to Hulk or Russo or Bischoff? Tell me about those. Let's start with Hulk. Did you talk to Hulk before you went to the ring?
So we'll do the Russo, because Russo, all right, he's the one carrying the finishes, so I'm to believe, or he's going to get the word. He's in and out of those conferences, and he comes to me and as usual on a TV day or a pay-per-view day, he's stressed. And I don't know what we're going to do. We're going to do this. He didn't know. But at some point, we are corralled, and John Laurinaitis, notebook in hand, and me and Hulk are going to get together, and I could take you to the room at the Beach Center. I literally could take you. I mean, I know the exact room. We sat down. Hogan puts his back up against the wall. All right, where are we at? And Johnny's, I don't say mediator, but he's the producer, but it's not like he's in charge. Hogan's in charge. So what are we going to do? And so we start collaborating, and this goes into at least a 30-minute conversation of laying out a match with a DQ finish. At least 30 minutes. This is what I'm led to believe is happening. Okay. Go ahead. You were going to interrupt.
Well, no, I'm just trying to figure out when Johnny says, what are we doing? Does Hogan start talking, or does he?
Oh, no, I think, what are we doing? All right, brother, we're going to get some kind of DQ worked out here. Okay. And look, at that point, do I think Hogan knew exactly what was going to go on now that I sit here today? Probably. But why did we go through the motions of laying out a 30-minute match and Laurinaitis with his pencil taking notes, and what did he know or not know? But we're going through the motions, and I'm invested. Maybe I'm a mark or maybe I'm not, but we're going to work out a match. And we go into great detail of what this match is going to take place with a DQ finish.
So that's really what I wanted to get to, because there is a school of thought that says this is very much the era of worked shoots and quote unquote working the boys. So the idea being, and you sort of alluded to it there, maybe Hogan knew what was going to happen, but he's going through the motions because he wants it to get out in the quote unquote dirt sheets and have people talking about this controversial thing that quote unquote really happened. That is so, I mean, you talk about the layers of the onion. We're too deep in the wrestling gaga for that to even cross our brain. But a lot of people still to this day believe that that's really what happened. But I mean, my gosh, we've learned enough in the last 2 months. We know for sure you're not picking up the phone and calling Dave Meltzer or Wade Keller and telling them what's going on. Now, maybe there was a concern that you would tell your dad and your dad would, but it's not like you are. And I don't think Johnny Ace has ever been anyone's favorite who writes those newsletters. Why would Hogan go through all of that if it was never going to pay off anyway?
Backstage, there is no such thing as a backstage. I used to chuckle even in my USWA days. What is really a backstage now?
Yeah.
There is no such thing as privacy. So Hulk and Johnny going into a dressing room, little stooge David Penzer could have seen that. He could have picked up the phone and called Keller. I don't know. I'm kidding. But anybody could have seen us backstage, the three of us going to a room.
I got you. So it's less about one of you guys calling, more about we want all the other boys to think this is real.
That nonsense.
When you're sitting in the room and they're going through all of that, I mean, you believe it's in earnest, or did you think, oh, this is just a working the boys?
No, I thought this was 100%. We're working out a match. It's
okay. So you've had this meeting with Hogan. It looks like it's going to adjourn, and you guys are, I guess Johnny Ace is taking some notes, and you guys work out not only the mechanics of the match
and wrote, I don't say move by move, but quite a bit, layer by step. And when we got down to the finish, we worked out rough idea. But look, we've got plenty of time left in the afternoon to work it out. But now we got the body of the match.
Okay. So you've got all that figured out. And everybody's sort of going to go their separate way. What's the rest of your day look like? Do you meet with Russo at that point? Do you meet with Bischoff?
Again, those conferences going on back and forth. And, Russo's like, well, I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe this, maybe that. And that's when he began to say, well, look, we've got to do something here, blah, blah, blah. But, there's, and I don't remember the exact moment that, hey, you're going to wrestle Booker, but it was, I'll say late in the afternoon, but well into the afternoon. It wasn't a morning call. Hey, you're wrestling Booker, not to my recollection.
So after you have this meeting with Johnny Ace and Hogan, who's your next conference with? Or what happens next? What's the rest of your day look like?
At some point in the afternoon, the actual lay down BS stuff was brought up. This is what we're in. I'm just a coke. Really? The whole, I'm going to go out and lay down and I'm going to go this is Vince. I'm going to go cut a promo and, we're going to go on with the night. You wrestle Booker and, put him over. And I'm like, this is bad.
Really. Let me add some context here. Russo said when he arrives to the building, he's informed that Hogan has decided he's no longer happy with the plan. Now, I believe this is because of all the fact stuff and I don't think it's because Hogan necessarily beat him to the building. And Eric Bischoff wrote in his book and even said on our podcast that Russo tried to rush a production meeting before Eric got to the building. So Eric wasn't really aware of what was going on. Were you a part of that production meeting? Do you remember it being earlier, or were you not a part of that meeting?
I certainly wasn't a part of it. I never was. I don't think I ever was in one WCW production meeting ever.
Russo said in his,
Eric said that to me, if he tried to rush the production meeting, right? What's Eric said in his book. And
I think it's framed as, and I'm doing this from memory.
Yeah.
Like these days, well, pre-pandemic, the call time for WWE shows was like 1, right?
Yep.
So a production meeting would usually happen an hour or 2 later, whatever. So we'll call it, I'm just freestyling, 3:00. So if production meetings have always happened at 3:00, For whatever reason, Russo tried to have the production meeting at 1:30. And because 4th of July is such a big holiday to Bischoff had made himself scarce. It's his wife's birthday. He has people come in from all over the country and hang out, that day. It's almost like Eric Bischoff's Christmas, the 4th of July.
Yes, I didn't know that. Me and Eric, I love, it's my favorite holiday as well.
So he gets there sort of late in the day. It's a late deal. And, but he still thinks he's there in time for the production meeting, only to find out, nope, we just got it done and everybody's on the same page and you missed it.
So was that production meeting, did they discuss the Jeff Jarrett Booker T match?
Yes.
They did in the production meeting.
And yes. And it was also said, Russo said, when he informed you that Hulk was refusing to lose to you, he had never seen you so angry.
Total lie. I mean, that is complete fabrication.
Why do you think Russo would make that up?
Insecurity. And when I say insecurity, he didn't know where this thing was leading. So let's light a fire over here. And if I light a fire over here, I can put it out. I mean,
but you're saying he did tell you that and you weren't pissed off, or he didn't tell you that?
He obviously told me Hulk wouldn't put me over. I mean, he would have been the one to deliver the message.
But you weren't pissed off.
Disgusted would be a much better frame, a term used. Completely disgusted. So we're on again, we're off again. We're okay. So what are we doing? So that leads me to believe, from my recollection, that's why I went in the room and we laid out a DQ.
Did you know that Vince Russo was planning on cutting a promo on Hulk Hogan? When did you know that?
After I knew that the DQ wasn't happening, and then I was laying down and I'm going to go cut I'm going to go cut a promo in that general time frame. As you said before, all fair, Jeff, we're asking you to recall stuff happened 20 years ago. So the exact timeline of when Vince told me this and that, and when he was going to go out and cut the promo, but in that general time frame, not going to be a DQ. You're going to go out and lay down, and I'm going to cut a promo, and we're going to have you and Booker wrestle later that night.
Is this one of the weirdest days of your entire wrestling career?
By far. And as I look on it, it's a really just as a promoter, as a wrestler, and as a fan, it checked every box of being everything bad about the industry.
So it's showtime. You're preparing to do your thing with Hulk, and then you're going to work with Booker in the main event. You know that you're doing 2 matches before you go out with Hulk, right?
Well, I didn't consider the match with Hulk a match.
Okay. Either way.
But yeah, I just, you're in a rotten mood. Go drink coffee.
When you have your creative nailed down, and now we've at least settled on something, you're in whatever WCW is calling their gorilla position, the Jody position, or whatever the
yep.
Are you talking to Hulk about any of this?
I'll remember this to the day I die vividly, because Bash at the Beach was, I don't want to call it, the way the building laid out, there's a huge backstage area. And I walked way off, and I remember the area where I stood. I think my music played, I don't say all the way through one time, but it played a long time. I wish we were doing a watch along for this one, because I walked way away knowing that I was, I knew I could hear my music. I didn't want to be up at go position. I didn't want to look at anybody. I didn't want to talk to anybody. I was thoroughly disgusted that this is what we were giving the audience. Thoroughly disgusted. I thought the premise was just disastrous. I didn't think, and maybe this was more than just my upbringing, I didn't think this kind of storyline would ever get over. It just felt bad, and I wasn't into it. And I want to say my music played, and Mark Johnson, Slick, was hollering, go, go, go. And I literally had thoughts about, do I really want to do this?
Right.
Do I really want to go through this? I mean, it's, and I've seen the tape of me rolling out of the ring. That was about as disgusting of look as I felt that. I literally felt this is bad TV. this is really bad TV. Because, even if this angle, if we had all got in a room and tried to rah, shish, boom, bah, and put our minds, our head together and our thoughts together. And Conrad, I don't know if this has ever been discussed, so I'd like for you to bring it up. But when we, quote unquote, shot this angle, the angle, if we would have all laid this out months in advance, the angle was with a non-wrestler.
Yeah.
The angle was with Vince Russo.
Yeah.
That's so stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 101. How are you going to get a payoff? So what? Hulk Hogan beat Vince Russo with a leg drop. Whoop-dee-dee.
Yeah.
It's irrelevant. There's no money in it, ever. There's no ratings in it. There's no money in it. Hulk Hogan slammed Andre the Giant. I mean, in context, there's no money in this. So why are we doing this?
Right.
I'm a pawn. The world champion was a pawn. There's so many bad things about the storyline. Eric was never seen on camera, and there's some meat on that bone between Vince and Eric, I thought, in the assistant roles. But there was no storyline between me and Hulk. There was no storyline between Hulk and another wrestler. It was all the heat on Vince Russo, but then he's going to go out and make this babyface promo of, hey, I'm doing this for the young blood. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, nobody's. Not one person watching that or sitting in the arena said, damn right, Vince, we're with you, brother. It just terrible. Terrible TV, terrible storyline with zero chance of a payoff. Okay, off my soapbox.
How awkward was the backstage area that day? Has anybody talked? Is this just something that you guys are playing close to the vest, like the parties involved, or has it become a whisper campaign?
What time of day?
I'm saying right before you go out for Hogan.
So I'm in the, when you'd have to know the go position, but I'm probably a good, Conrad, probably good 40, 50 feet, a long way away from where I'd walk through the curtain. I got away from everybody because I really had to sit and think. I tried. This is bad, but what do I do? What are my real options here? Go out there and attack? I mean, no, you can't go have a match with a guy who doesn't want to have a match. But do I really go through this? Is there any upside to it?
Wait, to be clear, you felt like Hogan didn't want to have a match?
He obviously didn't. He wanted to do the lay down deal.
Well, I mean, he co-signed the creative on that, but earlier in the day, y'all talked about a match.
Yes. And then it went south. And look, the person with the most power in that building that day was Hulk. And he chose not to work with me. It's that simple. We could have done the DQ. He could have beat me. We could have done any of that.
But to be clear, you also believe he chose not to work with you simply because the head writer said, I don't have any plans for you afterwards.
For sure.
Okay. So, I hate to be that guy, but you said earlier, well, back in 96, the Jeff Jarrett, Eric Bischoff relationship, really, it had my dad hanging over it, and we just sort of moved on. But your dad was really sort of your confidant, your consigliere. He is your right-hand man. He's the guy you can sit under his learning tree as you have your whole life. And if you need some career advice, who better to ask than your dad, who's one of the first millionaire promoters in wrestling and blah, blah, blah. When all of this craziness is happening here, do you now feel like I'm the damn champ? I'm not calling my dad for advice. Or do you just think, shit, I wonder what dad would do. Let me just go open my Razor flip phone here and give him a buzz.
Razor flip phone. The context, it's so hard to describe. It's 20 years later, and I'm trying to do my damnedest to paint the big picture, but it is truly in war, quasi, with no one general, no one army. And look, I didn't know how much of the same page Eric and because Eric's in quote unquote office role and Hulk his talent role, I didn't know how much of the same page they were really on and how much of the same page that Vince was really on with Terry Taylor or other creative team members or Ed Ferrara even to that. And me and Hulk and John Laurinaitis coming in, nobody was on the same page at all. So nobody trusted anybody. And so for me picking up my phone to call my old man, I would have to walk him through 50 scenarios, and that'd take me 2 days.
Right.
So no, I didn't call him, didn't think of calling him, didn't want to call him.
So you said earlier, Russo, when he said that, when he told you Hogan didn't want to do the job, that you know, he said you'd never been mad, or he'd never seen you mad, or you said not true. What does Russo direct you to do? I mean, everybody's on the same page about you're just going to go out there and lay down and roll out, and then we'll have you wrestle Booker T. Is that it?
That was what he pitched and said. And I'm like, that's terrible. I was just so disgusted. So Vince, thinking me being real quiet and just being thoroughly disgusted, maybe he interpreted it. I've never seen him so mad because I was quietly incredibly disgusted. But I thought to myself, well, there is a silver lining. Booker, we get to give the people something, you know, the Pat Patterson, something they didn't expect. But we were going to go through a lot of bad taste and just a lot of muck. Hogan is the top babyface of the organization, and that's the taste we were leaving him, shooting an angle with a writer. There was no denying that, no covering that up. That was the decision made.
You do a run in for Canyon's match with Booker T. You hit Booker with the guitar to help Canyon get the win. That sets up the main event, but let's talk about the moment of truth. Here's the write-up from the Observer. Hulk Hogan pinned Jeff Jarrett to theoretically win the WCW title. Vince Russo came out looking forlorn. Jarrett came down. Russo told him to lay down. Russo threw the belt in the ring like he was mad. Hogan put his foot on Jarrett for the pin. Jarrett got right up and walked out and didn't look very happy in the process. Hogan said it was bullshit like this that Russo was doing that was ruining wrestling. The announcers went on and on about what they just saw, saying it was real life, not part of the format, etc. How tense was this right before it happened and actually as it's happening? Just talk me through your experience.
You know, there's no way to describe the trepidation that I had. Slick Johnson's probably the only person on earth that could give a glimpse into it, because when I walked through the curtain, I had my game face on and I'm going to work. But backstage, knowing what I was about to do, my music playing, and again, we're going to do a watch along on this at some point on how long it took me from the time my music hit to the time I got to the ring, because I was really just second guessing the whole deal. But coming out and knowing, and you know, the people didn't know. I knew the people. Look, the people hated Slapnuts and loved Hulk, especially in Daytona. Okay, let's see what happens. What kind of match are they didn't know any of this. And you could, like any world title match with some build and some build up to it. And look, we hate Jarrett, and you were one of those. But you know, I was a heel and Hogan was a babyface, and they wanted to see the match. And me playing the tape forward and knowing this is what we're about to do, and the reaction that was going to take place, and I'm a part of it. And not only that, they got to see my ass back out here in 30 minutes to have a match. Like, guys, what are you possibly thinking? How do you want your hot heel to rebound from this in 30 minutes when you're not going to make them mad with heat? You're going to disgust them to the umpteenth degree. I'm the last person they're going to want to see, period. I'm the last talent that they're going to want to see. That's how I felt. That I played the tape forward. Is that making sense, Conrad?
Yes.
Me having to go out, do this BS thing with Hogan. Oh, but Jeff, go back out 30 minutes later and get a hell of a reaction. And you and Booker are going to tear the house down. Good for you guys. And now Booker's going to be the whole champion. All in an hour. Disaster. Terrible writing, terrible booking, and terrible thinking things through.
Jeff, I'm curious, if you think that all of this was so terrible, why did you keep Vince Russo employed in the wrestling business for so long after this?
Good question. Context. He was back, you know, because I don't put all of this on Vince.
Right. There's a lot of negotiations here.
Hulk played a role. WCW played a role. Johnny Ace everybody was a part of this culture.
But also too,
why did I keep him employed? I think was your direct question.
Yes.
Because I can create a different culture. Am I delusionally optimistic? A little bit, but I know for 2002 to 2009, it was a different culture in TNA without question.
It's fascinating to think about, especially with the benefit of hindsight. Let's talk about what we actually saw executed that night. You feel like the actual execution of you laying down, Russo coming down, throwing the belt in the ring, Hogan pinning you, Hogan cutting a promo, up to that point, everything has gone exactly as you guys laid out to the best of your recollection?
But yes, I mean, it was go out, lay down. That's what we're doing. Yes.
It's a silly thing, but I noticed it, and I'm sure there was a conscious effort because of the way this all shook out. When you come to the ring to wrestle Hogan, you're not wearing the big gold belt that's over my head that WCW had been using. You're wearing a cast copy from AFX Studios that Andre Freitas made, and it has a nameplate on it that says Jeff Jarrett, but it's black leather and it's all gold. It's not the dual plated one behind me, not the original. Hogan's going to take that belt, leave the arena with it. And to this day, it's hung in his beach shop down in Florida, and you can go see it. But you're actually going to
Hogan nameplate,
the Jarrett nameplate. That wasn't your belt. That was a copy of the belt. You wore your belt out, the real belt, later that night to wrestle Booker T. Somebody in props came to you and said, "Hey, don't wear that one. Wear this one." Do you remember that?
I don't. Boy, you are a belt meister, the podfather and a belt meister, but do you know that's the first time I took Grado into Hogan's Beach Shop on Mania a couple of years ago when we did Something to Wrestle With first show. That weekend, I went to Hogan's Beach Shop for the first time. I didn't even realize the Jarrett belt was in there.
That is your Bash at the Beach 2000 belt, because he's never back in WCW ever again. You killed him right here.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. But I think it's funny that somebody was like, because that's very almost mob like if you want to believe that wrestling is real, and we know it's not. But I'm just saying, this situation feels like, no, don't let him take the real belt.
Yeah.
Let him take the bullshit belt.
And just gave Penzer's credibility. That decision, the dual Jarrett nameplates wasn't thought of day of.
So chat me up. He's out of there. He walks with the belt, and then Russo cuts a scathing promo. And this is where people start to get their feelings hurt, and there's lawsuits flying back and forth. As far as you recall, the promo that Russo cut, that was also in the original plan, or no?
I knew he's going to cut a promo. I never like when somebody says GD, but I knew he was going to give his Long Island diatribe. And when Vince wants to cut a promo, he can cut a promo. But I knew that he was going to say, basically set up the match. Okay, here's what was told to me. I'm going to cut a promo, out with the old, in with the new. That's all that I knew, to set up the match with Booker T.
And it's the context of that promo that I think Hogan took issue with, and it's the reason he never came back. Quote, "There's only one way for me to do this, and that is for me to tell you like it is. 3 weeks ago, I left WCW, and quite frankly, I didn't know if I was going to come back. And the reason I didn't know whether or not I was going to come back is because from day one, since I've been in WCW, I've done nothing but deal with the bullshit of the politics behind the curtain. The fact of the matter is I have a wife and 3 kids at home, and I don't need this shit. But let me tell you the reason I did come back. I came back for every one of the guys in that locker room who week in, week out bust their asses for WCW. I came back for the Booker T's. I came back for every single guy in MIA. I came back for the Animals. I came back for Jarrett. I came back for the guys behind the curtain who give a shit about this company. And let me tell you who doesn't give a shit about this company, that goddamn politician Hulk Hogan. Because let me tell you people what happened here tonight in this ring. All day long, I've been playing politics with Hulk Hogan because tonight Hulk Hogan wants to play his creative control card. And to Hulk Hogan, that means tonight in the middle of this ring, when he knew it was bullshit, he beats Jeff Jarrett. Well, guess what? Hogan got his wish. Hogan got his belt and he went the hell home. I promise everybody, or else I'll go in the goddamn grave. You'll never see that piece of shit again. Nobody's going to be ripped off tonight. Hulk Hogan now has the WCW belt. And Hulk, let's refer to that as the Hulk Hogan Memorial Belt, because from here on out, that belt don't mean shit. Because there will be a new WCW belt. And as far as I'm concerned, that belt still belongs to the guy who busts his ass week in and week out in the middle of the ring. You people can love him or hate him, but he doesn't screw anybody back there. And that's Jeff Jarrett. Now hold on a minute. Jeff Jarrett's still the official WCW champion, but he'll defend that title in this ring tonight against the son of a bitch back there who for 14 years has been busting his ass in WCW and can't get a goddamn break because of Hulk Hogan. I'm talking about Booker T. Booker T and Jeff Jarrett are the two reasons I'm in this damn stinking business to begin with. So tonight in this ring for the WCW title, two deserving guys, Jarrett and Booker, will compete for the WCW title and tear this goddamn house down. And Hogan, you big bald son of a bitch, kiss my ass. It's a masturbatory promo. As you said, there's no payoff. It's not going to help anybody. It's not going to draw any money, but it is creative, but it's a pay-per-view. People paid to see Jeff Jarrett wrestle Hulk Hogan and it didn't happen. We're still getting a Jeff Jarrett match, but now Hulk Hogan's arch rival is not Jeff Jarrett, his opponent from a moment ago. It's the writer backstage, Vince Russo, who just cut a promo. It's hard to imagine anybody ever thought any of this was a good idea.
I like how you said that so eloquently. No kidding. Seriously.
At this point, your family's been in wrestling, I don't know, 5 decades, if not longer.
46.
This type of promo just flies in the face of everything your family believed in and built, right?
The profanity laced GD is such a non-starter, but the context of Vince saying the only reason I'm in this business
is Jeff Jarrett and Booker T. What?
That doesn't it was so transparent.
Yes.
So nobody believed any of that.
Did you hear the promo as it happened?
Huh?
Did you hear the promo as it happened?
I did hear bits and oh gosh, Conrad, I don't want to, live. Did I hear it? But I've heard it back. So I don't recall. But just it's again, hindsight's 2020, but there was just no validity and again, out of context, but hey, Daytona Beach, although there are a lot of snowbirds down there, but still it's WCW territory. And Vince has a very thick Long Island accent. And you're talking about Hulk Hogan. Yes, it's Hollywood Hulk, and he had been through that run, but it's still Hulk. Period. It was bad.
Do you remember seeing Hulk backstage before he and Bischoff left the building?
Oh, I don't. My recollection, I came through the curtain. Maybe I listened to a little bit of that promo, but I went straight to book because I knew we had a very limited short time a window to put a match together.
From what I remember, I believe the story is as soon as the show's over or Hogan's part is over, he and Bischoff go jump on a plane and they're out of there. Like they leave, not just the building, but they fly out. Right.
What is Eric and Hulk? Did they say they didn't know about the Russo promo? And I know
I think it was the content of the they knew he was going to cut a promo that set something up, but they never knew. They didn't agree with allegedly the whole, you'll never see him again. You'll never see that piece of shit again. That belt don't mean shit, blah, blah, blah. But by the way, spoke into existence. We never see Hulk Hogan in WCW again.
I think the whole thing was built around, now look, again, hindsight's 2020, was Hogan's renewal. And they said, okay, I'm not going to get it renewed, but let me start litigation. I'll get money out of Turner somehow. But again, that's hindsight's 2020, but still just the whole thing's a mess.
Russo has said in interviews, he told you the next day it was a work, but you always thought it was a work. Why would Russo feel the need in interviews all these years later to say, hey, it was a work?
Yeah. Thank you. But me and Booker's match was real, right? He really won the world. I mean, just the whole thing is just insanity. So he's going to tell me the next day that it was a work, that the promo was a work.
Yeah. I mean, that they're, hey, we're just trying to work the boys, blah, blah, blah. Were you ever deposed as a part of the lawsuit between Hulk and Time Warner?
I wasn't. And that is something that
how amazing is that?
Very. So as the days and months, which tells me neither side wanted to hear my side, which if you really pull it back and look, I'm no expert in litigation, but I've been around it. Neither side wanted my testimony.
Why do you think that is?
You tell me.
Well, listen, my conspiracy theorist brain says maybe Bischoff knew, hey man, they try to settle lawsuits around here. So if you bring one for the right amount of money, they'll just say, you know what? It's just easier to pay it and make it go away.
Yep.
And so perhaps they thought, well, you know, we didn't really agree to that and we could kind of sit home and this is a shit show. Let the chips fall where they may. You got the belt. We could turn that into a storyline with Vince or some other promotion in the future, but then you can get paid out the rest of your contract and maybe get a little settlement because he trashed you and you didn't allow that as part of your creative control thing. So they've breached your contract. So let's just go ahead and get a lawsuit going and get paid. And that's what happened.
Yeah.
But why would Russo not refute it? Because Russo also knew, well, maybe he did. I don't know, but it's just fascinating that there's a real life lawsuit out of make believe creative that nobody could agree on. That really in hindsight is probably we've talked this whole time. We're 2 hours in. We haven't even mentioned, oh, by the way, this will be the first night that Booker T wins his world title.
And I am so glad. Me and Booker did a deal with WWE in the last year or so. Maybe it was last year this time. I don't know, but him winning. And that is the silver lining. And I was a part of the A&E biography. The silver lining and all of it to me, even when the chips went down and it was like, well, thank God we don't leave them with the Hogan Russo storyline. It's really a new champion and let's get out there and let me bust my ass and do everything I can to make this the best match I possibly can. And the people responded much better than I thought. Connie, I can tell you right now, walking through the curtain to wrestle Booker T, I like a lot of talent. I had a fear of, I don't say silence, but not a good crowd reaction. Just one of those distractive, constant booing. I don't say chants, but just way off base. I didn't know what to expect, but Booker was over. I still had some heat, and I think people were like, okay, that happened, whatever. We're here to pay-per-view. We want to see a new champ. We thought Hogan, but no, we do love Booker. So maybe Booker's going to beat Jeff's ass. I don't know. But Booker, and I'm glad that I can say in the history of the two-time Hall of Famer that he beat me first to become world champion. At the end of the night of the disastrous bash at the beach with all the litigation and all the BS that came out of it, that I got to be a part of a solution as a part of that crazy problem. So that is a huge silver lining for me personally.
Meltzer liked it. He gave it 3 stars. It's 13 minutes and 40 seconds. Meltzer says the announcers did a great job getting the belt and the match over. They worked hard, but seemed very nervous because the match had a lot of slow spots and things were off. They did a lot of near falls and the obligatory referee bump. They teased the belt shot finish. JArrett then gave a recovering Billy Silverman, the referee, the stroke, which made no sense, but T hit the Uranagi when Mark Johnson ran in, fully clothed, I might add, and counted the pin. 3 stars. So listen, it's not what anybody talks about. It totally stole his moment in the sun. It should be remembered largely for his first title win, given the career he had. Instead, we're talking about the silliness of Hulk Hogan and Vince Russo. One of the most challenging nights of your career, fair to say?
Oh, for sure. And, you know, maybe not to get too dramatic here, but certainly one of the darkest moments because it didn't have to happen. It just nothing. It was just bad. You know, not everybody has great days at the office. It was a bad day at the work office, just being a part of that.
What were your brothers in arms saying or thinking about this? You come back through the curtain at the end of the night. What's everybody saying?
Let's go get a beer.
Yeah.
Just so disgusted, very disgusted. But to put it back into context, you just, over the last 3, 6, 9, 12 months, just all the uneasiness and, the head writer in, out, Eric, who had led that company to such great heights, in, out, Hulk, those days, so many no-shows at live events and Millionaires Club. I'm not singling anyone out. Oh, they're advertised for this house show run. Nope. Get to the building, and out of the top 8 guys that were advertised, 5 are not there. Maybe 3 are there. So it was just a domino, one bad decision after another. So coming through the curtain that night and afterwards and headed to Nitro the next day, it was another night at the craziness of WCW 2000.
When did you get a chance to talk to Hulk Hogan about all this?
Years later. I didn't see Hulk for years. Maybe Japan at TNA when I flew over.
Yeah. Now, I guess what I was driving at is he put all the heat on Russo as best as you can recall.
1,000%, not 100%. Yes.
And what about your man, Vince Russo? What was he saying on the other end of this? Not that night, but
around then, because I don't know if it was this night or the weeks coming after it. Jimmy was really disgusted with it too. And again, that may be a year later, 2 years later, but when you think Hulk, you think Jimmy and Daytona and all that. I can just remember Jimmy shaking his head. We had conversations in early days of TNA, me and Jimmy, about just what a mess it was. And when you said put it all on Russo, I can remember me and Jimmy having a conversation and just like nothing good came out of it. But anyhow, where were you go? What was your Russo? So where was Nitro and Thunder the following up days? Because it was on to the next.
Nitro the next day is in Jacksonville, Florida.
Yep.
4,652 paid fans who are going to see you defeat Goldberg, Scott Steiner, Canyon. And I guess it's like a 4-way deal here to become the number 1 contender. So you're the number 1 contender. And then the next day they're doing Thunder in North Charleston, South Carolina. And in the main event, you would pin Canyon there.
Got it. So nothing memorable, so to speak. I think in August, we went out to Vancouver. I might've wrestled Booker. Went fishing out there, went salmon fishing, but no, it was
that's the next pay-per-view you're talking about. August 13th, 2000. The main event is Booker T and yourself.
Yeah.
For the world title in Vancouver, British Columbia at the Pacific College.
My eyes were set on that, heading back in that direction.
But I'm saying in regards to Hogan, did you ever wonder, cause I mean, here's the thing. We sort of set the stage right up front. This was a big deal for you personally, professionally, in every possible way. It could be a big deal for you, wrestling Hulk Hogan as the champ on a pay-per-view. And then it was just a fucking disaster and it wouldn't happen again in WCW. Did you feel like, fuck, man, not only did we rob Booker T of his moment, I kind of didn't get my moment either.
For sure. Yes. And I knew that it wasn't for anything that I did, so I wasn't to blame. It's not like I missed my flight or didn't show up or showed up late or whatever it was. Nothing. It was completely out of my control. And it was all in my mind at the time. It was all driven 100% by Hogan's contract. Creative control, renewal, where he wanted to take his career, him and Russo not getting along, all of that.
Did your relationship sort of forever change with Russo or Hogan or Bischoff or anybody as a result of this?
I mean, You ask a dramatic question. Of course it changed forever. I certainly looked at Hogan in a different light. I'll say that.
How so?
He controlled the cards. We could have had a match. We could have had a DQ. We could have had, look, it was very clear. He had creative control. He could have beat me.
You would have rather he just beat you.
Oh God, yes. And then walked out with the belt. I'm not coming back. I'm not, whatever, anything but what we did. I told Mark Johnson that night.
That you would have rather just lost.
Wrestling. Mark, he doesn't have a great wrestling background. We talked, but he's like, man, what do you think? I'm like, we could do anything but this.
Let's jump to some questions.
I don't think it was a good decision for Hulk.
No, it's bad for everybody.
Yeah. Okay. I just, what I'm saying is, so you asked the question, going back to, you chastised me about being long-winded like our buddy JArrett, but no, but did my relationship forever change? I can't really say that. I mean, sure, Eric and Vince and all that, but Hogan as a talent, as a wrestler, had the choice to either go work a match or not, and he chose not. That was 100% on his shoulder.
You didn't think it was a way to that was a Russo piece of business.
It was their collective decision, obviously, but Hogan held all the cards.
Well, you say Hogan held all the cards, but like in my head, I think Hogan would have been fine with, I mean, Hogan originally pitched, I want to win. And this was the compromise they worked out. And it made it feel like that was a Russo thing, not a Hogan thing. I don't know. I'm trying to really gauge where you are on this. Cause when you said, yeah, I never looked at Hulk the same way again, that sort of flies in the face of what you were saying earlier with guys want to know what's next. Okay. I lose. And then what? Well, from there. And if the answer is, we don't have anything for you. Well, now it feels like, well, shit, why am I doing it?
That's what I'm saying is that creative control clause never really works in the long run, because yes, you can win with your ball, but we're not going to have your ball in the next ball game, but I just, again, not knowing the exact details of his contract, that's sort of the up in the air. Like what was the August or September or October? When was his contract going to expire? So yeah, Hogan, rightfully so, if Russo told him, which my understanding he did, I don't know where we're going with this. It put everybody between a rock and a hard place.
By the way, just so everybody understands, this is Hulk Hogan's 1998 contract that we're talking about. Where he gets a monster deal. So in 98, he made 3.78 million. In 99, he made 4.6 million. He's only here for half the year, as you know, in 2000, and he makes 2.3 million. But he is going to sue World Championship Wrestling as a result of this pay-per-view. The case was decided in January of 2005. Process what we're talking about.
Wow.
This shit happened July 9th, 2000, and the decision comes down January 21st, 2005. And I mean, it's all in.
What did you get? How much would you get?
I don't think that piece is actually disclosed, but
I think how much money the attorneys got
in 5 years.
Yes.
It's a monster amount of cash.
Seven digits.
Ultimately it's a mess.
I was going to say, I almost finished your sentence. Ultimately, it is a mess.
The idea that we're suing people about creative.
Think about that.
Yeah.
Think about that. But you know what? In Hulk's defense on this, the suit, yes, it was about creative, but it was really about a contract.
Yeah.
Hogan wanted to hang on to, another year. At that time, he didn't know the future. Nobody did of where WCW is going.
No, nobody would have predicted that they'd be out, right?
Right.
So let's jump around. We got some questions here as we're wrapping this one up. The Rosen Coaster wants to know, had Hogan's original idea of leaving the pay-per-view with the belt and returning in the fall to fruition, how do you think you would have fit into those plans?
Well, I think a simple angle would have been somehow, some way, either beat Booker back or some way, and then go title for title. I mean, in a way that could have been a scenario to who's going to be the real WCW World Heavyweight Champion. It could have easily gone that way.
Francis wants to know, do you think, looking back at it now, if you knew that Hogan was going to walk away and it was an angle, would you have acted differently with the whole thing? There's a lot of confusion as to when you knew and what you knew. We've sort of cleared that up, but if you had it to do over again, would you have done anything differently now as an older, wiser man, Jeff?
Oh gosh, Conrad, you have said, and I'm sure we'll have offline conversations about this, but 20 years the wiser.
Yeah.
Had I just picked up the phone and called Eric, knowing even Eric in those days, knowing that, look, Eric will hear, and Eric's got more patience than I think he probably gets credit for. I think he might have at least heard me out, but if I had picked up the phone, called Eric, if I had picked up the phone, called Hulk, hell, even in, hey Dad, can I tag you in and see if you can't call Hulk? Hulk might not even answered his call, but maybe he would have. Maybe if I'd have tried mediator, maybe if I would have called Siegel and said, look, I know you're hearing from JJ. I know you're hearing from Eric. I know you're hearing from Vince. I know you're hearing from Hulk. I know you got contracts. I'm this guy way down at the bottom of this totem pole, but don't forget, I am the guy walking in as your champion on Sunday. Let's try to figure something out. I've learned so much through the years, but without communication, isolation is a death trap.
I'm so glad that you said that, because when I sort of pitched the Hogan thing earlier, you looked at me like I had flaming turds hanging out of my mouth, but in my head, I just felt like communication.
Oh gosh.
And really, not properly managing expectations is how we got in this mess.
Yes.
And before you and I even really started working together, I heard you use a phrase and I'd never heard it before. And you said, one of my things I've learned in wrestling and all my business ventures is they don't really work out when what I call under communicate. And I want you to just take a minute and sort of explain what you believe the definition of under communicate means.
Building up expectations, trying to figure out what other people are going to do, and playing chess without talking. And you lose. I've lost here's another little thing I've learned over the last couple of years. I've lost every argument that I've had with myself. You know what I'm saying? If you're only having the discussion with yourself, one side's going to lose and one side's going to win, and you're both going to end up, with a gun. I mean, just really, really bad. So the opposite of over communicate is under communicate. And that has gotten me, when I look back over my career, hell, just every relationship, but certainly this is a podcast about the wrestling business, trials and tribulations. Every time I've under communicated, I have really shot myself in the foot.
That's the takeaway. If there is a lesson to learn, Punish TJ Gamebox says, what would you have done in Hogan's shoes at this time? That's an interesting question. If you're Hogan, what would you have done?
So, and this sort of flies in the face of what brought Hogan to the dance, because Hogan had Vince guiding his career, and Hogan, I know it's not this simple, but show up, be the babyface, big boot, drop the leg, go home. But because Hogan was the only one of all of us talent that had an upside, that really had an upside, if he would have been the leader and rallied the troops, and he would have over communicated. Now look, again, that didn't bring him to the dance, but if he would have rallied Eric and okay, if he wanted to isolate Vince, but if he would have rallied the troops, and I mean the talent, the young guys, the old guys, and say, hey, man, we got to bring the nose up of this plane called WCW. And for several years, we were riding high. But hey, guys, I make a lot of money if our buy rates go up. But guess what? You guys all get increases every year on your contract if this nose goes up on this plane. So as the leader of this company, from a talent perspective, boys, let's get it together and figure out what's best. At least giving that a try. I know that's fictitious. I know that is so preposterous, but you're, our great podcast listeners asked the question, what would, so I'm answering the question best I can.
Boy, I want you to give me an answer. And I want you to time yourself on this next one, because I know that we could do a 12-hour episode on it.
Oh boy.
But just give us a tease if that's what it needs, and we'll come back to it when the time is right. But we do have one more question from Abraham Lincoln Jones. But before
Lincoln Jones?
Yep. Before we have you answer it, I want to remind everybody next week, we're talking about how the Tennessee Titans saved TNA. We'll be back in 2 weeks talking about walking out on Vince McMahon and In Your House #2. And then of course we'll finish out the month of July talking about Ain't I Great? His debut with the World Wrestling Federation, but stay tuned. Lots of great stuff coming your way. Abraham Lincoln Jones wants to know, and again, I'm running the timer here. What's your problem with Vince Russo these days, and why haven't you talked to him?
Has the stopwatch started?
It will when you start.
Who said I hadn't talked to him?
Well, Abraham Lincoln Jones did.
So Abraham, you're misinformed, but I'll be short-winded, and at the appropriate time, maybe if Conrad so chooses, we'll get long-winded. Look, I have communicated over the last couple of years via email, but a lot of water went under the bridge, and there was a certain situation at the end of TNA that was disclosed to me from Janice Carter, and the things that I connected the dots, not just from Janice, but from multiple people. I kind of knew that I can like and I can love people from afar, but in day-to-day communication is not exactly good for my well-being.
Yep. Lots to unpack on the Vince Russo story. It will continue to evolve. For the record, Vince has always been cool with me. I like Russo. I treat people how they treat me, and he's always been very cool with me. And love him or hate him, he contributed a lot to professional wrestling, and we're going to continue to talk about the good and the bad.
Hey, Conrad,
yeah.
Can I give you a little something that I received?
Yeah.
You're going to chuckle. Look at me in the camera. There you go. You're looking at me. I received an email from Vince this week, just saying hello. That's it. Just saying hello. And I responded.
Good. I'm glad.
I know, and I mean that, Abraham. And for people who know my story, going through a rough time, resentments. The definition of resentment in my mind and others is old anger.
Yeah.
If I hold on to anger, that's drinking my own poison, and you die from that. So I'm not angry. I'm not resentful, not just about Vince, about anybody. I mean, literally, there's not one person on this earth. This goes into, family, business, friends, cohorts, enemies, whatever it is. I don't have any anger or resentment. It's just not a way to live. And when I say life is too short, I have gone through losses in my life. I've gone through ups and downs, but I've learned the hard way. Let me just say that I've learned the hard way. Dumb old Jeff didn't actually listen to all my Sunday school lessons along the way, so to speak. But there's no need in hanging on to any of that. I've grown from it. I am incredibly blessed. I tweeted a couple of times this week, Conrad. I don't know if you said it, but I don't believe in coincidences, only convergences. And I believe 20 years ago, I had a summer of no worries for a different reason. It was contract and coming off the heels of all this. But this summer, in so many ways, I am living a very blessed life, and you are a big part of it. And this is summer of no worries too.
This episode is brought to you in part by ProWrestlingCrate.com, monthly mystery crates for diehard wrestling fans. If you're looking for exclusive wrestling collectibles every month, sign up for ProWrestlingCrate.com. Boxes ship worldwide and include brand new merchandise from AEW wrestlers and WWE legends. Every premium box includes 2 t-shirts, 1 micro brawler figure, and 1 autographed 8x10, 1 lapel pin, and more. The plans start at just $9.95 and are the perfect gift for any wrestling fan. Visit ProWrestlingCrate.com today. Well, we're talking about a totally different era today. We're going to ride that WCW train, or as Tony Schiavone called it, the coffin on roller skates. We recently touched on the Bash at the Beach 2000. This is the follow-up effort. New Blood Rising. Boy, this is an unorganized era of WCW. The New Blood is formed back in April with the relaunch of WCW under the tutelage of both Vince Russo and Eric Bischoff. They're supposed to be feuding with the Millionaires Club, and you're going to be the top guy of the New Blood. By the time we get to New Blood Rising in August, the angle and gimmick are both kind of done, but it feels like that's really a snapshot of everything in WCW. There was not a lot of staying power with any of this stuff. It was just, rapid fire.
Conrad, Bash at the Beach, In Your House 2, these maybe red letter days, 10-pole events in my career. But as I was in my head, I didn't have to do a lot of recall and research for some of those events on today's podcast. The Ad Free Team and Derek and just sort of jarring my memory and thinking things through. And you think about this year of 2000 that we're talking about, that we walked out in Denver and the New Blood and the Millionaires and just that whole angle took off. That was April or March, April. And then this is the August pay-per-view. It's like 3 months away. I mean, back in those days, you had to deliver marketing materials to the pay-per-view distributors 90 days in advance. Well, really about 100 days in advance, because they had to start creating materials. So New Blood Rising, the title of that pay-per-view was done 120 days before. And by the time we get to this, like you just said, I mean, I think in a lot of ways, in hindsight, obviously hindsight's 2020, the Bash at the Beach and the fallout from that was truly the beginning of the end. End of what? I can't say definitively, but it was what a complete mess. When we go through this show and talk about, I'll go ahead and bring her up. I got to do it, Conrad. When we talk about Judy Bagwell, Mike Awesome's valet, 400 guitar shots, different kind of partners in and out, the Thunder situation. We've got some real moments that in hindsight you look and go, yep, that was the writing on the wall. Yep, that was the writing on the wall. Going to be a fun show though, because I'm glad those days are in my rearview mirror.
Well, Eric's gone. Hulk Hogan's gone. It's going to be a legal battle, as we discussed. But the night after Bash at the Beach, Vince Russo was back and writing TV. It said that Brad Siegel told everyone at that Nitro that Vince will be writing the Nitros and pay-per-views, and Ed Ferrara will be writing Thunder. Do you remember that being the way it went down?
I don't remember Brad Siegel having that conversation, and I'm not saying it didn't happen. Maybe I wasn't at the building, or I was already shooting pre-tapes or whatever. But it was my understanding, and I got to say that during the Bash at the Beach day, when they're going through, all right, the lay down and this and that, and you're dropping it to Booker, I didn't ever recall that Vince wasn't going to be there. But in how you sort of teed that up, you said Vince Russo was back. I don't ever really remember him leaving.
No, I just mean that Hogan was gone. I mean, Hogan's out, Eric's back. You know what I mean? They're gone, but Russo's still here. He's back at the show and business as usual. So, what's the reaction to Eric and Hulk being gone amongst the other talent? There's the old, what is it called? Telephone, telegram, telewrestler. So they walk out at Bash at the Beach. Everybody's probably talking amongst themselves. That was a work, blah, blah, blah. They like working the boys, yada, yada. but it had to be a stressful day, and everybody had to, I assume your friends are at least coming up like, Jeff, what the fuck? So the next day at Nitro, what's everybody saying about Hogan and Bischoff?
Pretty much that it was, I hate to say business as usual, another story, another storyline. Let me say that most were not like big fans of it. They didn't buy that they didn't buy the realities that transpired over the next 30, 60, 90 days, and then months and actually years to come. Nobody called that on that day that you look, this, everybody got sideways. Hulk will be back. I certainly thought I thought it would resolve itself. You know, the so much money was being made. I didn't foreshadow that. Okay, this is really the last time Hulk is going to be in a WCW building. I just didn't see that, and didn't see that how it was shaken down.
I want to mention too, the next Nitro, the one right after the show. It's got one of the biggest stories ever, you know, the Russo Hogan thing and all that, but the rating only goes from a 2.24 to a 2.58. Of course, the week before was the 2.24. Are you nervous about the ratings? I mean, at this point, the WWF is so far ahead. They've lapped you twice, you know?
Yeah. And, you know, the week to week ratings, yes, everybody looked at them. We watched them, but that this is one thing that was as clear today as it was back then. The angle, and I hate to say that, but that's really what it was. The angle at the Bash of the Beach I wasn't involved in that. I was I was. I was a bit player. That was between Russo and Hogan.
Right.
So what's the payoff? I mean, what is the payoff? Oh, wow. Hulk's beat up Andre. I mean, look at all of his opponents he's knocked down. Earthquake and Kamala. Oh, so now Vince Russo? There were, you know, that was the angle that was shot. So what was the payoff? There wasn't one. And that was the real mindset that I had, that why would the rating be up? And I'm not saying that had Russo been there, but it was a bad angle, a bad story. And the ratings, like you said, not lapped them once, twice, no momentum, complete dysfunction, house shows, live events, but no live event. You know, it was just complete disarray. Nobody was rowing in the same direction at all. So there was no reason for the rating to be up. None.
You said it, so I want to circle back to it. You said house show. Live event. Is house show a bad word with WWE? Is it one of the banned words by Vince McMahon?
He'd banned might be too much of a stake in the ground. He refers to them as live events. And through the years, I completely concur with that mindset. I was raised on house shows because the old thing is, what's the house? And for those, Conrad, I'm going to play the role of you. Hey, chat me up, Jeff. What do you mean by house? The house is the gross dollars that are brought in. Yeah. The gate. And so a house show, wherever that vernacular came from, that's a good story. But a live event, and look, when working through, especially in the TNA days, it was so much easier I began in meetings, not just externally, but internally. There are televised events, pay-per-view events, and non-televised events. I think that's the easiest way to put them in three buckets, because when you say a live event, a TV's a live event, a pay-per-view is a live event. And so non-televised event, it to me is the best language. But Vince is not a fan of house shows.
But you've adopted that in your real life now.
The terminology that I use, and actually went through this, in the last 48 hours with on a discussion. That's how I laid it out. There's three types of events: non-televised, televised, and pay-per-view. Here's
where I'm getting to. Your son Cody, when he broke his wrist the other day, did you call Karen and say, "Well, we better get him to a medical facility"?
Nope. What the hell are you talking about?
Vince McMahon will not let people say hospital on TV. He requires that they say medical facility. So not like, hey, did you take Cody to the hospital for his broken wrist? It was, Did we get Cody down to the medical facility?
Wow. Okay. Learn something new every day. How about that?
It's just interesting. You can't say belt, and
Others better get that right.
behind you we
Get his
see
ass down to the damn doctor.
the Intercontinental Champion, the big gold belt, and the Dome Globe world title behind you. Do you refer to those as championships or are they belts?
Straps.
Oh, you're way old school. Look at you.
I'm kidding.
I guess what I'm getting at, did you see any of those freakouts in a meeting with Vince where he would say, damn it, they're not belts, they're championships or something like that?
I've heard often, and it's never a outburst. It would be, you mean live event? Yes, sir. That's what I meant.
Yeah. Yeah. I got you. So that Nitro, July 10th is in Jacksonville. Of course, everything's in Jacksonville. And you worked twice. First, you beat Billy Kidman early on. And then the Observer, Meltzer would credit Johnny Ace with helping improve the match quality and finishes because he brought an all Japan philosophy to the company. Boy, WCW just needs all the help they can get. Do you agree with that assessment that Johnny Ace had a positive influence on the in-ring stuff, the finishes and whatnot?
And see, I'm a big believer in this. Love Johnny, worked with him for years. But I believe he'd even tell you this, but I'll certainly say this, that what resonates in Japan doesn't always resonate in the US, and what resonates in the US, it's different culture, different styles. I kind of found that fascinating in Dave, but you know, if you want to believe something to be accurate, yes, you believe it. But it was, I can't say that Johnny hurt or help or by any means, but when you have a 6 or 7 minute TV match, probably not even that long, I don't think you get into it's a series of moves with a finish.
Ernest the Cat Miller is the WCW commissioner at the time, and he's going to announce a 3-way dance for the #1 contendership and a match against Booker T at New Blood Rising in Vancouver. This 3-way is going to be between yourself, Scott Steiner, and Canyon. Goldberg's going to interrupt, and he also is in the match now. So it's a 4-way. So you're working twice here.
Why?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's what I wanted to know. Hell, if you don't know, I guess we should get Russo. Well, maybe not. You pin Canyon after Goldberg jackhammers him, but then Steiner pulls him out of the ring before he can get the pin. And now you're the #1 contender. What was it like putting this match together? How were these guys to work with? I know you've been friends with Scott since Memphis, but talk to us about Canyon and Goldberg, and man, how underrated Canyon probably was in hindsight.
Incredibly underrated, but you know, just, I don't want to skip over because I think it's going to be the thread through today's episode of My World of like, why, what purpose? And look, I'm certainly not the headliner or any of that kind. I mean, why would you have Jeff Jarrett work twice? And it just in Jacksonville, you know, the pop out, nothing made sense. And I think another thread that as we go through this, I think Vince really crystallized coming back from the Bash at the Beach. Who's he really writing TV for? Is he writing it for the audience? Is he writing it for the suits at Turner? Is he writing it for the talent and the Millionaires Club? Who's he trying to please? What's he trying to accomplish? Very difficult task, because me working twice, I don't understand that. And then I think he originally said this is a 3-way, but Goldberg got added. You know, was that so we can get a clean finish? I don't know. But Canyon, he's a guy that I don't say worked his way up through the ranks, but lack of a better word, that's really what he did through the years. Good talent, great talent. But just when you hear that 3-way turned into a 4-way, it is what it is. But I'm sure it was pretty well executed because Chris can go and Scott and Bill. I mean, you know, everybody knew their role and got it done.
Are you surprised to see Goldberg still wrestling in 2021?
No, I'm not. He keeps himself in shape. the thing that I think when you really crystallize Bill's career and the, you know, that 90s era, Vanilla Ice and others, but you know, he got hot so quick, and Sting was the face, but Goldberg was the new face. And you got to give Stone Cold Steve Austin all the credit in the world, because he was uber red hot on the other show, or the show Kicking Ass, and Bill was the counterpart on the WCW. And so his candle burned really, really bright for that small period. And then Bill went away. Bill's in shape, and WWE knows how to carry on the legacy. And look, he did have that at whatever years those were when he came back, and the Brock thing and all that stuff that went south. But the 90s is red hot in so many ways, and Bill looks the part, is the part. And so I'm not surprised, because if he couldn't do it physically, that'd be another question. But his moveset is as good as it was in the 90s.
Let's talk about the next day. You're in Charleston taping Thunder. That's going to air on July 12th. You're going to be in the main event and pin Canyon again. Canyon is wearing the DDP wig in the continuation of their angle. It's a little silly, is it not?
Here we go. Okay. So let's keep a little tally, and maybe the ad-free team will keep that tally running. So we hadn't got to Judy Bagwell, but we have got to a Canyon in a wig.
Yep.
During this here, again, you know, trying to, and I'm assuming, without just recalling, trying to give character development to Chris and his real life relationship with DDP. Just trying to evolve the character, but doesn't feel like it fit in this story.
Next up, we should mention that you're in Detroit on the 18th for Nitro, and the show is built around the United States title tournament. But you're going to wrestle Stevie Ray third from the top here and get the pin. Medeja is going to interfere, and Rick Steiner is going to take the referee and help for the victory. You and Rick are then going to beat Stevie Ray down afterwards. Booker T comes out to save his brother. Are you just sort of clocking in and clocking out, or are you actively involved in your creative here?
I was, I will say this, and for a lot of years, when WCW would come up in conversations, people would sort of laser in on because this is sort of the year. I never clocked it in, I guess is the short answer. Wasn't clocking it in, but I knew that Don't Fight City Hall, and City Hall was behind the Wizard of Oz. Who was it? Because you can just tell by, okay, we need to get heat. We need to create a spot for Booker to come down and shine. And so how are we going to do that? Okay. So get his brother involved, and me and Rick Steiner. It was what it was. And, run the play, as Dutch Mantel said. Whatever play was given to me, I went out and did it to the best of my ability.
Talk to me a little bit about writing and the pressure. It feels like a lot of times, we would see a blockbuster movie and it might be a few years before we see the sequel. And, they're not cranking them out, every quarter or even every year. And on a television show, historically, most TV shows are going to have like a 13 episode run, and then they'll be off for a year or two. And that gives the writing staff to come up with and spend their time and get their creative juices going and come up with some interesting and compelling cliffhangers and storytelling. But man, it feels like a lot of times, and maybe this is a prime example, WCW in 2000. Hey, we're not saying we have a good story. We're just saying we got to have a show on Monday. Oh, and we got to have one on Thursday. So there's less thought and care and time and effort and energy put into making something great. And it becomes more of a function of, we just got to feed the beast. We got to keep the machine going. We got to keep the train on the tracks, whether we like it or not. We got to show this Monday. And the result is less creative storylines, less engaged fans, less fans in the seats, reduced revenue, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I think we're seeing that not just with WCW in 2000, but maybe we've seen it in more recent years in other places where we have to do a show because we're contracted to do one. So we're not saying this is a great show, but we did one.
All right, Conrad, I got a question. Let me flip the turd. And I'm going somewhere with this.
You say flip the turd?
Flip the tables.
Oh,
See, potty mouth, potty brain. Here we go.
flip the
I
turd.
just recently did an interview. As you know, I try to, we're still very young in the my world game and doing as much press and PR and getting different avenues to create. And I'm very thankful for the success thus far, but I want to keep it going. But I was asked in a recent interview, Jeff, what is the one thing you can only name one thing? Why? Because I said I have a passion for this industry more today than I ever have. It continues to grow.
Right.
What is one single reason you love this industry? Just can name one.
That's an interesting question.
It is. And if you don't want to answer, I'll keep going. I'll go ahead. If you've got one reason.
Somebody said not too long ago, when wrestling sucks, it's embarrassing and it's hard to watch. And there's really nothing worse. Mm-hmm. But when wrestling's good, man, there ain't nothing better. And, I don't know. I think it's probably the ability to invoke emotion. You find yourself invested and you care and you're not sure why you care. But I think most of us, I have a theory. A friend of mine from South Carolina, Brian Rogers, has a theory that everybody has like a 10-year window of when they really came into their fandom. That 10 years of wrestling, that 10 years of music, that 10 years of movies, that's their nostalgia that they'll always look back and remember fondly. And I think a lot of us keep watching because almost like an addict, we're sort of chasing the way we felt in those first 10 years, right? And we're like, oh, this reminds me of, it's never quite going to live up to the expectations. It'll never quite reach the mark, but sometimes we get close enough to keep us invested.
Okay. All right. So here was my answer. And it's somewhat, I think there's a paradoxical component to what we do. And I believe it boils down to hope. And this is the only, and maybe there are another industry, but I don't really know of any form of sport or entertainment that is 52 weeks a year. And no matter how bad or how good, whatever it is, you've always got next week. Okay, that match was awesome. Man, I hope they top it next week. That match was terrible. Well, there's always next week. And it's that, to me, it's sort of that magical, unique component of what we do is that, I mean, when John Cena has returned and the summer of Cena and everything that goes with that, it's like, damn, that's entertaining. That's some good shit, pal. But no, that's some good stuff. And whatever show, whatever brand you love, there's always that hope of, I hope it's great next week. Or like you said, that 10-year window. I hope we get to live those. But I don't know. I think the one thing that I love about it is, and just to drill it right down is that we're 52 weeks a year. We don't have seasons. There's always next Monday, or there's always next Friday, or whatever day of the week that you get your wrestling fix. I don't know.
It's interesting to think about the creative here and how much of it sometimes, well, let's move on. Next,
because, oh boy,
we're in East Lansing.
What city we at now? Where are we at?
East Lansing. You're going to tape Thunder there on the 19th of July, 2000. And on top, it's Harlem Heat versus you and Rick Steiner. Meltzer would write, TV main was Heat over JArrett and Steiner when Booker pinned JArrett with an inside cradle in 5 minutes and 19 seconds, but JArrett hit him with a guitar shot after. No heat and dull match. The original plan was to book it as a match where the world title would go to whoever scored the pinfall in the match, which is why it was booked for Booker T to score the pin. But just before showtime, the stipulation was dropped, with perhaps someone arguing that doing so only cheapens the belt. I got to tell you, I used to hate that idea, but I've grown to think, well, it is an interesting storytelling element where you can get the belt off of a guy without having him losing it. And it creates follow-up matches, especially if you're in this machine where, buddy, we got 2 live TV shows a week. Every week we got to have something.
Yep.
What do you think of that whole, you could be pinned or you could win the belt without actually pinning the champion, and he could lose the belt without actually being pinned or submitted?
Isn't that how Arquette won the belt?
Yep.
So again, it gets into that. It's psychology, storytelling, a lot of different ways to do it right and do it wrong. And, the belt's just a prop. Well, hold on. No, it's not. It's the prop. And so, gosh, and it is that, again, who are you writing the television for? Is it for the viewer that's watching that night? I mean, you got 2 hours to captivate them. You come on at the top of the hour, keep the thread going. Are they sticking around to watch that main event? Is it compelling enough? Do you need to have that type of storyline and stipulations on it? But does that really get a character over? I don't think so. I think there's, again, we're getting into the weeds on what makes this world go around of professional wrestling. But I think done, I'll just throw a number out there, twice a year. Okay. You get into 3 and 4 times a year. Oh God, here they go again. They're protected because the audience is sophisticated. They know it's a protective mechanism to get around not beating a guy. And I think that turns the audience off, but I see logic on both sides of the coin for sure.
Let's keep it rolling here and talk about how you're advertised in main events on some of the first live events WCW's running that aren't TV tapings in close to a month.
Red flag.
You're going to be in the main event against Booker T in Toledo and Dayton, or at least that's what you're advertised for. You're not actually at the show. Do you remember why you're not there?
I don't. I want to recall that was a red flag. I also.
What was the red flag? That they took a month off of live events, you mean?
No, that I wasn't on them. Advertised and I was pulled from them.
Yeah.
I don't remember specifically. I know that I did a track phone commercial. I was doing some different licensee stuff that I don't recall specifically if I got paid for those dates, but again, I had that deal that I was so happy that I negotiated coming in that I got a great downside, but I knew the climate that, hey, guys aren't making house shows. Okay, I'll make every one of them if I get paid. Well, Bill Bush, no problem. I mean, I'm talking to Bill. Okay, just incentivize me to go and you can book me open end. I'm just leaving a company that I'm working 20 plus days a month. I'll be happy to do that. Just pay me.
Let's also mention you're back on the road in Evansville and Louisville, but let's talk about some of the houses because this feels like it can't be real.
Mm-hmm.
WCW ran a house show in Toledo that drew 759 fans, $18,509 at the gate. Dayton drew 1,796 fans for a $40,557 gate. Louisville only drew 1,138 fans for a gate of 26,815. And Evansville drew 683 fans, $16,805 at the gate. Is this 1999 or 1985 when you're in the business? What's going on, man?
Conrad, I'd love to hear some comps for WWE live events during this time, but and look, you can say, oh, well, that's the summer, but you can't rationalize, justify, or minimize that crappy of house. The product was just so damaged by this time and no rhyme or reason.
When you walk into a building, and listen, maybe all of our listeners haven't figured this out yet, but you are an almost DDP level, disgustingly positive person. You approach everything with optimism. Every glass is half full. You ain't never seen nothing half empty. But when you walk into an arena and you look around and there are thousands of people dressed up as empty chairs, and there's 659 fans, and you're in the main event and you're looking around, does part of you say, God, I wish I wouldn't have fucked Jim Ross around right now?
Now, see, you just that's boy, you're an attorney. You just said that I F Jim Ross around.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're going down this rabbit hole.
Well, no, he felt that way. I mean, it's not like you felt like, well, I could just go to a payphone, just call Jimmy and get my old job back. You didn't think you had that kind of relationship, right?
Well, I didn't think I effed him around either by any stretch. Let's try the.
Okay. So you felt like at that point, listen, boy, this territory's dying on the vine. Let me just go ahead and fire off an email to Vince. I'm sure he'll have a spot for me. You didn't think that, did you?
No, I did, but I didn't think I effed Jim around. But I will say this. I signed a deal. It is what it is. It's like shit. When I broke in, we would have a run of spot shows, but come May, when kids are getting out of school, in September, when kids are going back to school, when we would run shows, you would say, hey, you got to take the good with the bad. I had zero control over expenses. So I showed up and went to work because you want to say I'm disgustingly optimistic. Here's what I was taught, and I'm so glad that I was. Conrad, when I walked in and you look at, hey, I mean, the old joke, everybody's dressed as chairs, but the people that weren't dressed as chairs that actually paid money, why cheapen them? I mean, literally, why? And I was raised, I was ingrained in me that way. Hey, these folks did buy tickets. So let's go give those people their money's worth. So at least we can have this base for the next time we come around. And it's like the old thing that people used to drive me crazy when you run these different shows. And if bell time's 8 and at 8:15, the show hadn't started, and different young promoters would come to me. Oh, we can't start the show. We can't start the show. Well, why not? Oh, there's a line halfway around the building. Oh, so we're going to penalize the people that got here on time, but the people that showed up late that don't give two shits about it, you're actually going to cater to them? Tell me the logic in that. There is no logic. So the people that pay those 759 in Dayton or Toledo, and I do remember these runs that just, and I'm not saying specifically, but man, there were some really, as the old saying, shoot a shotgun, not hit anybody out there. Yes. But you got to, the people that did pay, you got to make happy.
Tell me about the shotgun line. I've never heard that before, but that's tremendous.
How's it look out there tonight? Well, get your shotgun out, take a couple blasts. I promise you won't hurt anybody. Oh boy.
Nitro the next week is on the 24th from Cleveland. The Cat is going to punish you because you're asking for a title match against the tag team champions, Chronic. It ends up being a one-on-one match with Brian Adams after you hit Brian Clark with a guitar. From the Observer, Jarrett may be a good worker, but he couldn't even come close to having a match with Adams, as this was one mistimed spot after another. Clark finally came out with a busted up guitar after Jarrett. They teased doing the double choke slam on Jarrett through the announcer's table, but referee Mark Johnson stopped him. They put Johnson through the table and Jarrett ran off. Do you remember this match and it being mistimed spots? You know, most of us listening to the show, I know a lot of the boys listen, but a lot of us are never going to be in a wrestling match. And here you are on TV with a live crowd, and boy, this is not going well. And you're mistiming spots, or he is, or whatever. It's just not poetry in motion, as we like to say.
Yes.
How does that feel in the moment? Are you just like, oh, this is horrible. Get me out of here. Just get this over with. Or do you have to have some sort of ice water in your veins? Like, all right, let's just power through. Sort of like maybe a quarterback would. If he throws an interception, he's got to erase it from his mind, not have that interception on his mind, because he's got to continue the game, right?
What do you do when you're in class and the old proverbial, like fingernails on a chalkboard?
Yeah.
Internally, you're doing that. You're just going, oh my God. And just have those nights sometimes, again, prepping for the show and looking at different names that were going to be brought up. Brian Adams, when I met him, a little footnote in Double J's history, he's the one who actually introduced me and taught me my sushi game. sushi and sashimi and early, but when he was Crush. But by the time Brian had gotten to WCW and Chronic, his head wasn't into it. And Brian Clark was Atom Bomb. They both really liked the gimmick, but the things were so crazy. They'd be used one week and then not used, and just up and down. But we didn't gel this night, but I've had some good matches with Crush in the past, but you got to work to his strengths. But knocking one guy out earlier, so half of his tag team's not out. So I'm sure Brian showed up to work that day thinking, I'm going to get to work in a tag match. And then it turned into a single, and his whole game was built around probably tag spots. And now I got to go out and work a single. And then I do remember Slick Johnson. Now, this is a guy that got a job of being Scott Steiner's referee, and fast forward a couple of years, and now he's taking a table spot. He did not want to do this table spot. And I do remember that. He's like, well, we got to get, trying to maneuver his way out of there. No, Slick. I can assure you, Brian Adams and Brian Clark are not taking this table, and they don't want me to take the table spot. So you're up. God almighty.
Is now a good time to tell the story of how he got in wrestling? Should we save that for another day?
I think we ought to save that, but it is truly fascinating. Unbelievable.
Booker T and Goldberg main event, and they go 2 minutes and 28 seconds. When you attack Goldberg and Booker gets the win. The story the announcers were trying to tell is you'd rather face Booker than Goldberg, which is why you're helping Booker win. But really, that kind of makes Booker look like a weak champion, really, doesn't it?
Will you do your best JR impersonation for me right here and just give me a rant on 50-50 booking?
No.
Have you heard that before?
I have. I hear it all the time, but I know he already doesn't like your ass, and he's just pretending to get along, right? Because we're all family over at adfreeshows.com, or that's the shit I'm selling. And he's buying it right now, but he's already sore at Bruce because Bruce is doing sassafras, and they've been friends for 30 years. So now if you come around here,
what I'm saying is Jim's right. I'm advocating for Jim because he can say it much better than I can. I'm not joking.
You wanted me to do my impression that you've heard before that makes you laugh, but I can't do that on the air. Come on.
I am being 100% honest because Jim's rant on 50-50 booking is spot on because that would get you in the grave from a territory or a promotion, whatever it is, because you've got a brand new champion. So what is this Booker's third Nitro, second Nitro, whatever it is, just becoming a brand new champion, all the Hogan mess and the bash at the beach. And now all of a sudden I'm the guy that dropped the title to Booker. So I'm so mad at Booker. Oh, no, I would rather face you, Booker, not Goldberg. Think about the illogical, even in wrestling sense, this is, but it goes back to 50-50 booking.
Let's talk about what's next. Your main eventing Thunder in Wheeling, West Virginia. It's you and Booker. It's a bunkhouse match, which you win. Booker T passes out from the figure four. What do you remember about this bunkhouse match in Wheeling?
Just again, from Nitros to Thunders and Thunders to Nitro and the dysfunction and they were obviously at this time we were building toward the what this episode's about, New Blood Rising, and the bunkhouse and the craziness and the wild stuff going on. And man, trying to think what else happened on this Thunder. But Booker is such an incredible talent. The old proverbial turn chicken shite into chicken salad. But we could work this style and get it over and get the story over.
So let's talk about something else that happened on this show. Your old pal Judy Bagwell makes her in-ring debut against Canyon. Man, we got Canyon in DDP wigs. He's wrestling Buff Bagwell's mom. Did Canyon lose a bet, or is sometimes being a good hand and being able to quote unquote get a good match out of anybody almost like a curse?
It's for sure a curse. For sure. I've lived it multiple times. Hey, he can have a good match. He can get it done. It doesn't always work out in the specific talent that has that ability to go out and have a good match or get this over or get that over. And you just encapsulated really Chris Canyon's last big push. He wrestled Judy Bagwell and had a DDP wig on. That's kind of criminal.
You get the main event of show in Indianapolis, and you on top draws 2,143 fans to the Conseco Fieldhouse, which can hold around 18,000 fans.
Live event here.
Or
is this the Nitro or Thunder? I'm asking.
It's a live event. I don't think I'm supposed to say house show. You'll yell at me.
Damn it.
71,000. What's that?
What'd you say?
Live event, sir. It's a live event. Sorry, sir.
That's what I thought I heard.
The next night at Nitro, which is a televised event, sir, on the 31st from Cincinnati, Booker and Sting are supposed to be the main event, but you wind up hurting Booker with a guitar shot and a figure four. And then you hit his wife with a guitar in the front row. Well, this feels familiar. Jeff Jarrett abusing women happened all over the WWF, and now it's happening here. But guitars now with people's wives, fans in the crowd. This is
Queen Charmel, or pre-Queen days, but Charmel.
Yep.
You
don't remember all the women you've hit with guitars over the years? They just run together at some point.
I do. But man, so Conseco Fieldhouse, and during that time, I think Larry Bird was coaching. Isaiah Thomas. I'm just trying to think of I'm a big basketball fan, but that's all right. I was reminiscing about Conseco Fieldhouse, a beautiful, man, Conrad, when I think about all the buildings that are no longer around that I wrestled in, Montreal Forum, Boston Garden, Market Square Arena.
Man, you've killed a lot of towns over the years. Look at you.
Of course, putting me right up there at the top.
Listen, we've talked about guitar shots. We've talked about down crowds. You and I have never talked about this on or off air, I don't think, but Mike Graham did an interview with the WWF years ago, and it became quoted everywhere. Of course, Mike's no longer with us, so I'm not expecting you to heel on him, but I'm sure you saw it. He was very expressive when he said Jeff Jarrett broke, something like 10,000 guitars, never drew a dime, and did his head all crazy. Yeah. Now, of course, I think it's easy to look at this sort of snapshot of WCW and say that, but you're not exactly out there wrestling yourself. WCW wasn't drawing with anyone on top, whether it was Sting or it was Goldberg or it was Steiner or it was Sid or it was Booker. But that sort of became the in fashion thing. Let's dump on Jeff. He broke all these guitars, never drew a dime. And you being you, just never responded to any of it. No shoot interviews, no books. Now this vehicle is really your first platform to address any of that, because we are seeing a lot of broken guitars and, less than 4 digits of fans at some live events. But it's a little short-sighted for me to say, oh, well, that's all clearly Jeff Jarrett's fault. So you have
on these cards too.
Sure. And a lot of other, big top talent was.
Yeah.
But nobody said that about Booker T or Goldberg, but they did say it about Jeff Jarrett, and it became the in fashion thing. And of course, most everybody listening to this is smart enough to realize when Graham was saying that, you're running opposition, you're running TNA. So it's natural that they're going to, let's keep that in there. We're not going to bury our own talent on our own roster. But yeah, he's not here, and he ain't ever coming in. He's doing that other TNA stuff. Let's bury him. So they did, but you've never responded to it. So here's your chance.
Isn't it crazy going into New Blood Rising? What I've ever thought, and we haven't discussed this, but I have been asked some different times. And so, well, Connie, I guess this is time to tell the story behind the story. And do you know who my father's, he had several mentors, Roy Welch, but you know who his favorite mentor was?
Eddie Graham.
Okay. And do you know who knew that more than anybody outside of Eddie and Jerry? Mike Graham.
Yeah.
And Eddie really liked my old man. They had a real good relationship, and it was a father-son relationship. Look, my dad's dad went off to war, and he didn't get killed. He came back to the United States, but didn't come home. So my father grew up without a father figure. And Roy Welch was the old promoter in town who was Nick Gould's partner, but Eddie became really like a father figure. And Mike knew that. So Mike was never really a fan of my father. And not to look, I'm well aware, and I'm going to be diplomatic about this. I'm well aware of mental health issues, but let's just say Eddie had mental health issues, took his life.
Yeah.
And Mike took his own life. And so a lot of, can't speak for him, but a lot of baggage, but that goes pretty deep. Mike did the hang around backstage at TNA multiple times and wasn't hired. I was with Mike in the WCW days when he was a producer / agent. And I could tell something was there that let's just say that was a well-known, unspoken issue, that Mike's father was a really big fan of my, now I said big fan, but they had a professional relationship, and Mike knew very well that my dad became a successful territory promoter, and a lot of the tricks of the trade he learned from Mike's dad, and Mike, their territory went away. So there's a real deep side to that. So when that GIF or whatever you want to say, that comment came out, I got it. You just sort of hit the nail on the head, and no need to really get into that. I was way on the outside. I was at TNA and rocking and rolling over there, and Mike created a great soundbite and great visual. But I've always had compassion, because knowing his upbringing in the last years of his life, and specifically as things went on, and him coming and, wanting to be a part of TNA, and we didn't have a spot for him. And I don't know what happened with WWE, but I never got, to this day, I never got upset, had compassion for him, but that's the story behind the story. It still makes for a good GIF. I'll say that.
Yeah. I mean, we may actually do some drops on it right now. RedFreeShows.com.
I love it.
Hey guys, it's the hardcore legend Mick Foley here, and I need to call a quick timeout, a brief timeout, because I wanted to tell your listeners what I have been telling Foley is Pod listeners for a while now, about all the cool things happening over on adfreeshows.com.
On the debut episode of Making the Town, Lou Meany takes us through the memorable matches and moments of the famed ECW arena, including one that was never seen.
Something very special happened after the power went off. Paul Heyman went out into the ring and spoke to the crowd without a microphone. And the crowd just stayed quiet and listened. And he gave the most heartfelt thank you to that crowd that night. And the biggest shame of it is there's no footage of it because the power went out.
On an all-new Tuesday with the Taskmaster, Kevin Sullivan talks about what some of the greatest factions of all time have in common.
4 horsemen, 4 guys when they're at their strongest. NWO, 4 guys when they're at the strongest. And then Bloodline, 4 guys. But they also had a manager, each one of them. JJ, Eric, and Paul E.
That's just a small taste, a sampling, if you will, of what we have waiting for you. With 4 levels to choose from. See for yourself why ad-free shows is the best value in wrestling today. Sign up now at adfreeshows.com.
Before we get to the main event, it's Shane Douglas versus Billy Kidman. And it's Viagra on a pole match.
See, Chris, K-Dog, keep that scorecard going. What, Judy? Have we got into a Mike Awesome valet? But now
we haven't got there yet.
Yeah, Slick Johnson going through a table. But go ahead.
You were really good friends for a long time with Russo. Why does it feel like he loves pole matches?
Never been asked that question. This is a complete shot in the dark. Pole matches are very visual. When you're watching the match, you see the stipulation, if you will, the gimmick, whether it's a coal miner's glove or a Judy on the pole, whatever you want to hang on the pole, maybe visual storytelling. I don't know. It's a stipulation that's easy from a production point of view, but go to commercial break, you can get a pole up there and something hung pretty quick. I don't know. That'd be a good question to dive in. When you have you had Vince on ad freeze ever?
No, we've talked. I mean, Vince and I have talked a lot off air, but I mean, it's been a little while, but we've never done each other's show.
Gotcha.
But I mean, I'm not cross with him. We follow each other on Twitter and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah. I just didn't know if ask Vince anything.
No, he's kind of got his own thing going right now.
Oh, I know. But
so you wind up replacing Booker and lose clean to Sting. And it sounds like you're hurt and you're taken to the hospital. And now you've essentially lost your number one contendership, or so it seems. But then you return for the main event and attack Booker after Sting and Booker finally get to face each other. There's a lot of injury angles, a lot of people being hurt, but then coming right back. Long term, it doesn't feel like there's a ton of continuity here. Is the pressure getting to Russo, do you think?
I said it earlier. Who was he writing TV for? Is he looking over his shoulder and saying, oh boy, I just heard this in the office from this so-and-so's executive assistant who told this executive assistant, who then told the marketing director, who then circled back, told the creative secretary, this thing's going to court, whatever the whole chain of command and whisperers in the office, is Hogan suing? Is he not suing? Vince had to have been looking over his right and left shoulder on, is there litigation coming? Is Brad Siegel happy? Is Brad Siegel's bosses happy? Is this going to trickle down to whatever shape, form, or fashion? Then you got to make the Millionaires Club happy. Then you got to try to write a show for the audience. I just think that was such a mess. And I've crystallized and said many times, that's the difference between WWE and WCW. The biggest thing. Buck stopped with Vince, and there was no place that the buck stopped in WCW.
It feels as if fans, for whatever reason, have decided to pick on Russo a lot over the years for this not being successful. But I think you could argue, even from folks who were there, and so you certainly were, and I feel like you did a fine job laying it out, it would have been nearly impossible to be successful with the structure of WCW being like it was here. I mean, it's not like Russo couldn't do it, but so-and-so did. It feels like nobody could have done it at this point. Is that fair to say?
I definitely think so. And when you sort of look at our mutual friend EB Eric Bischoff, when it took off and everything was headed in that direction, what a great time to be there, because success breeds success. But hats off to Vince and company and putting their nose to the grindstone and, getting the talent and the storylines and the marketing machine rolling, because in that corporate environment, when you don't have the leader that sits up top, Brad Siegel, he don't have a clue how to run wrestling. Never said he could. Bill Bush, then it goes with Eric and Vince. Nobody had complete authority. It was a mess. I mean, truly a recipe for disaster.
Let's keep going here. We've got Thunder, where it's Sting, Booker, and Chronic versus you, Vampiro, Great Muta, and the Damon. You got any good stories about the Damon, Dale Torberg?
I love Dale. Dale, we've remained friends through the years. Father in the professional baseball industry, and Dale to this day, Chicago White Sox conditioning. But that's one of those things when you look back over WCW, and they had I'm not the biggest Kiss fan. Doc McGee has had an office in Nashville for years as a manager, but Kiss is not just your regular, ordinary, average rock and roll band. Their licensing department. They were not sports entertainment, but they were music entertainment for years and years. And for that Demon, Kiss, Gene Simmons cross promotion, man, the potential legs. I mean, we just saw it in the last 12 months, Bad Bunny, or when you really get a celebrity and get them ingrained in the product, you can really create great results. But, Gene wasn't going to wrestle, but Dale, great dude. I'll just sort of put a bow on this. You have to learn how to be Dale, or you have to learn how to be Jeff, or you have to learn, you got to be able to come out to Simply Irresistible first before you can be a really outlandish character. And I don't think Dale ever had the opportunity to really fine tune his skills verbally or in the ring to be able to play a demon character, because that's not easy. You really got to know how to work to play those type characters.
Let's mention, the complexities from a performer standpoint about being in a match with this many talent, not just talent too, but big name talent: Sting, Booker, Chronic, Vampiro, Great Muta. Is that particularly challenging when you got that many moving parts in a match? And, maybe it's not the right word, that much ego as well.
So who were the heels? Me and Chronic and
it's Chronic, Booker T and Sting on one side. It's you, Vampiro, Muta, and the Demon.
Oh,
so
wow.
You got Vampiro, who, he's Vampiro, and then you got the Great Muta, who he's not exactly fluent in English, but he can get along. And then you've got a relatively newcomer, the Demon, and yourself. So it feels like, okay, I got to try to put this together. But you got a lot of personalities, a lot of moving parts. And on the other side, two big old jacked up guys who could accidentally hurt you. Then you got Booker T, who's now sort of the top dog, and you got the franchise Sting. This feels like if quote unquote heels call the match, you would see that and say, oh, great, I'm in the main event. Wait a minute. With all these guys?
Oh, just hearing those, all 8 of those names, I have a feeling I took a lot of bumps during that match. I would guess that me and Booker were the QBs of that match. Chronic bounced Demon around. Sting did his signature spots in the comeback. Muta got good heat on Booker at times. And Vampiro probably took a couple of bumps from Sting, and we had a quick TV match and gave them the finish. But that's something I actually enjoy, that kind of stuff. Like, all right, let's layer this thing up. Everybody, when you have an 8-man tag, nobody has to do a lot of work. I'll say a lot of work, but everybody has to be in sync. And if you're not in sync, especially in a TV match, boy, it goes south quick. But what did our buddy Dave had to say about this match? Do you have any comments there?
He didn't usually break down this, but let me just mention it's an elimination match. You get chokeslammed through a table by Chronic, and you just end up running away from Booker. It sets up you for the bookend. Demon saves you. You're counted out. It's got to be cool to see all this come together, but probably a little thankful when it's over. Let's think about this collectively. There's so many people to please here in WCW. We've always talked about how the WWE is an audience of one. It's Vince McMahon. But here Vince Russo is trying to keep Scott Steiner and Goldberg and Jeff Jarrett and Kevin Nash and Booker T and Diamond Dallas Page and Brad Siegel and WCW standards and practices happy. And we're only 3 weeks away from the 5-year anniversary of when Nitro was created. And Nitro was created really to compete with the WWF. And then within a year, they start that incredible 83-week streak. And that's really all people talk about. But even once the WWF won one, it didn't mean that they were firmly in control. It was back and forth for a while. But now it feels like, boy, those competitive days are way in the rearview mirror. It just feels like it's got to be frustrating to be in the middle of that. And then you're still making towns and doing your thing.
And so your question is, how frustrating?
What was that like from your perspective? Just a real guy doing his best, and you feel like you've sort of, for lack of a better word, maybe made your bed with the WWF.
Mm-hmm.
And as bad as business may be, well, it's Ted Turner. He ain't going to run out of money. I'm going to be fine. But this is not exactly going according to plan. right?
No, not anywhere close. The houses weren't good. The TV was in disarray. We're beating this to death that there was no clear-cut boss. By this point, Vince is looking over his shoulder and Ed looking over his shoulder. And everybody, the company was the opposite of a well-oiled machine. I mean, everything was in, it was a mess, but when you just really think through, and me knowing the history, or living the history, let me say that better than most, knowing that, Atlanta Braves baseball, Andy Griffith, and professional wrestling is what put TBS on the map. Wrestling ain't going anywhere in the Turner fold, even though it was AOL Time Warner and as much dysfunction and all that. I think there was an underlying feeling that it was, this place ain't going nowhere. And so let's persevere through it. And the 759 that are sitting out in Dayton, let's make them happy. And we know things don't stay the same. They're going to change. Let's just hope they change for the better.
I can't imagine being in that spot, but let's talk about the go home TV. Before we get to this pay-per-view, it's Nitro in Denver. Thunder is in Colorado Springs. On Nitro, you're attacking Booker after his match against Lance Storm. Somehow in all this, you hit a rather large woman named Heidi, who is Mike Awesome's valet and also in Team Canada somehow. But you're going to hit her with a guitar, and that puts together you versus Mike Awesome later on. You get the win after the stroke and failed interference from Lance Storm. But a heel versus heel main event on TV is challenging enough. Now you add in all the other garnish, and this is not exactly easy, right?
No. And babyface matches done really good. I think it's some really good storytelling. I think it has the ability to energize both talents, but the underbelly flip side is go try to have a heel match, because in the heel match, one of them's going to be at least have a little bit babyface tendencies, which doesn't really do anything for you after the match or the following week. So again, a mess, lots of moving parts and garbage around it. It was what it was, but again, another day at the office in so many ways at this stage of WCW's demise.
At Thunder, you're going to hit Jimmy Hart in the head with a guitar for telling you that Booker's not there. And then you're going to hit a backstage worker and then Dave Penzer, which is ironic because, you've had some fun with him. Between Thunder and the pay-per-view, you have no shows. You're coming from this WWF grind, and you'd been working the old Memphis loops where you were working 7 days a week. We've talked a lot about how frustrating some of the matches could have been, some of the creative could have been, some of the promos may have been, but in reality, this has got to be kind of a nice thing. You are getting guaranteed money, but you're also enjoying a little bit of free time, really, for the first time in your wrestling career, right?
It was a big change. And again, this is 2000. I just moved over here on the lake where I'm at now. It's summer. So I enjoyed that. As we roll into this, I think we touched on a Montana, Missoula, Idaho run that we had, I think this summer back in June, that I'd done fly fishing. And I think I was lining up a salmon fishing trip, heading out to Vancouver. So there was some downtime, which I soaked in. Although I would have probably rather been making some live events, non-televised live events, and getting some extra payday. But I do remember saying, okay, I'll take these days off.
We're finally here, New Blood Rising in Vancouver. But before the show begins, as the story goes, Brad Siegel announced to all the wrestlers that separate Thunder tapings are ended. And you're in a meeting, I'm assuming, when you hear this. What's going through your head when you hear that there's a cost-cutting measure and now Thunder is going to be taped with Nitro? There's probably the old school promoter hat version of you that you wear and think, Well, boy, that's going to make not only for a long day, but that crowd's going to be burnt out. Thunder's not been a great show, but it's about to suck, right?
And I wish I would have done a little more due diligence on this. I just recalled EA Sports is in Vancouver. I think I not only had a fishing trip, but a EA Sports meeting and wine and dine some executives. But I think there was a lot of WCW executives, personnel out there. But I heard the Thunder decision, and there was that chatter was from some TV folks, because I think they were trying to run some numbers. But when I heard that was coming down the pike, it is okay. Thunder is not a B show currently. It's like a C or a D show.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden it's a Z show. It was like, you've got to be kidding me. We're gonna. I mean, I get the cost cutting deal, but it's really, and again, in my eyes, that took another date out of my pocket, because again, I got the downside and I got paid per appearance. So my contract was affected more than most. So I was not a fan of it at all. We're going to go do the same amount of work, but in one day with disgruntled fans. It was a mess. Another nail. Didn't know it at the time, but it was certainly another nail in the coffin.
You jump Booker in the parking lot during the show when he arrives, which, of course, is super late. So I guess he's taking a page out of the Bret Hart School of Wrestling.
And this is the pay-per-view.
Yes. And he slammed his car door into his knee a bunch of times, which is obviously going to weaken him up for the main event. And, well, we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about some of the stuff on this show, like the infamous Judy Bagwell on a pole match. When you get to the building and you walk around and you're chatting with your friends and you're real friendly with Buff, does he approach you and say, Jeff, I mean, take me through this? Because, for whatever reason, people sort of, whenever they talk about silly stuff in wrestling, a lot of times, even now in 2021, I've got friends who'll say, oh, that's that silly Memphis shit. But Judy Bagwell wasn't on a pole in Memphis. That's a WCW thing. What do you remember about hearing, wait a minute, we're doing what now? Judy Bagwell on a pole?
Oh boy, where do I start? One of the things that came to my mind early when I heard this is, so what kind of contract does Judy have?
Oh gosh, listen to you.
I mean, what kind of payday? I mean, think about that.
First class air. She keeps all gimmicks. She's hoping to buy her a new Volkswagen with her picture money.
But no, I mean, just the especially because in WCW, again, the two differences in the company, everybody at Turner had a salary, if you will, got paid, every 2 weeks. So she became part of the storyline, and like hundreds of other folks that showed up on Mondays and Nitros and Thunders and all that. But look, I've also seen sitting at home on my couch on a Saturday morning, Tommy Rich put his mother's hair up. Peggy Rich. So outlandish things. Bill Dundee's wife got her head shaved after he lost a hair versus hair match between him and Lawler. So there have been outlandish things that come and go in this industry as far back as I can remember. But the evolution of Buff's mom on a pole was something we're still talking about to this day, Connie.
And by the way, unfairly, people make fun of this. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is silly. But by all accounts, Judy Bagwell is a nice lady and a super mom. So it's really not fair to her. But it's one of those things.
No, I mean, anybody that has met Judy will tell you she'd kill for her son. I mean, she loves, she's and life hadn't always been easy for her when you know the family story. But God bless Judy Bagwell.
Yeah, I actually tried to, or I had the idea to book her for a StarCast. I thought it would have been great if we put her on a forklift and you got your picture made like while she's up there and you're down here. That'd have been a tremendous photo op.
Tremendous.
Just
And what happened? That
just didn't work out. But listen, when things get back to normal, we could do.
Hey, there's, like I said earlier, that's the wonderful part of this business. There's always next week.
Well, we had a photo op where you could climb a ladder with Scott Hall, right? So the Intercontinental title's there. Scott Hall's on one side, you're on the other. I'm like, man, that'll be fun. And then I was like, what if we had a forklift in the building? It could be fun.
How'd the Scott Hall gimmick?
Good? People loved it. He said, this is the first time I've done this. Don't know that I want to do it every time because he's climbing a ladder all freaking day. But he was like, that was kind of cool. And fans dug it. So,
oh, yeah.
Goldberg ends up walking out of his match, and the announcers talk about how he's not going to do the finish. And he gets into an argument with Vince Russo in the aisleway. And the announcers talk about how Kevin Nash and Scott Steiner now have to figure out how to do or what to do next. And now they need a new finish. This is all on the pay-per-view where the announcers are saying he's not going to do the finish. I mean, this is so inside baseball that we're exposing for everyone to see. I know it's a pay-per-view, but I just can't help but think about like my uncle who watches wrestling. He would be like, oh, what is this? Now we're just beating people over the head with the idea that this is fake and it's silly and it's pretend and it's make believe. And for a guy like you who grew up in the territory business where, I mean, don't get me wrong, quote unquote, kayfabe isn't maybe what it once was in 2000, but when you started 14 years prior to this, that was unfathomable that you would use that type of language in public or make a storyline like that, et cetera, et cetera. Is the old school guy in you feeling like, well, this is what the quote unquote smart marks want. Let's give it to them. Or is it still a little bit like writing with your left hand? Like I might could do this, but it's not going to be very good. And I don't believe in it. And I'd rather not.
I was taught create good to great stories that evoke emotion. And it's just when I hear that, man, oh God, just brutal, because folks out there listening right now, this is pre-Twitter. This is pre-social media.
Yeah.
This, which I think is a real line in the proverbial sand that, yes, it's online and blogs and AOL chat rooms and the progression. And, there was still PW Insider and all the news sites and Dave writing his newsletter. So I'm not saying this is 1970, 1986, when I broke in Conrad, Heels and Baby Faces were not to be caught riding together, but it happened every day. But still, it was of that mindset. Hell, when I got to WWE in 93, we had to be careful because me, Scott, Kevin, Sean, we couldn't drive up to the buildings, in the same car. We're working against each other, or it was frowned upon. But that's, so here we are in 2000. We're not that far removed. But to do that kind of storyline, again, I go back to like the real foundations of that I was taught and had the mindset. What is the story and what is the payoff? What's the heat? How do you get emotionally invested in this? And so can you read that one more time? How did Nash get involved in this? Because this is where it really gets complicated to me, that if the story, the logic is Bill's upset about the finish, right?
Yeah.
And Nash,
and he's going to walk out.
And what's Nash's role or Steiner's role?
It's a triple threat match with Kevin Nash, Goldberg, and Scott Steiner.
Yeah.
And Goldberg doesn't want to go along with the finish. So he walks out.
Okay. So we're supposed to suspend disbelief and say Kevin is, oh no, Bill.
So here's the deal. Bill doesn't show up. Bill's not there at the start of the match. He shows up in the middle of the match. And then they're doing a quote unquote worked shoot, brother, where he walks out of the match, apparently refusing to take Kevin Nash's jackknife powerbomb. And now we've got to come up with a new finish. But this is all sort of laid out to fans who are like, wait a minute, what's going on? And they're trying to make sense of it, but they're having to show real inside baseball knowledge and terminology in order to do it, which to me feels like you're catering to the 1% of the 1% instead of, yeah.
Even that 1% of the 1%, they still don't know how it's actually. I mean, it's like David Copperfield on stage. Oh, okay, time out. I got a rabbit over here and a dove over here. And I got a hat right here, but the hat really has a hole in the bottom of it. But I don't want to use this hat today. Come on. What a mess.
What a mess indeed. Now it's time for your main event. Let's see what Dave Meltzer had to say. Of course,
your stuff, my stuff.
Yeah, we're finally to your match here. Booker T is going to pin Jeff Jarrett to retain the WCW title match in 14 minutes and 30 seconds. Meltzer would write, a well-worked match. Booker sold his knee the entire match. First, Booker accidentally backhanded Mark Johnson with no referee. Jarrett hit Booker's bad knee with a guitar shot and did the figure 4. Johnson recovered, but Booker made the ropes. Jarrett grabbed the title belt and went to hit Booker, but he ducked and Johnson took a second bump. Booker gave Jarrett a uranagi off the apron through a table. Jamie Tucker then ran in. Jarrett hit Tucker with such a lame chair shot that the crowd groaned. That's now a third ref bump.
Mm-hmm.
So Charles Robinson runs in and Booker did a messed up neck breaker spot on a chair. And they did an all Japan finish where Booker went for the uranagi, but Jarrett blocked it. But Booker reversed the block and finally hit the move for the pin. 3 stars. So not 1, not 2, but 3 referee bumps in the main event.
Still 3 stars.
Yeah.
Seriously, that's a little bit surprising. Go ahead. Sorry to cut you off.
He was always complimentary of your work and Booker's work. You know, I think, I don't think he was convinced that either one of you guys were quote unquote top stars the way he would talk about you at times, but he would always say their matches are good. Mm-hmm. So even when Meltzer was at his most critical, he usually wouldn't bury the work. But sure. I do want to talk about the chair shot. Tell me about how you didn't want to lay it into a referee.
I love Jamie. I'm just wondering, I'd love to watch it back if they groaned, and maybe I don't want to speak to something that I don't recall, and I'd love to see, but was he in the right position that I didn't actually want to hurt him, and maybe he was face up or he wasn't looking at me, and I don't want to hit somebody unless they're I don't know. Somebody's out there listening, post this. I don't know. I'd have to see it. But what surprises me, and hearing the laid out and the sort of the progression of that finish, it's almost a combination of a Russo, let's tell this story, and a Johnny Ace, let's get some type of meaningful moves in between the ref bumps, and you guys go do it. And Jeff and Booker said, let's go do this thing and work as hard as we possibly can to pull it off. But wow, 3 ref bumps. I wonder if that went somewhere the following Nitros or Thunders. I don't know, like a special ref. I don't know. Special ref the next night on Thunder or
Bruce, let me throw this out there. Next time we're going to cover a show about a specific pay-per-view. Yeah, listen up, Bruce.
Okay.
Maybe you should, I don't know, maybe, like fucking watch it. It's on the Peacock Network. You could have watched this for 15 minutes before we clicked record. Slick Willie Jones here.
Is this on Peacock?
Of course it is. I'd like to see it. I mean, I just don't. Where can I find? Is it possible? Maybe somebody's got a video clip. That's what I'm going to start doing. Derek's listening to the show. Derek, the next time you're helping us with notes, include Peacock links for Jeff so he can.
Yes, please. Seriously. I'm putting that. Yeah, I'm going to bitch. I'm going to be a talent today. Oh. Damn it. That's y'all's fault. Why didn't you make it simply? Why didn't you make it simple for me? Hey, to the My World listeners, I apologize. Instead of me trying to recall all this, and I said earlier in the episode that I've got a pretty good recall and I can recall things that I've lived through and all that, but man, would this have been a lot easier. Oh, do you know who Jamie Tucker, what color hair does Jamie Tucker have, Conrad?
I'm colorblind, so that's a trick question.
Oh my God. Anyway,
guess what I'm doing right now?
Pulling up Peacock.
Here you are. Here's your entrance.
What you want to about Jeff Jarrett. Not only does he try to make things happen for the match.
It's weird though, because here we are talking about how, terrible things are in WCW, but you look at this crowd and sure, it's not sold out and they're not exactly hanging from the rafters, but they're still excited to see Booker T.
And you know what? There's something about this as well that goes. I'm going to go back to a promo interview I was doing to promote my world. The WCW brand. It's like it's kind of just, to me, fascinating that there are fans to this day that, oh man, that's my brand. It's like it's their Dallas Cowboys or Pittsburgh Steelers or Yankees. It's what they grew up on. And they have that, that 10-year window you talk about, that from, we'll say from 90 to year 2000 of WCW, that's what they grew up on, and it no longer exists, but there was a vibe. And that's why I think AEW has a real affinity with Tony Schiavone and Jim Ross. And it goes without saying with Sting, and, Jericho was there and had a great run there. So when you sort of have that emotional investment to the brand, and now AEW is on TNT and TBS, there is a real affinity to that WCW brand. And yes, it was a disaster the last 18 months or maybe whatever it may be. But you look at it from 95, 94, 95 up through 99-ish. It was, it was number one hit after number one hit after number one hit. You think about Lex Luger.
96, 97, 98, 99. They're rolling pretty good, man.
Yeah. The night when Lex had gone through the Lex Express and the Narcissist and all that, and when he came back, and then, he came in, and I'm sure this history much better than me because you've had so many conversations with Eric, but Lex, I don't say came in at the bottom of the barrel, but he came in not as a mid card, but he just didn't come in. He jumped ship, but he had to work his way up. And when he won the world title, that's an iconic WCW moment. So that brand was so strong, and we're going a long way around to saying is in Vancouver. I don't know the last time we were out there, but there's some diehard WCW fans that we hadn't been out there in a year. So whatever it was, they came to see, and Booker was their man. And it was pay-per-view wrestling. Damn right they were fired up.
It's something I want to show you. So I'm going to try something that I've never done on Zoom here before, especially while we're recording a show. But
you're going to show. Okay, here we go. Yeah, here we go. Just
can you see?
On. There's Jamie Tucker.
Okay, so here comes the chair shot.
Oh, there's a ball shot. So what was so bad about that?
I don't know. That's what they were bitching about is, and don't get me wrong. He did kind of a flare flop with it. So maybe that's on him a little bit, but
bitching about me.
Surprise. I feel like
it's his fault. Broke all them damn guitars. Didn't draw a damn dime. Yeah. It's his fault swinging the chair shot.
No.
How long, Connie? Damn.
That's not the headline from this show. The headline is Jeff Jarrett discovers in 2021 WCW shows are on the network.
Look, the transition, if it would be, and look, I don't want to go down in the weeds here, but the migration over to Peacock
sucks. Everybody knows that.
Okay. So I'm not touching that. I've sort of,
I said it for you. I said it for all of our fans listening. This thing sucks because you can't just type in SummerSlam 89. You have to type in SummerSlam Season 2, Episode 1. That's stupid.
My point being, when it was a WWE Network, I knew that, not app, but I knew that service.
Yes, you could navigate it easily. We all could, and now it's just a mess.
So, and this is maybe a case study. I got a lot of things going on in my life too, but it's sort of a revelation. Why didn't I watch that? But you know why? Because as we both know in marketing and sales and it's that brand affinity and the ease of it. It's like, hey, mortgages, what I think of, savewithconrad.com. It's just, it really is. I don't think of, and it'll grow. It'll get there, but I don't think, hey, I'm going to go watch an old WWE match. I don't think Peacock. Yeah. I just, WWE, there's a little confusion, but it's subconscious thinking, excuse me.
I do want to mention too, since we're talking about all the Peacock stuff. Just yesterday, we dropped a show, Eric Bischoff and I did, on Clash of the Champions 33, which was from August of 96. Interestingly enough, all the Clash of the Champions are on Peacock, and the cover art for Clash of the Champions is a screen grab or a photo of Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair from Clash of the Champions 33. The Clash of the Champions 33 is not on Peacock. Clash 32 is, Clash 34 is, 33 is missing. I don't know why that is. I just know it is. So I'm not picking on you too much here. Everybody listening to this already knows Peacock sucks. Now the check is great. I understand why they did the deal. Kudos to Nick Khan and company for getting double the money. I'm proud of them, but boy, the functionality of that thing. And by the way, it's not unique to wrestling fans. If you've been enjoying the Olympics this summer, you've seen a ton of chatter online about how the Peacock app has just been a disorganized mess. So hopefully they get that righted sooner rather than later.
And in the earnings call, did you see where they hit their subscribers? How many is it up to now?
I'm not sure. But see, here's the thing. If you get Comcast, you get it for free anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But they're rolling along. Let me say this. And Connie, as two old Southern boys, and you think about wrestling, that's RASSLINN, but Peacock, NBC acquired a sports entertainment / professional wrestling, and it was a needle mover for them. And around the globe, wrestling, AEW just announced their India deal. There's a lot of movement going on with professional wrestling around the globe, and it's pretty cool to see. Anyway, I'm going on. It's just amazing to me. It really is. But damn, Jeff, I didn't watch Jamie Tucker take a shitty chair shot.
It's just hilarious, dude. Listen, this has been a fun show. We're not done yet, though. I do want to ask, what'd you think of the match? How's this match put together? We talked about the 3 different ref bumps. It does feel like it's got some gaga in there. It feels very Russo-esque, but at the same time, it does feel like we have some Johnny Ace influence. And Bischoff has often said on 83 Weeks, he felt like a real weak point for WCW was we didn't have a finish guy. We needed our Pat Patterson, and we didn't have that. Did you feel like, the actual finishes to the matches were weak in WCW?
I think the wrestling mentality, it goes without saying. Yes, Pat Patterson, the pioneer, the author, but the consistency, and you got to give this to Vince. Vince, whether Pat was there or not, he wanted to know what is the story of the match. And through the years, WCW, in my experience, never really had that clear-cut vision of a consistency of, we got to tell the right story. We got to tell the right story. In the ring, I'm talking about. Now, the NWO story is great, or Four Horsemen story is really good, or, the cruiserweights and that vibe. But as far as like night in, night out, match in, match out, that story, Eric's spot on. There was never a consistency storyteller that kept things between the lines. But as far as this match, Conrad, I go back to, again, I was reminiscent about this. I remember ironically, at Universal Studios, when I went to WCW the first time, we did those Saturday night tapings or whatever they were called, the worldwide, my bad, worldwide. We did them at Universal, and we also did them at Disney, but we bounced back and forth. But I had a couple of TV matches with Booker, and getting the opportunity through the years to wrestle Booker, and then the Bash. I don't want to say we never had a bad match. That's probably being a little bit too pompous and arrogant, but man, I trusted him, and I think he trusted me so much. There's nothing that we didn't try or do. And he worked incredibly hard. And I like to think I worked incredibly hard. So in a big pay-per-view match, we, in spite of 3 referee bumps and all the different moving parts, I always enjoyed working with Booker, always.
Let's also mention the reaction in the Observer, and the torch is not good. The Observer had 167 poll results for Bash at the Beach. There were 289 poll results for New Blood Rising, which is fascinating to me that they had more responses for this. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's the time of year, or maybe this just had a better card, or it was a more exciting time, but still responses are up. 71% of the fans who watched Bash at the Beach gave it a thumbs up. 89% of the fans who watched New Blood Rising gave it a thumbs down. Some people reported they watched the show, or some more people reported they watched the show, but everybody buried it. The average fan rating in the Torch was a 4.8 for New Blood Rising. By comparison, Bash at the Beach got an average fan rating of 8. What changed? What happened? Because it didn't feel like the Bash at the Beach show was some home run effort, but by comparison, it certainly feels that way.
101 in professional wrestling, the very last thing they see is almost always what you take away. They like Booker winning the title. This is just off the cuff. You're hitting me with these stats. We went off the air with Booker as the new champion, which is a really feel good, unexpected moment. They got hopefully the bad taste of the Hogan Russo situation out of their mouth. Now give it a month to digest, and the 50-50 booking, and maybe the Judy Bagwell poll, and maybe Heidi, and a couple of other things in there. But we went off the air with Booker beating Jeff, right?
Yeah.
I think, yeah. There nothing jumped off the page out of them. Wow, that's so 89% dislike.
Thumbs down. Yeah. And a lot of the stuff that was written in the newsletters was, hey, the morale is way up now that Hogan's gone, because they've all been led to believe this is the guy who was holding us down, and Russo sort of rallied the troops. We're going to prove these guys wrong. We got these old assholes out of here now. And we have the first pay-per-view sans Hulk Hogan, and it's one of the worst pay-per-views of all time.
89% down.
Yeah.
Woo.
And somewhere Mike Graham is saying, told you. I knew that would get you.
I'm going to get you. I'll get you. Okay.
Rory wants to know, Jeff, why didn't we see any blank on a forklift matches in TNA? That would have been a fun little tongue-in-cheek thing.
Interesting.
Did y'all ever think about doing like a Karen on a pole match? That would have been tremendous.
No. Living objects on poles, I was never a big fan of. I think you sort of had to have either a
pinata or a bottle of Viagra or a coal miner's glove.
Yes. A guitar, something hung up there that's not breathing. But hey, WCW, we went with Judy.
Tim Vicious has a great question. He says, how thankful was Jeff for not being anywhere near the Judy Bagwell on a forklift match? But I got to tell you, man, on some level, it almost makes me think the Jeff I know would have said, well, shit, that actually might be kind of fun.
For sure. I like, how are we going to get creative and use the proverbial, let's make it make wrestling logic sense. Now that was going to be a tough one, but again, Judy out there, and she can bring her purse, and she can probably bring some, I don't know, some underhanded tactics that she could have interjected. Like a manager at ringside, she's just on a forklift. You can always figure out creative ways to tell a story. But let me ask you this: was Judy a heel or a baby face?
Oh my gosh, listen to you.
So I'm trying to tell a story.
Back in the day, that really was how you approached a new talent in Memphis, right? If there's a new guy coming into the territory and you're meeting him for the first time, here in real life, we would say, hey, what's your name? Where are you from? In Alabama, we say, who do you pull for? Like, you got to say Alabama, Auburn, or if you're weird, you say Tennessee. But I guess back then you would say, hey man, what's your name? Where are you from? Heel or baby, right?
Never used the word baby.
Oh, what do you call it?
Baby face.
Oh Lord.
I'm going to be a stickler here. No, seriously, there are old timers that hated to use, that's like slang. It's heel or baby face. It's not baby. It's heel or baby face. But now I'm really getting in the weeds and getting super 100% granular. But no, when my father or Lawler would bring people in, you had to have sort of that balance of, 10 heels, 10 baby faces, because when you have a real small crew, it's not like we had extras sitting in the back of Evansville, Indiana, bringing their bags saying, hey, if somebody goes down tonight, I get to wrestle. If not, no, you had your card. So you more or less had to have it balanced out. And my dad always, or father, or Lawler, or whoever, Dundee, Dutch, they brought guys in knowing, okay, we're bringing him in as a heel, we're bringing him in as a babyface. And they may get there and let's switch him babyface or heel, but you always brought him in cast as one or the other.
Instagram wrestling historian wants to know, which match did Jeff like better with Booker, this one or the one at Bash at the Beach?
Well, being that I fish for salmon coming into this match in New Blood Rising, no, the Bash at the Beach, I'm assuming he's asking hindsight's 2020. When I look back, and I don't get too deep into this, but the role Booker winning his first world title under these circumstances, and knowing now that it created 5 years of litigation, 5 years of litigation, the me laying down and Hogan putting his foot on me and all that mess and junk, knowing that we turned a real black-eyed, negative, just disastrous type of chess moves, if you will. But we turned that around, and me and Booker went out and literally gave the fans something to cheer about. That's one of my favorite matches of all time.
So since you didn't see it, I'm going to show it to you now, and I'm sure they're going to
another dig,
make us change this. No, it's not a dig. Here you go. Here's what we were talking about earlier.
From a Goldberg forces his way out. What happened there? He pushed him off out of that jump. Is Goldberg leaving? Oh, boy. Oh, man. He said he was going to be the fourth man in. He said, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Goldberg just walked right past Vince Russo. Vince on his way back. Russo said, get your, back into the ring. And Goldberg said, Goldberg's walking. Where's Goldberg going? We know he's injured. Well, where is he going? And why is he going there? He walked out of the jackknife powerbomb, which would have been it. Hey, maybe Goldberg was supposed to do something that would have made him look good, but this doesn't make him look real good either, does it? Let's call it what it is. I'm thinking Goldberg was supposed to go up for the jackknife. He wouldn't do it. He swerved Kevin Nash right there, and Vince tried to talk him back into it, and he said no. Well, do you see the facial reaction of Nash?
So
we didn't expect it to happen at all. That's what we
colorful vocabulary at ringside.
Well, and you saw Goldberg tell Vince Russo to fuck off. And you heard from some of the other announcers there. I think they were supposed to do something he wasn't supposed to, and he didn't want to, and he swerved him and he walked out, and he didn't want to go on the script, and way too inside baseball, right?
Way. I mean, that's an understatement. And even if the story would have been told, like, I don't say better, but more, it's just, what is your payoff? Because, okay, Bill's not following rules. Okay, that makes him a heel. So what babyface is going to kick his ass for following the rules? Kevin didn't kick his ass. Kevin just looked at him and said, hey, and I know Kevin's doing what he's told. You're not going along with this script. What? I mean, the whole premise is you want to root for that babyface. As scripted as it may be, this guy is scripted to kick ass. But now Kevin is the 7-footer who's negotiating. Hey man, you're supposed to go through this power bomb for me. What? I mean, I can make logic, or we all can make logic out of illogical things in the wacky world of professional wrestling, but that's a real head scratcher.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to unleash the beach beast within you. This summer, Manscaped is here to help you level up your beach game with the new Beard Hedger Pro Kit. They're going past waist deep in the grooming game, and they're diving headfirst into your facial hair fantasies. The Beard Hedger is really a game changer, allowing you to shape your beard like a true beach babe. So this summer, let the beach balls bounce and turn heads all over the place. Visit manscaped.com and use the code MYWORLD for 20% off and free shipping. Let's get rid of all your stubble trouble with the Beard Hedger Pro Kit. It all starts with this fantastic Beard Hedger. It's a cordless trimmer. It's got a rotary wheel, gives you 20 different hair cutting lengths with just one guard. Say no more to those junk drawers filled with messy add-ons. It's also waterproof, so you don't have to shave and clog up the sink. You can actually do this in the shower. How about this? It's a titanium coated T-blade that's tough on hair but smooth on your face. The Pro Kit doesn't end there though. They've also got all the dermatologist tested formulations for your post-trim care. How about the beard shampoo and conditioner? Remember now, your facial hair is different from your hair. You see, beard hair is more coarse and it's easier to damage than the head hair that you have right now. So why not have some specially formulated shampoo and conditioner to help you moisturize, reduce those ingrown hairs, who wants more of that, and replace those natural oils, and more importantly, promote beard health. Speaking of that, we should plug the beard oil. It'll get rid of some of that dryness both on the beard and more importantly, the skin underneath. And hey man, it adds a little shimmer and shine. I also want to plug their beard balm. It's all involved in this kit. You get to shape and style and moisturize. You have a little more sculpted look if you're into that sort of thing, all included in this kit. How about the 3 free gifts they hook you up with? You get a beard brush, which if you don't have that, you're gonna love the way it feels and the way it makes your beard look. The comb, which is essential, especially if you're trying to groom it. And speaking of grooming, how about some beard scissors? You got everything you need here with the Beard Hedger Pro Kit. Do what I did. Save 20% off and get free shipping with the code MYWORLD at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. Just be sure to use the code MYWORLD. Manscaped Beard Hedger, 1 stroke, 1 guard, 20 lengths. That's manscaped.com, promo code MYWORLD. We're going to talk about something we haven't talked about in a while. We've spent quite a bit of time talking about TNA. We're switching gears here. And today we're going to talk about the first time you won the WCW World Title. The big gold belt, the one that's above your head and above my head. That championship goes back to 1905. The actual belt, the physical belt that you won, goes back to Valentine's Day, 1986. And here you are 14 years later. As a kid who grew up watching this specific championship, you're going to win it. And we're going to discuss it here today. It's an interesting time in WCW, April of 2000. We're going to sort of pick up where we left off last year. You and Paulie Bromwell finished off your time in the NWO. So be sure to check that out in the archives. But as the NWO slowly fades away, you're still running full swing with WCW, but there's a lot of moving parts. Vince Russo was sent home, and I assume that means Kevin Sullivan is running creative. Who are you getting your marching orders from?
Conrad, and you, I was actually going to text you this, or I'm like, no, we'll just kind of do it real time because you do such a good job with your other podcast, and you were a fan that's turned into a fan, a businessman, but also a historian, because whether it's Tony Schiavone, what happened when, JR, even Bruce, maybe talking about the WWF, WWE, you're also kind of talking about what was going on the other channel. So we are kind of diving into this, Conrad. Correct me if I'm wrong. This is first quarter of year 2000, right?
Yep.
And Russo, I think the diving in point is Russo came in September of 99, roughly. And so from September of 99, and now we're first quarter, Russo's already been sent home. Was Eric out already as well? I'm just trying to think, because they're the two key players in this podcast, if you will, because they came back that kind of set the wheels in motion for me to become in the restart, the reset, if you will, in April of 2000. Can you add a little color to that, Conrad, just from the end of 99? Because there's a stat in here about running Chapel Hill, North Carolina in 99 and running Chapel Hill in the year 2000, the radical drop in attendance. But can you add a little color to that, Conrad, just to because look, I think some people listen to this podcast, don't listen to it every week. And they look at it and say, hey, I want to hear this episode of Jeff winning his first big gold belt. I like to kind of give a little baseline. Any color to that, Connie?
Sure. WCW never turned a profit the entire time Ted Turner owned it. 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, and 94. They were losing cash hand over fist every time. They had lots of different captains at the helm, including Bill Watts, who made it his mission to try to cut costs and cut spending and just sort of stop the losses. None of it was successful. They don't actually turn a profit until 1995. And even then there's debate as to whether or not it was an actual profit or was it just on paper. But that is the year they created Nitro. 1996 is the first real deal profitable year that WCW ever had. And of course, most of that success hinges on the success of the NWO angle. 97 is a banner year, and they actually take over. They're firmly in control. They're the lead dog. They're winning the race. 98 breaks records, not only for WWE once they ended the 83-week streak in April, but the WCW. They had their most profitable year ever as far as top line and net profit. 1999, the wheels started to come off. We started with the finger poke of doom. Slowly but surely, creative started to deteriorate. Maybe what was working was no longer working. And of course, Eric would tell you it all changed when the whole Time Warner stuff started to become a reality. And at this point, they're going to send Eric home. I believe that happens in August of 99. And I believe Vince Russo actually jumps in October of 99 and immediately tries to change everything. Now, that's probably a positive, but it just didn't work. Maybe WCW did need to change, but maybe not the direction Russo was headed was what Turner Corporate wanted. So he gets sent home. So whether he gets sent home or he goes home on his own, either way, he's only at the helm for a little bit of time before Eric Bischoff's phone rings. Eric now realizes he's got a golden opportunity to get his old contract completely paid out and come back with an even better contract. So Eric, while a lot of people would have viewed this as a bad thing that he got sent home, brother got paid twice. Now, when he's coming back, he's going to be asked to work with Vince Russo, something that he's at least willing to give a shot to. And here we are. You find yourself in the middle of all this, having held up Vince McMahon with a pea shooter, I think it was, we decided. You get your bag of cash from the arena, a check from the arena, and leave and show up the very next day on Nitro. You're immediately programmed in a big way. Russo was kind of your advocate. You became pals with him on the WWF side of things. He's now switched jerseys. You're going to follow suit. And I'm sure you have to be feeling a little uneasy about, okay, last time I was here, Bischoff didn't do much with me. And then on the way out, sort of dunked on me on some Prodigy chats. And the guy who got me here is now home. And now I'm hearing Bischoff might be coming back. Now, of course, you have a guaranteed contract, but I'm sure as far as your spot, brother, you got to at least be a little nervous, right?
Conrad, well, seriously, I love all that because people that I've got another buddy of mine who's on episode 55. He listens to it going and coming from work. So he's working his way through that. But other buddies, they'll literally just scroll down and say, I'm going to listen to this and dive off into it. And anyhow, Conrad, thanks. I appreciate that because as I read the notes and look, hindsight 2020, but we're talking Q1 of year 2000. I came in October. I mean, you talk about the honeymoon being completely over. It was no advanced planning, no advanced booking. It was show up every week and what's going to change. Terry Taylor, Kevin Nash, Bill Banks, Jeremy Bohr. I mean, you may know the list of people on creative, but it was always an evolving kind of turnstile. Kevin Sullivan, J.J. Dillon, Bill Bush is the one who actually hired me. And I think Meltzer called it a coup, but the coup to remove Russo was essentially Kevin and J.J. Dillon and a few others. But anyway, by January, February, it reminded me of not exactly when I left the time before but the buck didn't stop with any one person. And the reality is what you just said. They hired, and Russo will say this to this day. I am a writer, bro. So, okay, he's a writer. He's not a CEO, not a COO, not at the top of the food chain running business. And I said it over and over and over. I realized that in WCW in 96, 97. And when I came back, the lack of leadership was so prevalent and created such toxicity between staff, administrators, talent to a certain degree, but we all had to work together. But there was also this, as the angle got going, I mean, it was a mess. It was a complete mess. I had a good contract and knew I'm going to do everything I can, kind of old school mentality or how I was raised. Go control what you can control. And that's when the red light's on. Be the absolute best talent you know how to be.
So is Kevin Sullivan your guy here? Like in this transition period where we don't yet have the new full plan of Bischoff and Russo working together, in the interim, that falls on Kevin's shoulders?
Yeah. I mean, Kevin was definitely, I'll call it, if we call Vince Russo the head writer and he got sent home. Now, Kevin Sullivan probably wouldn't be like to be referred to as a writer, but he was the booker. He was the lead guy. He was at the very top of the creative food chain. Talent was more or less handled by J.J. Dillon, but that was kind of how the wheels were going. And me and Kevin had always gotten along. He was the one who was really engaged in the Four Horsemen storyline that never got to really develop. But no, me and Kevin always got along. I think Kevin respected my ability to work with anybody, and that because that's what he would say. Hey man, you can have a good match with anybody. And Nitro was, hey, let's go entertain them. Were we still at 3 hours? I feel like we were on Nitro.
Yeah. Does it feel
what a grab?
You were a part of the hottest brand there ever was. WWF was on absolute fire when you leave. I mean, there's never been a wrestling company that had more top line ever than the WWF. And you felt like maybe they didn't appreciate or respect your talents, or you weren't being paid in accordance with your talents, whatever the reason may be. We've covered it in the archives. However, now you're switching jerseys, and yes, it's guaranteed money, but is it a little defeating? I mean, does you feel like you've taken a step back? Does it feel like a sinking ship when you come in here and there are all these politics and it's not a harmonious locker room, et cetera, or is it all about, hey man, I'm getting paid this amount, I don't care?
So sinking ship would be, in my delusional optimism, not something I would have said back then. I would have said, whew, we are really in some turbulent water here. This is a mess. But guess what, Conrad? Once we get through this next hurricane, we're going to be just fine. And there's going to be sunny days and it'll be bright and it'll be smooth sailing. And we're going to get this thing back on track. I really think my eternal optimism has always been in play. Sometimes it's a positive, sometimes it's a negative. I've caught myself over the last couple of years doing this pod. Was it really a negative? Maybe not. But certainly I had blinders on. But so sinking ship, no. But going through a turbulent, I mean, it was a mess. I've never been, and hope to never be, in a situation that had, I mean, not even close to one person that I could candidly say the buck stops with him. Even in the Russo early days, even when, okay, Eric and Vince came back together. Okay, that's two people. Then when that was over, there was never any one person in charge. Bill Bush, when he hired me, was very, very transparent that I'm the accountant. He didn't say that, but I'm the finance guy, and I've got to make the numbers work. That's what I'm charged to do. I don't handle creative. I don't handle talent relations. I don't handle marketing and production and all that kind of stuff. And when you kind of nowadays look across the pond and look at, gosh, Conrad, you look at the chairman's, I saw him interview. He was gone 5 months. It felt longer than that, but was he? No, was he ever really, really gone? No, because he was still the single largest shareholder and had the control. And that is, I think that's such a lesson to learn when you look that, you have to have a singular leader in the professional wrestling industry, or it doesn't work.
Coming out of Super Brawl, where Sid retains his WCW title in a 3-way over you and Scott Hall, shows in Sacramento, and it's written in the Observer that you were supposed to wrestle Sid on this show, but creative decided to push it back to uncensored and make it the pay-per-view main event there. Character-wise, did you feel like your character was established here? We know that the character was well established on the other channel. Did you feel like it was established enough here at this point to be in a main event?
Probably the I can't argue who was established. And I don't mean a legacy name like a Flair or a Luger or a Sting. So we all had at different levels
Name value.
But as far as an episodic character that had momentum, nobody had it. So I think I was the choice. And the thread that I read in all the notes was Kevin Sullivan, Vince Russo, Eric Bischoff, whoever, when they look down their list of talent, I think they go, who's dependable? Who's going to deliver the best possible match we can on Nitro? All right, Jeff's our choice. I think that was, I don't want to say by default, but that was because nobody had momentum.
Well, we're going to try to get some momentum here, but we're going to be working with Sid. Had you worked with Sid before, whether in Memphis or the WWF, or would this have been the first time you and him were hooking it up?
So, Conrad, in 1985, not 95, 85, at the Nashville Fairgrounds, they used to have the matches on Saturday night. I watched Tojo Yamamoto, and he had several students, but Sid was I saw Tojo work Sid out and others, but I've known Sid since 85, 86, and had a very sporadic, a match here or there in the Memphis days. I think he worked for Eddie Gilbert down in Montgomery, David Woods era. So no, I had been around and maybe a match here or there. But on this level, no, but I knew Sid, he knew me. I can't say great, but pretty well. We knew, we knew each other.
The Harris twins, two other guys, they're going to be your heaters for this WCW version of your character. They're everywhere on the show. They're going to beat up Kidman and Lash LaRue, Disco and Booker. And how's this for a match? The Harris twins take on Terry Funk and Dustin Rhodes, and it leads to both you and Sid coming down. Of course, you hit the timekeeper with a guitar because that's what you do. And Sid chases you out while Dustin turns on Funk and hits him with a DDT. That all happened in a 5-minute match. A lot of moving parts here. And Hogan was pretty critical of the creative. He went on Mancow on February 18th, saying his match with Luger would turn the company around and that nobody under 40 on the WCW roster has any credibility in wrestling. And that Perry Saturn, who had ripped on Hogan online, had never drawn a dime and never would. And he blamed Russo's writing for the current problems in WCW. And Dave Meltzer writes in the Observer, Hogan needs to go. He's done more to hurt team morale than anyone in the company. The company will never rebuild as long as he's around. Even though there are ways he could be booked that could be very effective, his keeping others down make him not worth whatever potential upside he may have left. Until Bill Bush explains to every wrestler over 40 that their only job left in the company is to make someone under 35 a superstar, and anyone who doesn't do it the right way is gone, there is no hope. There's not one exception, because all those guys who in their minds think they're stars that are over aren't drawing a dime or a rating at this point. Meltzer has some pretty harsh words here about the Hulkster. You were there. Did you feel like he's trying to stir up the internet, he being Hulk Hogan, with this sort of statement? Or did you think it was genuine and maybe what we've heard from a lot of other folks over the years is true? Hulk was trying to hold us down, brother.
I think Hulk, like any talent, wanted to keep things going. It's not like he woke up and everybody wanted their way. Everybody, and that group of we'll call it the Millionaires Club, and that's why I ask you, but I think it's just a good setting point. Just 12 months ago, business was red hot. That's not that long ago, and now they brought in a guy, and he's already out. I mean, disarray, unorganized, a mess. It's just a complete it's an understatement because, you know, Hogan getting on the radio and Mancow, for those who don't know, incredibly successful. I'll call him a shock jock in the Chicago area, used to be syndicated. But, I mean, Hogan saying his stuff and the inner office turmoil and everybody, you know, look, the reality is everybody wanted to keep that big paycheck coming. And they were very, very outspoken on what they thought was right or wrong. And there's probably validity in both. I just sat back and tried to really look at it and go, I can't remember having these thoughts. Where's all this going to end? What's the end game here? Who is going to be able to come in and be, I'll call it the Vince, the JArrett, the Jerry Lawler, the boss, to just say, hey, this is direction we're going and we're going to be successful at it. And it turns out to be successful. I was hoping for that. I didn't know where it'd come from, but I was hoping that we would right the ship, get the train back on the tracks. But it was very clear by no shows, substitutions, and talent dictating, I'll be at TV, I won't be at TV. I don't like this, I don't like that. I mean, there's a give and take always in wrestling. But at this level, it was it's just such a disaster.
The Torch and the Observer would report that the Nitro prior was supposed to be you versus Sid, but it was supposed to be a cage. And when the match is pushed back, Hogan had to go out with Luger and do the cage match. And apparently Hogan was pissed about it. Are you hearing any of this directly from Hogan or just whispers in the locker room and the dirt sheets?
And first time I've knew that Hogan, and maybe I forgot about it and heard it in passing that night, but I didn't even recall that they had him do the match in the cage. I don't really remember me and Sid being booked in that cage. And that's a product of not really me having a bad memory of how much plans changed.
Yes.
All the time. I mean, it was just like constant. There was no direction. And I say this to say, if I can't recall it, I mean, the fan base, we eroded it. What do you say? What do you call it? Consumer confidence.
Yep. It was gone. By the last Monday of February here in 2000, Nitro loses in the ratings by triple. Raw has triple the ratings that Nitro does. That's just crazy to think about. That same Nitro, by the way, is the Target Center, and we have you and Vampiro wrestling. You're going to get the win to retain the U.S. title. We haven't spent any time talking about Vampiro. How was he to work with?
He was fine. I mean, he obviously his most success came in Lucha Libre and came in, in a Spanish speaking genre of professional wrestling. So his in-ring, I mean, it's fine and everything, but it was, to me, it's one of those things. Did they ever give him, I'll say, a fair opportunity? Was the character defined? Was he kind of an offshoot of Sting or he was, or what? We
didn't establish him in WCW.
I mean, not at all.
He had a cool look, but he just showed up with a cool look and it's like, hey, here he is. But there's no backstory.
None. And
Yeah,
and
we don't understand the character.
and then I can hear Mike Tenay or whoever, but yes, his a legend in Mexico. But they are not going to have time to say why is So you felt like he was a big deal, and kind of thought he was, and they kind of positioned him, but then it never really panned out. And again, character development was non-existent in his case in WCW.
Respectfully, is that a Russo issue? Like, I say that because I feel like there's been times where Russo believed, and listen, I know some of this was done in character, but it's almost as if you weren't a big star on the WWF program, we're not maybe going to feature you too strongly here. And in times Russo, in character, I'm sure, would do promos about, hey, you can go watch all the Lucha Libres you want. Like, he didn't necessarily respect the history because he didn't think, and I think he was right, by the way. I'm not being negative on Russo in this regard. I'm saying he knew that the majority of the folks watching this weren't familiar with AAA or CMLL or New Japan. So if they didn't watch it on this show or the other channel, it kind of doesn't compute. You got to start fresh. But I think you could leverage that stuff. And we've seen it happen in more modern times. Was Russo's attitude correct at the time? Do you think that, hey, most of them haven't seen it, but that doesn't mean we couldn't spend time and educate them, right? Or do you think that was a waste of time?
No, so I think, and I think you'll agree with me, I don't think it was a matter of respect on Russo's part. I think he respected Japanese talent, Mexican talent, whatever it may be. Did he think that they would get ratings and numbers? I can tell you, to my knowledge, absolutely not, and didn't believe that it was worth the investment to use that as a jumping off point in character development for Vampiro. And there's 1,000 different schools of thought, and going back to the territory days. And a lot of times I like to kind of use that as example. In the old days, God, I sound like the old timer, but that's how it was done. Here comes Billy Robinson. Why is he good? Well, we're going to tell you why he's good. He beat this guy here and beat this guy here, the traveling world champion, or, Andre the Giant's a touring guy, or whatever it is. You use the history because it's difficult. You can't create history overnight. So Vince, I don't believe, really ever bought into that's going to get me a number to go into other genres of wrestling. But that was his philosophy. So the culture of character development in WCW, we just touched on Vampiro. There's a lot of guys that were, I just go into that. That is such a lost art in so many ways.
Let me jump in here, though, too. Okay. I don't want everybody to think we're trying to pile on Vince, because the reality is the other Vince didn't do it either. I mean, let's just call it like it is. Like, he had plenty of opportunity to feature some of his lucha talent. Remember when the Nitro craze really popped off with all the success of the luchadors, Vince tried to do some of the same, sort of half-assed. Like, there was nobody got excited about a light heavyweight title match in the WWF. Nobody got excited when they ran the Royal Rumble in '97 and had all the lucha talent. There was here they are, and that's it. At least WCW allowed them the environment to flourish. And I just wondered, from your perspective, did Russo come over not selfishly saying, I don't like it, so they won't like it? Was he sitting under Vince McMahon's learning tree long enough that, hey, they're not gonna, because let's go back into more recent years. I thought for sure Shinsuke was going to be a huge star, and man, they're going to put him and Lesnar out on pay-per-view and blah, blah, blah. That never happened. And it almost feels as if, candidly, it's not going to happen as long as, that's just not Vince's style. That's not his approach. If you can't connect with a really strong promo and you don't come in with a lot of that hoopla, it's just, I don't know. I don't think it's a Russo thing. I think it's who Russo learned from. I think it's a Vince McMahon thing.
And I also think that you could just draw the it's not the style, but look, overall, it's, I'm going to really state the obvious here. U.S. programming, United States program, which is the sole focus because everything else is bicycled out. it's English speaking. It's truly just that simple. You have to do a connect, pal, the money's in the face and the money's in the face and the emotions, but you also got to be able to talk. And so, Nitro, when the luchadors came on, they sold action. They didn't have storylines. They didn't have angles. They said, we're going to give you some hot action. And that, I believe, both Vince's and others, that mentality is, I'm going to invest my TV time in developing characters as opposed to a match. It's a philosophy that, am I going to give time to character development stories or give time to matches? It's a different philosophy.
Which one do you think draws the most money?
It's funny that you would even ask. I mean, is that like a softball? I mean,
stories. We all know it's stories.
Oh my God.
But it, you see that argument all the time on social, Jeff.
Oh.
And I loved your pregnant pause because, Lord, you want to be everybody's friend. And I appreciate it.
I couldn't believe you asked me that.
I know the answer. I wanted you to say it.
With a straight face, you asked me, Jeff, do you think a match draws or do you think a story draws? Well, Conrad, let's talk about this.
Hang on. Let me just say this. When our pal Road Dogg said that last year, boy, it pissed a lot of people off.
Said what? I'm missing something here.
He said there's no money in matches. And it pissed everybody off. And he said that he heard as a young man, and I forget who he gave credit to, but it was a territory wrestler. It might have been somebody like Billy Joe Travis or a name like that, who said, or maybe it was Jamie Dundee. I forget who it was. It was Jamie Dundee, I believe. But he said something like, matches, there's no money in matches. The money's in the story. And it upset a lot of people. But Eric Bischoff's been saying the same thing. Jim Ross has been saying the same thing. Tony Schiavone's been saying the same thing. And now we got you saying the same thing. And I feel like it's just not clicking. And don't get me wrong, I understand. I love a 5-star match as much as the next guy. And I know you appreciate and respect it more than I ever could because you can appreciate what all went into that. However, you got to have the story. When you think about WrestleMania 3, if you're a wrestling nerd, we all think of Ricky the Dragon Steamboat and Randy Macho Man Savage putting on a clinic. But those 80,000 people came there to see the conclusion of that Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant story. And those matches are not even comparable in any way. But the match that drew those people was the one with the best story. That's what sold the tickets. That's what sold the pay-per-views. That's what sold the closed circuit. That's what made the company an arena business for real. It was doing fine before, but it was another level after. And it was that story, not the matches.
I am dumbfounded. I'm going back to, and where did I miss this? Maybe I wasn't dialed in that Road Dogg got heat by saying that. But I when I say it diplomatically, like the NBA playoffs are cranked up right now. And I absolutely, without question, I'm a basketball junkie. And so I look at, okay, and now they've got a play-in tournament. And Conrad, I don't even know if you know that, but top 8 teams from the East, top 8 teams from the West, traditionally have always gone. Well, the last couple of years, they have a play-in tournament where the 7th seed and the 8th seed play at the end of the season, and the winner of that, they get the 7th seed. And then the loser of that is going to go play this other game, but number 9 and 10 have played, so that winner gets a win. So there technically could be a 10th seed get the 8th seed slot. Okay, they're all dribbling the ball. They're all making fouls. They're all hitting threes that are unbelievable. They're all blah, 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 blah. It's all basketball. You get 1 point for a free throw, 2 points for inside the I mean, it's all the same. But when you attach the story to it, whether it's UFC, NBA, March Madness, Clipboard Joe Burrow and Buffoon Abyss getting in our crawls. I mean, it's all story. If you just have a match to have a match, it may be entertaining, but there is no ROI. There's no revenue. I don't believe there's any revenue generated out of it. And I'm surprised that you asked me that question, Conrad.
Well, I just wanted to get it stirred up. I wanted the internet to hate you like they do Road Dogg. I don't know when everybody, the IWC got together and decided they don't like Road Dogg, but he was just spitting facts, y'all. Let's talk about another fact. Sid is shown backstage on this same Nitro where you are wrestling Vampiro, laid out with a broken guitar next to him. And it's reported in the newsletters that this is done this way without seeing the actual action of a guitar, because Sid says he got a concussion the last time you hit him with a guitar. And Meltzer can't help but jump in and chime in on that, saying, hey, if Mike Tenay and Moolah can get hit with guitars and not get a concussion, but this 300-pound guy does, maybe there's something amiss. Do you remember hearing about Sid saying he had a concussion from a guitar? And I mean, I'm not trying to reveal the magic, but some of those guitars, I'd have been fine with you hitting my daughters over the head with. What are we talking about?
Well, Meltzer didn't get the full story.
Okay.
It's very, very clear. This particular guitar, loaded it with 2 bricks.
Oh, goodness gracious.
So, I mean, look, Dave, Wade, Mike Johnson, they sometimes get half truth. Now, Sean Ross Sapp, we can throw a few out there now. Nick Hausman, I mean, all that. This particular guitar, I may be stretching it a little bit. It might have been 1 brick, but hey, sometimes it's happened, and you don't really need a full brick to put today down. A half brick.
Oh, all right. Come on now. We're having fun, but let me ask you.
We're having fun. But yeah,
have you had the same guitar guy the whole time?
No. WWF was Rich
Posner, yeah.
And then people in and out. But then WCW went Hollywood on us, and they ordered them out of LA, true prop guitars. And then I've had the same guy since 2002.
Did you ever use, was there ever one that wasn't safe and you didn't know it until after the fact and you were like, oof?
Oh, no. I've always, if I got hit, I got a nice scar right on the top of the head in Mexico. LA Park cracked me, like to knock me out. There have been some that Russell Cade, when I hit Matt Hardy, that was a little stiff, but I still thought it was safe enough, but apparently it wasn't. But, in WCW, all of those were, and the liability, I understood why, because I'm like, guys, can y'all make these up? They were too much. But
did Sid get a bad one, or is Sid being a whiny butt here?
Not to my recollection at all. I don't think there was a bad one.
Okay. There's a report in the Observer that there's a talk of NWA Worldwide doing a Christine JArrett memorial show at the fairgrounds, but it'd have to be approved by your father and Eddie Marlin. Do you remember ever hearing about this and what you thought of the show happening?
Folks, this is a time to tune into YouTube on My World and see Jerry Jarrett's probably 3.5 foot wide collared shirt.
I love it so much.
That's the 70s. But no, I never heard this in WCW. That's kind of a rumor mill. But the WCW worldwide tapings in 2000, where were those being held? In small markets, the Rome, Georgias of the world? I guess they were. I don't remember.
Talk to me about Super Brawl. The buy rate comes out, and it's the worst buy rate in WCW and WWF pay-per-view history. The lowest. When you go back to 94 and 95, what a lot of people call the dark ages, the WWF, they still sold more than Super Brawl 2000 did. This is one of the first main events you've had a sniff at here, and you're on pay-per-view. And I'm curious, a lot of people would say in the 80s, oh, we got to go thank Hulk for the house. And then in the 90s, when business was down, they would say, oh, Diesel's the worst drawing champion in history. You're in the main event here, but it's a 3-man ensemble. Was there any blame pointed your way? Did it affect your pay at all? We know that on the WWF side of things, you get a pay-per-view bonus. Here it's guaranteed money. Does that affect your pay? Are you nervous about it when you hear that? Are you taking any ribbing from the guys or the office, or is it just business as usual for this company at this point in time?
Pretty much business as usual. But the conversations that I would have with whoever, Kevin Sullivan, 3 ways, for it to draw money, the heel has to be red hot. The story has to be red hot. A single main event, you better have some heat on your heel or have a really hot baby face that they wanted. I mean, there was, I don't want to just say from top to bottom of that card, not stories with meat on the bone, because remember, Russo had written, let's say, 2 to 3 months worth of story. Now it's Kevin Sullivan's first pay-per-view. Is this accurate? It would be Kevin's first Back in Power. Excuse me. Back in Power. Yeah. So Kevin is just getting his stories going, coming off the heels. And you said it earlier in your build-up, the finger poke of doom. And look, I'm not pointing fingers, but you know, when you listen to Eric or Tony or JR and just kind of the history of it all, that felt like the beginning of the end with consumer confidence. Now, here we are a year later. There was none there. The other channel was red hot. So the people voted without question. We're not spending money with this brand. We're spending it with the others. No story, no heat, no emotion. And Kevin, to his defense, which in turn defends me, Sid, and Scott, no story. The whole new chapter was just being written.
I want to point out that, you know, as we said, the WWF model would mean you would get paid based on what you drew. Your WCW contract was not really set up that way. Is that the same? Is that fair to say?
Guaranteed. That contract was guaranteed regardless, and I got paid per house show.
Through court documents where WCW was in litigation, all of those financial terms have been disclosed. And in the year 2000, you were the 14th highest paid wrestler, but you made the fourth most in merchandise. You were behind only Goldberg, Hogan, and Sting. And for the whole year on national television, touring brand, Slapnuts Jones everywhere. You got a whole page here in the magazine. You made $4,350.66.
Think about that.
We do more than that on our podcast here.
But hold on. That stat is mesmerizing in a lot of ways. The 14th highest paid talent, right?
Yeah, let's run through the guys who were paid more than you.
Okay.
Goldberg, okay. Hulk Hogan, all right. Sting, Kevin Nash, DDP, Bret Hart. Okay, all these are making sense so far, I guess. Lex Luger in at number 7. Sid Vicious in at number 8. Scott Hall at number 9. Scott Steiner at number 10. Booker T in at number 11. Tank Abbott's number 12. And Rick Steiner is number 13. Boy, if you'd had that information ahead of time, you'd have got your ass a raise, would you not?
Hey, so as you go down that, we won't have to go through it again, but when you go down on that whole list, and I'm just saying that we're in the storytelling business. We just kind of dove into that, Conrad, and I think both of us did a good job of that. But for a story to have any meat on the bone, you got to have a protagonist and antagonist. Tell me, out of those 14, who would you say is now that's the antagonist at WCW right during that time?
Scott Steiner?
Me and Scott.
Yeah, Scott Steiner, you and Sid. Like those are the 3 heels on the whole list.
And Sid,
I know we're going to try different people at different spots.
That's without question. But when you look at them, I mean,
Scott Steiner, Sid, Jeff Jarrett.
Yes, and Flair by this time was a legacy babyface, head and shoulders above anybody except Hogan, right?
And not on this list.
Oh, Flair's not on this list?
Flair's not on this list. Rick Steiner and Tank Abbott made more than Ric Flair.
Where was he at?
Below you.
No.
Yeah. Let's keep it going here. March 6th, Chapel Hill, North Carolina.
Hold on. One last thing is, so the atrocious royalty check of merch.
Yeah.
Who are the 3 people in front of me? All baby faces, all legacy.
Goldberg, Hogan, and Sting.
That tells you what a freaking disaster we have going on, folks, in the year 2000 at WCW.
March 1st, 1999, not 2000, 1999. You guys did a Nitro here. 16,000 tickets were sold the day they went on sale. It was a sellout. Because of production kills, they opened up some more. In total, here in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, you had 17,852 paying customers. You come back 1 year later, almost to the day, March 6th. So it's been 1 year and 5 days. And instead of 17,852 paying fans, you got 2,236 paid.
Conrad, we could drop the mic and say, folks, next week on My World, does that not say it all?
I don't mean this to be ugly, and I realize you're going to take it that way, but it's like between 99 and 2000, this went from being a Nitro to an Impact, just like that.
It's truly, except Impact never had TNT and TBS.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm just saying, like, 2,200 paid would be considered pretty good unless you're WWE and maybe AEW. But if you're not with one of those, man, 2,200 paid is a pretty damn strong show. Good for you.
Real quick, you're the mortgage guy. 18,000 times $30 a ticket.
It's a lot of money, Jeff.
No, I mean, think about the revenue drop.
Yes. And you know they were charging more than that for ringside. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Back on this same Nitro, the Harris brothers are just killing dudes. They get arrested. They're your backup, and now you don't have your heaters. You're booked in a tag match in the main event, and you end up choosing a partner. You choose The Wall. And you guys are going to take on Sid and Vampiro. Dave was not so hot about it.
Oh, gosh.
This was terrible. The only good thing about the match was the outfit Tylene Buck was wearing. Roll Tide. Vampiro didn't come across like he belonged in a main event. Wall was awful. Finish saw JArrett hit Sid with a guitar and Wall chokeslam Sid. JArrett pinned Sid while Wall chokeslam Vampiro. Madden tried to get Vampiro over as the next Sting, but since he's always losing every match, somehow if you look back at Sting in 88, he didn't do jobs on TV every week during that period when he shot from mid-card to superstardom in a 1 month period. So, hey, at least Sid is taking the guitar shot this time. And, well, then the next day, surprise, Sid no-shows. You think he gave him another concussion?
I have no idea. No, I don't. I'm positive I didn't give him a concussion, but
Let me add the context here, guys. The world champion is not bothering to show up for the Thunder.
I mean,
and that's the story.
Yeah, I mean,
and then you defeat Vampiro again to retain the U.S. title. And there's a lot of talk that when Goldberg returns, he's going to need a big opponent, and you're on the list. It's reported in the Observer that Terry Taylor was removed from the booking committee, and a lot of people have a lot of opinions about Terry Taylor. What was yours in this period? How was he to work with in 2000?
Great. My jumping off point with Terry was he worked for my father he came to the territory and worked. My dad, I would say, loved him. They were buds, and, later in the TNA days, but I always got along well with Terry. He was always easy to deal with in these WCW days. He kind of understood not just the chaos, but he was a talent or had been a talent. And so he could relate on those levels. And he, in his own way, would kind of give a light pep talk in, hey, man, go out and do the best you can do. We understand the circumstances might not be optimal, that kind of deal. I always got along with Terry.
I haven't told you this, but, a lot of my podcast co-hosts, they've given Terry a lot of shit over the years about the Red Rooster and talking to dirt sheets and all kinds of stuff. And it hasn't always been pleasant. And I was at WrestleMania this past month, I guess now, a few weeks ago. And went and had lunch with a mutual friend of ours who and I won't say their name. And he may or may not work with the company. And so a couple of fellows come in, Mr. Finley and Mr. Terry Taylor, and they come over and say hello to the fellows I'm having lunch with. And I get introduced to Terry Taylor for the very first time. First time I've met him.
Ever.
Our paths just haven't crossed. So as long as I've been doing this, he's been with WWE, and we just mostly NXT, and we've never.
I wouldn't have thought that for sure.
And I could tell This was going to be interesting.
Oh boy.
And Mr. Taylor, such a professional, shakes my hand and says, "It's good to put a face with the name." Not good to meet you, not nice to meet you, just like, oh, okay, this is what this motherfucker looks like. I just grinned and thought, I kind of expected worse considering the way Bruce and JR and Tony and people have just piled on at different times. And I never met him, so I don't know. But I guess I gave a platform for some of that to be out there, and good to put a face with the name.
Well, that is, I tell you what, if that isn't Terry Taylor 101,
I loved it.
Very diplomatic, very HR,
yes, friendly
and candid.
Yes.
And hey,
I was really proud of him. I mean, because you listen, we've got a thing, I think everybody listening to this knows that mortgage rates have tripled over the last year. And so when rates were great, people would say, "Hey man, how's business?" Unbelievable. Now that they're a little higher, a little more challenging market, how's business? Unbelievable. Because either way, I can't believe this shit.
Yeah.
Either way. So Terry Taylor's off the committee, and it's also in the newsletters that Kevin Nash is off the committee as well. What did you think of Kevin's ideas in WCW? Did you work with him creatively at all?
But, me and Kevin met each other in 93, 94. So Kevin's he's a lifer at this point, but he dove in and incredibly interesting backstory, kid from Detroit, played pro ball in Germany, military, all kind of different jobs, life experiences. But Kevin dove into the business and learned from Rick Rude and Dusty and that WCW, and then, went work. I mean, just Kevin's whole demeanor and mindset is he knows how to make money. And so he would be thinking. So Kevin, look, creative is something that is subjective. So yeah, were all of Kevin's ideas great? No. Were all of them bad? No. But Kevin wasn't afraid to get outside the box. That's one of the things that, he would say, "Hey, what if?" No, I like Kevin's ideas.
When did you first hear about the possibility of Russo coming back, and what'd you think of that? And then what'd you think when you heard that Bischoff might be coming back too?
I tried to really drill down on when was the first inkling, and I don't know if it was a Bill Banks, Jeremy Borash, I'm even going to say a Terry Taylor, some folks that were on the committee that were coworkers, colleagues. I don't know if it was one of those guys. For some reason, I feel like I didn't hear it first from Vince, but just kind of I don't know. I really don't, Conrad. I don't remember, but I feel like my best recollection, I didn't hear singularly that Vince was coming back. I heard Vince and Eric are coming back, which was
was that positive for you, or were you nervous about that? Because Bischoff, you didn't have the best experience with. Russo was kind of your boy from back in the day. Were you hoping for more Russo? Were you nervous about Bischoff, or were you just the delusional optimist who was going to make it work no matter what?
I thought change is needed and they're going to pump new blood. I felt like Kevin he never got his feet settled ever. And we just kind of went through it. It was, Jerry Toot, the wall. He hadn't been in the business. He was so the talent and who was available, who wasn't available. Sid went home. He was such a mess that I thought, okay, hope. We've talked often about this, off and online. Hope is maybe the singular, love is the strongest emotion, but hope is right up there. And it immediately, when Vince and Eric, I heard that, it gave me hope. Maybe delusional, maybe, but I knew, okay. You could clearly see we're going to bring these two guys together. Vince represents, we'll call it kind of the new blood, and I guess they went, but kind of the newer talent, the newer script writing, however it may be, type deal. However you want to say, cachet around Russo and the WWE influence, just whatever it may be. But Eric, obviously, his massive success that he just came off of the last couple of years, I thought putting this together, anything was going to be better than what we were going through because it was in such a disarray. I kind of saw the vision that Brad Siegel, Bill Bush, powers that be, all right, get these guys in here, because it was clearly at this point a distant number 2 to WWE. You said it, tripled the ratings. Folks, if that doesn't tell you there needs to be a massive radical change, nothing will.
Hey, I want to run a timeout right now to talk about what I'm doing in my real life. Of course, I don't just live in your computer and talk to you about wrestling whenever you want. I'm also here to help you save money. And I've been talking to more and more homeowners who are a little stressed out. They're maxed out on their credit cards and it feels like they're stuck making their minimum payments. Are you doing that right now? There is a better way. What I want to advise you to do is not be penny wise and dollar foolish. I had to learn the hard way what that meant. But recently I've been having some conversations with folks who say, I don't want to refinance my house. I have a great rate. Okay, I get that. And that's awesome. Good for you. High five. However, are you making the minimum payment and carrying a balance on credit cards that are like 28% interest? First of all, you know that is a crazy high amount of interest. You know you can do better than that. But secondly, did you know that you can also go ahead and write off the interest you pay on your mortgage? Whereas you can't write off the interest you pay to, say, Discover or American Express. Why not find a way to save the most money possible, get the best rate possible, skip your next 2 house payments, and get out of debt faster? Let me explain. I've recently been able to help folks take their 30-year loan and pay it off in half the time with cheaper monthly payments. And I know what you're saying. How's that possible? Interest rates are higher. Well, that's true. But you know what else is higher? Credit card interest rates. See, it wasn't just mortgage rates that went up. Everything went up. And when everything went up, I feel stuck. Yeah, let's get rid of that feeling. Let's save as much money as we can right now, and you don't need perfect credit or money out of your pocket. It's savewithconrad.com. I routinely talk to some of our podcast listeners who think, well, I didn't think I could do this because I had a late payment. I didn't think I could do this because I had a bankruptcy a few years ago. Or I didn't think it was possible to save me any money. I already had a great rate. Let us run the numbers. You see, if you can hear my voice and you've got a second mortgage, you got a home equity line of credit, you got credit card debt, you're carrying a car loan, wouldn't it be nice if you could make all those payments go away just like that? You can do it right now at savewithconrad.com. And I also want to mention, if you've been on the fence about buying a house and you're saying to yourself, I want to buy a house, but I'm going to wait until the interest rates go down. Let me repeat what you just said in different words. I want to try to bid on a house that I'll never get and then wind up overpaying for it once I've frustrated everyone I know and made dozens of offers and got none. You see, that's what happened a few years ago. There was this craze when the rates cratered and everybody and their brother tried to buy houses at the same time. It was very competitive, so you would see those house prices go up. So let me just go ahead and ask you, would you rather pay a higher rate now, and when the rates go ahead and dip in 2 years, take advantage of that and refinance and get a lower rate? Or just wait and buy then and pay $50,000 extra for the house? It's a no-brainer. Date the rate, marry the house. You see, the home values historically just go up and up and up every year. We all know that. So here's the plain and ugly truth of it. Waiting will cost you more money. You can always refinance later. All the experts agree rates are going to improve, and when they do, refinance. I would love to help you with that. I would love to show you that we can be your mortgage advisor for life. And again, we can still find you a way to get into a house with as little as $0 down. That's right, there's no money down options out there. FHA only requires 3.5% down, and you can get a Fannie or Freddie loan for about 5% down. You don't need perfect credit, you don't need money out of your pocket, but now is the time. Builders are making good deals. Sellers are offering concessions. If you wait until the rates are great, all that goes away because there's a seller's market. Right now, it's a buyer's market, and the buy-in is good. Let me show you how easy it is at savewithconrad.com. NMLS number 65084, equal housing lender. Now let's get back to more Double J. But first, remember, go to savewithconrad.com. See why we've got over 1,000 5-star reviews at conradreviews.com and an A+ with the BBB. It's because we know how to save you money at savewithconrad.com. Are you aware of the AOL Time Warner merger and how it might impact, or is that not even on your radar at this time?
I mean, you're aware of it, but you just don't think, or I didn't. I mean, I was really Teeny probably wouldn't have been happy with me. I had really become just a wrestler. I just wasn't dialed into how's this going to affect things.
Well, we know what's going to be affected next, and that's this European tour. Man, it looks like it's going to be a strong success, and I guess it is financially, but Meltzer would say it's typical of WCW shooting himself in the foot. Birmingham does 11,812 paying fans for $384,000. London does over 10,000, paying $375,000. And Manchester does 16,318, paying $447,000. But WCW doesn't even announce this success on TV when they come home. And it feels like it would be great news because there's a planned return for November. And they bring out all the big guns. The Nitro Girls are here, the Pyro's here, and you've got injured stars like Kevin Nash and Bret Hart and Buff Bagwell. They're all on the show. But fans are supposedly giving negative reviews of the show because Sting and Goldberg and Sid Vicious aren't there. Sid Vicious is the world champ. Sting and Goldberg are on the actual printed tickets themselves, and they're not there. Do you remember this tour? I mean, financially, it's a success. But do you remember do you remember this being a moment where you thought, we got their money this time, but we might not next time?
Didn't think that thought, but almost 40,000 tickets sold in 3 days. You just kind of, hell yeah, it's strong. And we're not just down, we're way down in the US. I had lived through that with WWF in 94. I can remember talking, and I really got an education on the business side in 94 as well, that live event business was not, it was starting to come up late 94, 95, but we weren't there yet. It was the building blocks. But Vince filled up the calendar of going overseas. Germany multiple times, UK multiple times. We did the Israel tour, and so, hey, is that kind of the strategy that WCW should take? That we're strong in Germany. I think it was free to air during this time, but anyway, strong television presence throughout Europe and the UK. Do we head in that direction? All the no-shows was it was so foreign to me. We've covered it here on My World on the WCCW, the Von Erichs, and how they had decimated their business by the Von Erichs, not Kevin, Kerry, just no showing their own shows, completely no showing, and how it really destroyed the business. It was just ingrained in me from my grandmother, my father, hearing other territory stories, hearing other guys. The no-show is the number one worst thing you can do. It destroys, of which you've taught me, the consumer confidence. But the amount of no-shows that were going on shocked me. I mean, we're going to go have these big houses. Me and Kevin Nash, I remember looking at the poster. Nope, there, not there, not there. Not this specific tour, but other times it's like, it ain't just false advertising. It's misleading. They know those guys ain't going. And the marketing department, what are they going to do? They're, again, complete lack of leadership across the board is the result of what you have here. So almost 40,000 tickets in 3 days, and nobody on the marketing materials is there. Come on.
Yeah, it's less than, man. There's no other way to say it. It's just less than. Uncensored is a week away. You and Sid are on top, but the match they're really promoting the most is Flair versus Hogan in a strap match. And the Go Home Nitro features you wrestling Vampiro again. You're working the show here with the Flu, and they do a dusty finish. I guess the original plan was for Vampiro to beat you for the title, but instead they do a dusty finish where Vampiro gets the pin, but it's because he hits you with the belt and a ref overturns it. So you get the stroke on the belt to retain. So heel getting saved by a ref maybe makes no sense, but that's because it wasn't the original plan. It was supposed to be Sid costing you the title on Thunder, not again on Nitro. But Sid at Nitro asked for the day off, and somehow, just days before a pay-per-view, they grant it. Okay. Now, I just want to add context. Jeff is the U.S. champ. Sid is the world champ. So it's champion versus champion, but only the world title is on the line. So maybe you're thinking, okay, if we're really going to go with Jeff, we need to get this U.S. belt off of him. Doesn't it make sense right before a pay-per-view to really build the stakes for that match? Let's have Sid cost Jeff his U.S. title as a way to build towards the pay-per-view. Okay, I'm with it. Here comes the monkey wrench. Sid wants the day off. We give it to him, so we do this convoluted dusty finish, and Jeff wrestles Vampiro for the third or fourth straight week here. The next day at Thunder, Sid changes his mind. He's actually at the show. And he comes out to save Booker after you and the Harris boys are beating him down. He comes out and has some, well, they're not Memphis punches, and you're doing your best to make it look right. But this is just a disaster. You're here with the flu, trying to help get over and establish a new guy who we haven't invested any backstory with, but we're saying on TV he's the next Sting. And the world champ's supposed to cost you the title, but instead a ref is going to help the heel retain. And then the next day, never mind, he's here after all. Man, we are rudderless here, are we not?
Conrad, you said about the profitable years of WCW earlier, but I think either I cut you off or you cut yourself off. 99 was profitable, correct or no?
Yeah, 2000 was a huge disaster.
And we're in the middle of it.
Yes.
And here's all the reasons, not reasons. Here's all the answers and the, I guess the fruit that's being produced. I mean, no wonder.
It's a disaster. Let's talk about the pay-per-view. Sid Vicious is going to beat you in 7 minutes and 36 seconds, and Meltzer's kind of nice to you. He only gives you a 1.25 stars, but he says JArrett did as good a job as humanly possible with Sid at this stage. And it wasn't really bad early on. Of course, eventually, the heel referee is going to come out. You're going to beat up a referee, and then another referee comes out. And then Hogan comes limping behind him. Hogan saves the day, beats you up and the Harris twins, gives you the leg drop, puts Sid on top for the pin, and then Scott Steiner comes out, and he cracks a guitar on Hogan's back. This is supposed to be a pay-per-view main event, but this reads like it's just a Nitro, doesn't it?
Or maybe a Thunder.
Yeah, maybe.
It again, the lack of oh man, I don't know.
Are you disappointed? I mean, here you are in a pay-per-view main event in a title shot, 1-on-1. This is what everybody would have hoped for when they were signing up for this company. Like, man, I want to get over there and work in the main events, and now here comes Hogan to interfere. And
I don't know if it's in our notes. Was this pay-per-view maybe in good? Was this the one down in Miami? Where is Uncensored? This episode.
Why do you ask? Does that jog a memory for you? It is in Miami, but what about Miami stands out to you?
I could remember. Okay, so I think we had to get in. Anyway, I can remember when you just said, I don't know why. I have no idea why. Man, it just feels like another TV. I can remember. If we don't have time, don't need to go into it, but the entire card read like a TV. It was just. Like,
no, I don't mind sharing the card with you. The whole card. Here we go. Opening match, The Artist versus Psychosis for the Cruiserweight title. Tag team match, Norman Smiley and the Demon against Lane and Rave. A singles match with The Wall and Bam Bam Bigelow. A hardcore gauntlet match for their hardcore title with Brian Knobbs taking on 3 Count, which is Evan Courageous, Shannon Moore, and Shane Helms. Billy Kidman and Booker T with Torrie Wilson in their corner, taking on Harlem Heat 2000, which is Big T, a.k.a. Ahmed Johnson, and Stevie Ray. Vampiro working with Fit Finley, the Harris brothers with the Mama Lukes, Dustin Rhodes with Terry Funk in a bull rope match, Sting versus Lex Luger in a lumberjack match, Sid versus Jeff Jarrett. And then what goes on last is not the world title. It's Hulk Hogan versus Ric Flair in the Yappa Pie Indian strap match.
Just no heat on anything. I can remember getting there and looking at it, and it just, there was zero momentum in the product. So the inkling of, to tie it into the episode, the inkling of Russo and Bischoff coming back, there's the hope spot out of everything. It certainly wasn't in the card or the creative or any other type momentum that was going on. It was, That's why it jogged my memory. I remember it was in Miami. We got in there the day early. I don't say I was at a production meeting, but I remember kind of going through some creative with Kevin and others. And it was just, I just remember thinking, all right, I got Sid. I got to do the very best I can do with him.
Tough day at the office. The next night we're doing Nitro in Gainesville. You're in the main event, teaming with Scott Steiner to take on Sid and Hogan. And Meltzer would say, it saw Hogan never sell one thing the entire match. Looked bad until Sid choke slammed Hogan. Normally guys recover from the choke slam pretty quickly, and normally Hogan recovers from everything immediately. But he decided to put this one over. Sid pins Hogan and the ref counts 3, which makes no sense. I'm going to recap. It's Jarrett and Steiner against Hogan and Sid. So he's getting pinned by his own partner. So Hogan and Sid both win and lose the match.
Think about that. I knew that day we went around and around with, I don't want to say Hulk was, nobody was engaged. Nobody was into, and I can remember going, Scotty, we've got to get in the room. We've got to have to go through this. Who's our lead agent? I think our man Terry Taylor, or maybe wasn't, or I don't know who got us all in a room, but it was Hulk didn't want to be there or didn't like the creative or whatever it was. That's, pulling teeth is an understatement. It was, again, the culture, lack of leadership, lack of direction, lack of a boss. There's your result.
It's really amazing that happened. I mean, I can only imagine. I mean, I know that the wrestling community goes LOL Memphis, but I don't think even your dad and Lawler would have said, we'll have one tag team partner pin the other. What?
Even reading the note again, I don't follow. Okay. You can have a heel turn or a turn, but one of the opposing team needs to get the cover in.
It's crazy.
Let me translate this to you. Hulk and Hulk says, I'm not letting Jeff or Steiner cover me.
That's exactly right. If anybody's going to lay across me, it's Sid. I ain't putting over them.
Think about that.
What?
Yes.
And then, of course, the world changes just a few days later. It's everywhere that Eric Bischoff and Vince Russo are here to be life preservers. And it's said that they're going to try to exploit this and turn it into a television angle. And there's going to be maybe some realities because there was a coup to get rid of Eric Bischoff in early September. And that coup involved Bill Bush, Gary Juster, J.J. Dillon, and Kevin Sullivan. And Russo had maybe 90 days as the head writer, and then he's out too. Boy, the political gamesmanship here really gets turned up when they're coming back, because there's a whole lot of folks here in the office who didn't want them there. Did you know that? I mean, did you know that? I'm sure you're thinking as a wrestler first and about, okay, how does this affect me? But did you know that, okay, they're coming back, but there's going to be a lot of people I work with who aren't happy about that.
So I'm just trying to think. This is 2000. So I am 32 years old?
Yep.
So even though I'd been in the business 15 years at this time, I was still 32. Understanding the dynamics of a corporate entity as opposed to a promotion like
your dad.
Or Vince running the show. There's just such unwritten rules when you have one boss. So those two guys coming back, I guess by default and naively, I thought, well, Eric's led him to the promised land, and Russo had a pretty good run of writing. And maybe if they combine forces, everybody will get on board, because what we're doing right now is terrible. How silly of thought processes is that for me to have? And that's why I say, my thinking at 32 years of age, as opposed to 55 years of age, is radically changed in so many ways. And when just because, I could really go down in a rabbit hole here, but I didn't, to give you the short answer, I wasn't aware that there was going to be this much blowback.
On the March 27th Nitro, Mark Madden and Tony Schiavone are not even calling the matches or hyping the angles. They're just talking about, hey, do you think Russo's going to be able to work with Bischoff? So we're getting maybe a little too inside. Neither of those guys actually appears on camera, but it's clear that this is where, we're headed. And this is a spring break Nitro where it's got you and Scott Steiner taking on Kurt Hennig and Buff Bagwell. Feels like everybody's heel in that match.
Is this South Padre Island?
Yep.
Yeah.
You work Thunder the next night, losing to Booker T by DQ, and then the company shuts down. I don't think a lot of people remember this, but I can't believe this is the call. But the call was made. Let's just not run the show in Worcester on April 3rd. Let's not run the show in Durham, New Hampshire on April 4th. And let's instead start fresh with new storylines on April 10th. But, oh, by the way, when we do that, we're going to be selling a pay-per-view 6 days later.
What aired in place of us on that Monday and Thursday? Nothing?
I have no idea.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead.
What are you being told? Hey, just don't come to TV. We're canceling those shows. Are you nervous about that?
Well, it was a bit of a confusion. That's why I was trying to think that. Wonder what, but I don't, regardless, we weren't there. There was going to be a reset. How do you message that? How do the people that tune in on that Monday go, oh, they're resetting, but nothing's on tonight? And that's why I was saying, I wonder what actually aired. Did they run crawls? Did they?
Yeah, it was a history of Nitro, but I don't know what the contents were. I mean, it was still wrestling, but it wasn't new stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I maybe Shivani and others kind of pitched the segments, and it was a reset. So at the end of the day, I wanted to have as much hope and optimism. And I knew from working with Vince, but also at least observing, okay, there's going to be a plan put in place here.
But I mean, here's the thing. If you're not showing new stuff, aren't you encouraging people to just change the channel further? I mean, I know having Tony Schiavone host basically a clip show and just show highlights of Nitro, on the surface, I could see how people would think, okay, that's a good placeholder. But the reality is it gets a 1.8.
Yeah.
And Raw destroys it with a 6.4.
Jesus.
A 1.8 to a 6.4. By the way, you're still working house shows. You're not working TV, but you are working house shows. You wrestled Booker T in Johnstown, Pennsylvania. 800 people are there.
Yep.
You head on down to Chattanooga and you're in the main event against Buff Bagwell. Buff was the stuff down here. Together, you guys drew 1,339 people. You left a company that was sold out every night. As soon as they announce WWF coming to your town 6 weeks from now, it was sold out immediately. Yep. They didn't announce any matches. They don't know who's going to be there. They just know, oh, the WWF's coming to town. It's sold. Now you find yourself in Pennsylvania working in front of a crowd the size of the ones you started with in Evansville in the territory days. Are you still delusionally optimistic here?
Well, and let's go back on that a little bit. Do you think I had a couple of moments during these renting a car in Pittsburgh or Philly and driving over to Johnstown? Do you think I had a couple of moments like that damn Vince? It really wasn't Vince. I mean, Vince, I knew my options were out. They weren't good. It's staying at WWF. I just knew from the culture and the negotiations and all that. But you have moments like going to the ring in Johnstown or going to the ring in Chattanooga or any of these house show runs, when you get to town and you see the marketing materials or hear a radio spot or whatever it may be, and then the actual card that's there, and Elliot Murnick or whoever's Gary Jester is running that, he comes up with the original card that was announced, and you just see Nash, Sting, Goldberg, and I don't know it's those, but nope, not here. Nope, not here. Nope, not here. All right, Buff, we're going to go tear the house down, pal. We are here. It was, yes, nights like this, Conrad, zero optimism. you just go, let's go out, give the people what the ones here deserve for us to go out and do the very best we can. And we did. But as far as a product or a brand, or in those days, I would call it, as far as the promotion goes, this place is upside down. And man, it needs somebody writing the ship bad.
Well, listen, they came in and they tried to hit Control Alt Delete. They tried to reset. They tried to just start brand new. And it happens on this special edition of Nitro. It's the first episode of the Bischoff Russo era, and Meltzer says it has to be considered a major success. It's built around old versus new, with them being labeled New Blood against the Millionaires Club. When do you first hear about that? Are you hearing about that before the show, or do you find out day of, here's what we're doing?
I think Vince called me and just kind of laid out, and Vince can sell when he wants to, just laid out the rough edges and the Millionaires Club versus the New Blood. And me and Eric were doing this. And, you know, again, I don't want to call it just Memphis, but born and raised on, based on reality, create seeds that are absolute truth and let them kind of blossom, and you blur the lines. And that's what it was. It was at this point very clear that the inmates were running the asylum. Guys were showing up when and when they wanted to. And so I think the audience knew it. And so then how do we capitalize on this? And, you know, the first TV and the reset. And again, I have showed up at Memphis TV for the first 7 years of my career. And my old man he had no problem telling Lance or Dave or him and Lawler be talking, guys, we got to make them forget about almost everything we did last week. And how do you do that? Go out and put on the damnedest show. That's the best way. We're not going to mention it. We're not going to bring it up. Whatever it may be, move ahead. And that was the mentality. And that's kind of what I thought was going to be implemented. Let's just forge ahead, and I don't want to say forget about it, but it's a new slate. They took off the week, and here's the new angle. Dive in, because name value is there. Storyline wasn't. Here's the new story.
Well, we do something interesting. We strip all the titles. We vacate all the titles, and we say that they'll all be decided this weekend at the pay-per-view. But at the end of the show, only one match is announced, and it's Jeff Jarrett versus DDP for the WCW title. And Meltzer would say, that's hardly a ticket seller. And the rest of the show was to be made clear at the Thunder taping the next day in Colorado Springs. And you're the first person to talk on this Nitro. You're calling yourself the chosen one, handpicked to be the next WCW World Champion, the man most responsible for turning the WWF around. Fact. The man who was set to introduce Vince McMahon's greatest secret, Vince Russo. And then Russo walks out, and there's an instrumental version of Iron Man, and he is a full-fledged television character at this time. And he says that his goal is to beat McMahon in his own game, and he says he was taken down by political BS backstage. Russo coming out to Iron Man tickles me. I don't know why. But him coming out and just, I don't know, are we exposing the business a little too much? I know that sounds silly now, but politics backstage, and I don't know. Were you ever a fan of that? I mean, clearly you did some of it in TNA, but I wonder if it hadn't have been done here, would you have done it this way?
You always try to go up to that line, but the audience couldn't absorb it. They weren't aware of all the backstage and the politics and the drama and all that. You know, the one thing on that graphic that just showed on our YouTube feed is that they had me and DDP in the matchup graphic, but they had me still with the NWO shirt on. I mean, that's like, let's don't go back there. Let's move forward. It's little things in the marketing department. No new green screens, no new images. Like, what are we selling here? It just bad, man. Just bad. And when you try to, I get it. You want to blur the lines, but the people didn't follow this story almost from word go because it got too inside baseball, as you say.
Well, we know they're going to announce a tournament here, and it's going to be a 4-man field. And yeah, you're in a good spot. Allegedly, it's reported that Bret Hart, they wanted him to appear in the rafters. We know that didn't happen. Just to add context, this is not too terribly long after his brother Owen has passed away. I mean, less than a year. Mike Awesome is going to jump ship and attack Kevin Nash on this show. That's going to be pretty notable. Get some people talking. What'd you think of Mike Awesome, the current ECW champion, showing up here on Nitro?
Was he current when he showed up?
Yeah, he was the champ. Wow. He hadn't dropped the belt yet. They didn't expect him to be there.
Oh, okay. No, I mean, Mike's was super athletic. Again, shooting the angle to make things happen, and it's chapter 1 of this new story. So how do we create excitement? I don't say throw stuff against the wall, but you got to make stuff happen. You can't just give a 3-hour promo out there. Action, action, action with stories. You got to do diving off points.
Let's also mention that on this show, we see some scenes from Ready to Rumble, the premiere at least, which saw David Arquette, with a little help from DDP, hit you with a guitar. What do you remember of this premiere? Is this the first time you met Arquette? And was there ever any inclination of where that would all lead?
No, I mean, that was, done out in Hollywood. Yeah, first time I met David, super nice, humble, very respectful, fan of the business. We did the angle at the premiere. And I knew that they're going to kind of try to integrate things in and out. Again, I was not around during the filming of it, but understood it was a major, major, major investment. There was a big machine behind it, but now here we are doing a brand new angle. How's this going to fit into the new blood? It was a little disjointed to me. How are we going to shoehorn the movie premiere into this storyline? It felt a little off.
Well, what else felt a little off is when you're out there wrestling your old pal Kurt Hennig, you go 4 minutes and 24 seconds, when all of a sudden Sean Stasiak shows up and they say he used to be meat in the WWF. They say that on the show. And he does a move to Hennig that to this day, nobody knows what it was because it was totally screwed up. That's directly from the Observer. And he even compared it to a Shockmaster caliber debut. So unfortunate debut for Mr. Stasiak. You get the pin with the stroke. You're in the middle of all of it. My goodness. There's a match to determine who's going to face the chosen one. Russo's best friend in the company, JArrett, for the world title. And we're going to have Diamond Dallas Page, who is supposed to be Bischoff's best friend, beat Sting in 3 minutes and 42 seconds with a diamond cutter. So the idea here is we got 2 new bosses running the show. One is Eric Bischoff, and his best friend is Diamond Dallas Page, and the other is Vince Russo, and his best friend is JArrett. And there's a moment here where you're distracting Kimberly, and the ref is missing, and that allows Vampiro to turn on Sting. You hit Kimberly with a guitar. Page moves after the match, and there's a big pop that he's okay, and you're going to do an interview. DDP is going to run in to attack him. When the show's over, what'd you think? Were you thinking, hey, this is the shot in the arm we needed? We're going to sell some pay-per-views. This is the reset. Or, oh, Lord, more of the same.
We finally did something that had a direction, but running a pay-per-view 6 days later, it was, and I didn't say it in these words back then, but it's like, how can anybody expect us to draw? I mean, this is like day one in a lot of ways and a building block. But I mean, we all, I don't want to speak for others, but there was a general sense of, because Eric had so much success and, the people that he was working with, I'm sure felt glad that he was back, in his position of power. And Vince, just coming in and then being sent home and then back, there was a sense of optimism without question that permeated throughout.
Well, I'll tell you what, it works. You guys did a 1.8 the prior week. You're back here and you do a 3.06. So it's a 3.58 first hour and a 2.64 second hour, a 4.6 share. Meanwhile, Raw does a 6.17 and a 9.4 share. It's hard to imagine anybody getting a 6, but there it is. But to go from a 1.8 to a 3.06, it's got to be quite the accomplishment, right?
And there was without question, something was done right. That fan base was like, hey, let's, and I think Meltzer went into detail about, but anyway, there was no hidden facts here. People wanted to see what the news stories were, which was super encouraging that you say, well, at least they're still there. So it's up to us. If that's our baseline, a 3, it's up to us to keep them and keep going from there. That's a pretty good jumping off point to go from a 1.8 to a 3. And okay, is that our baseline? Now we got to do what we need to do. The old powerful word momentum. And it's so powerful in this industry. You get the right momentum, it's so hard to slow down. You really got to screw it up, but it's so hard to get going.
Well, you're trying to get going the next day on Thunder. You're doing a taping here, and Meltzer would write this. Now, at this point in the show live, they had a match with Sting against 3 Villanos, one of which was JArrett. However, in the production blunder of the year, they skipped that match and came back from the commercial showing the replay of the finish where JArrett hit Sting with a guitar and Page saved Sting, so Sting won the match to get into the U.S. title tournament. They then showed the Sting match, complete with Russo back at ringside in the Sting costume. Sting had to pin all 3. What was really funny is seeing the 2 Villanos from Mexico and JArrett together, but JArrett was actually tiny next to the Mexican cruiserweights, who were considered too small to be taken seriously. Sting pinned both of them. JArrett then crashed the guitar on Sting and unmasked. Page ran in and hit JArrett with a diamond cutter, but Sting pinned him in 228. This probably would have been a good angle, except for the production screw up. My goodness. First of all, you want to respond to the charge that the Villanos are much bigger than you and you're tiny?
Am I in one of those pictures? No, that's them 3.
I love you weren't sure if one was you. That makes me happy.
I mean, no. I've never confused me to be tiny next to the Villanos, but Dave, he loves to get very descriptive.
Yes.
He might have got a little out of bounds, but
maybe a little.
That's okay. That's okay, Uncle Dave. We'll give you a hall pass on this. But
the production snafu, coming back from commercial and showing the spoiler.
Okay, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Because I always get I'll just kind of give you the tidbit, but you do better impersonations than I do. Russo called me. He was beside himself.
Has to be.
Bro, how, and I just was like, they did what? Bro, how do you run it out of order? How do you, folks, this is a tape thunder. You have a line cut that happens in order.
Yes.
And when it aired, they put something that I to this day, that's a real head scratcher. How in the world? But I mean, Vince, he did the best Long Islander dog cussing, not cussing me out, just kind of cussing at the wind. But how in the world can they do that? Because the angle was entertaining. And Marcus, I hope you have a picture of me in that outfit, because I passed as a Villano for a minute. People didn't realize that I was one of them, and then did the reveal and blah, 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 blah. Anyway, it was a good angle that obviously when it aired, it was more confusing to the viewer at home. Like, what did they just do? It was bizarre. Really bizarre.
It's a super fun story and reveal and segment. It's just a shame that, typical WCW fashion, it was a screw up. Here's the main event. Finally, DDP wrestled Bigelow, and we had another ref bump. Page hit the diamond cutter, and Bischoff came out, counted to 2, and stopped. JArrett hit Page with a guitar shot. Arquette finally did his run in, with him explaining that Arquette is now close friends with DDP. Arquette took a hell of a bump over the top, but then, even though he looks like to be about 150 pounds, JArrett couldn't pick him up for a body slam because he mistimed his jump before he clumsily got dropped on the rail. JArrett gave Arquette the stroke. Canyon, who I guess is now a millionaire and over 40, saved Page for a second until Bischoff hit him with a weak chair shot, and Kidman came out and spray painted NB on Page. Listen, it's less than, lots of moving parts, typical Russo Crash TV stuff, I guess. But the mistimed jump. Talk to me about that. Everybody's watching. He's not supposed to know what he's doing. He's excited. He's anxious. And now he's dead weight for you.
Well, it's one of those things. Mistimed is the accurate term. So when he jumps up, Dave was trying to do his very best and go up easy, brother, and all that kind of stuff. But when he goes up, I'm not ready. And so when I'm ready, I'm going up and his body weight is coming down. So it's not just dead weight. It's the gravity's pulling it the different way. So it was a botch. It would make Botchamania for sure. It's a nice little piece of business for Botchamania. But yeah, it's just one of those deals. And I'm sure the cut made great air. They didn't have a shot that you could cover it up like other organizations do so many times in a very productive way. I'll say that.
Well, listen, I'm sure you were itching to get to the pay-per-view. I'm sure you were itching. But when did you find out? Did you know right away, hey, we're going with you?
For the most part, because you're not going to kind of start an angle,
right,
and let the babyface win. So
they didn't explicitly tell you. You just put 2 and 2 together with your wrestling IQ.
That's it. Yeah, it's that simple.
All right, so the WCW turnaround, this big reset, the big moment we've all been waiting for. We're here. Spring Stampede 6 days later. It's a 14-match show. It's loaded up with tons of angles, trying to establish new blood as the heels, trying to, Meltzer would say, feature more inspired work from the wrestlers than in recent months. And a lot of people are considering it the best pay-per-view show since last year's Spring Stampede in Tacoma, Washington. That, of course, is when DDP won the world title. That's not saying it's the best pay-per-view ever, but it is a step in the right direction. But 14 matches.
Yeah.
Wow. By the way, we are going to be doing a watch along with Jeff over at adfreeshows.com. So if you want to watch this match with Jeff, check us out over at adfreeshows.com. The match itself gets 3.5 stars in the Observer. You guys got plenty of time here, 15 minutes and 2 seconds. You get the win over DDP, and you are now the WCW heavyweight champion. Meltzer would have this to say. Page, the smart promoter that he is, littered the building with signs promoting his book. You don't actually believe fans would bring signs like that to a show, do you? He even had a spot where JArrett tore up a copy of the book. Bischoff came out, and this was a really good match. JArrett had a long figure 4. Page tried to reverse it, but got a rope break. Page got a few quick cradles and a Uranagi for a near fall. Page moved amazingly well for someone who's been out of action for so long with a back injury that didn't even heal until his next-door neighbor was back in charge. Finish saw Bischoff distract Charles Robinson, who took a bump halfway through the match to tease a near fall from a belt shot by JArrett. Kimberly got in the ring holding the guitar and clocked Page with it for the pin. All the champs came to the ring to celebrate with Russo and Bischoff to end the show. So Kimberly turning on Diamond Dallas Page here, nailing him with the guitar. A lot to unpack. I love that Meltzer was not shy about his criticism of DDP here, saying, oh, his back was so bad it didn't start feeling better until his friend was in charge again. The book business, though. I know you and I love some shameless self-promotion. Does he ask you, bro, what if you rip the book up? Is that something you guys talk about ahead of time?
And look, me and Dallas met each other in the late 80s in the AWA Super Clash 3 tapings. It's the first time we had crossed paths, but this was the first time that me and him were going to work together. And look, it goes without saying, and Meltzer was diplomatically or not diplomatically, just the culture at WCW. People came to work when they wanted. Some were more obvious than others, but Dallas, he knew he had an opportunity here, and his friend Eric back at, he wanted to do himself right, Eric right, the company right, all that. But this is the first time I'd ever worked, and I guess there was, some good natured, hey man, get ready, brother. Dallas is going to have spot after spot after spot after spot after spot laid out. And what I found was really, it's almost, I took my takeaway from it, not immediately, but in the weeks and, days and weeks after that, it was kind of a very much newfound respect, because Dallas came to the match, and I had always, my mindset was come with a real general outline of what to do and what not to do, what kind of how we're going to work together, but it's a give and take when you're talking with each talent, and then let the office give you the exact finish or, some details here and there. Dallas came with option A, B, C, and D for a multitude of spots. He was never, ever, he came prepared. And I respected, I really did. It makes the collaborative creative process so much easier. And when he pitched the book idea, I'm like, I get it, because you want a baby face that's over, that people are engaged in, that they're emotionally connected to. So I'll say it, as a heel, as the antagonist, I loved it. And I didn't care if we sold one book or 1,000 books, hoping we'd sell a lot, but I knew that it would make the match, a little segment that you can kind of, people want a story. Okay. So that's it. Yes, I respected it. I was up for it. I thought is a little, is it a game changer in the match? No, but it added to the story. And, the people in the arena, they love DDP. There was a period during 98-ish when he was the hottest babyface on the show and turned a lot of heads, and people were like, how did that happen? Well, kind of logic tells you he busted yes, he had a great opportunity. And yes, him and Eric work well together, but Eric didn't make the people go out and respond. Dallas had worked his ass off and got that finish over, and really had busted his ass for that audience and got over. So I love the opportunity, and I'll forever be indebted to DDP, because the first time I won the World Heavyweight title, Dallas came with his working boots on, and we told a story. And both of us did everything in our power to make something good happen. And in result, the people in the arena, have a heel finish at the end of the reset pay-per-view. That's not the easiest thing to do, but I thought we both did a pretty good job of that.
What do you think of the Diamond Cutter as a finish? Where does it rank all time?
It's a good one.
I think it's top 5 is the reason I.
Do you really?
Yeah, because I think, you think about all the different iterations of it. The Stone Cold Stunner is a variation of it. Randy Orton's RKO is a variation of it. There's people use cutters, and I just think.
So you're saying, okay,
what Jake's DDT was in the 80s, DDP's Diamond Cutter was in the 90s. But it felt like in time, people sort of got over the DDT, and it became a transition move, and you just see DDTs 5 or 6 times a night. But man, because Randy Orton sort of picked it up and carried it, that RKO became a meme. I just think all time, it's one of the most identifiable finishing maneuvers. Like if me and you go down to Walmart, those people know what a Diamond Cutter is.
Okay. I never looked at it or viewed it in that context when you threw the stunner in there, because I put that up there at the top of the list.
Stunner and listen, if we're going to list them separately, I think they're both top 5.
Yeah. Just because, I see where you're going with that. I never really did the correlation of, and now, Cody and Sammy, and there's a bunch of different variations of guys coming off tops, and
even Jay Lethal's lethal injection uses a cutter at the end. Yeah.
It is, yeah. So I see where you're going with it. Kudos, pal. You give that some healthy thought, though. But what I hate to sound like this, but what is something that signifies that's it? game set match that gets the best false finish, even if it isn't the 1, 2, 3. You know, the leg. In a lot of ways, it probably crippled the old Hulkster.
Not a lot of ways. It is the way. I mean, boys and girls, if you're not sure what to use as a finish, don't do a leg drop and don't do what Matt Hardy did and try one off the top rope either. Like Psychosis and a few of those got woof. Don't do that.
It's brutal. But like, what is that finish when you're telling a story in the match that is an absolute? That's it, folks. It's over. I'm with you, because I always thought the stunner hit at the right moment.
Maybe the tombstone from the Undertaker.
I like that.
And the stunner and the DDP's diamond cutter. And once upon a time, before it became sort of like Jake's DDT, the super kick could have been, but not anymore.
I mean, the rock bottom, and I know that was not as longevity, but yeah, I mean, there's choke slam. There's certain ones in there, but to me, the stunner was something. If you timed it, you really not only get a great pop, but you had the convincing. It's it 1, 2, and when you kicked out, what? I don't know.
Well, I love them, and let's talk about why we're here. You finally, and we've said this sort of tongue in cheek, joking before, but once upon a time, your dad knew there were opportunities for you to leave and for you to go to WCW. And he didn't even share those with you because he said you weren't ready for it. And instead you go the WWF route and you win what we've jokingly referred to as the assistant manager title. And you win it over and over and over. The Intercontinental Championship and you were very familiar. And you've had all the tag runs there. But the big one had eluded you. Now here in WCW, very quickly, you're the US champ. But that is sort of the WCW version of the Intercontinental Championship. Getting your chance to win what was still what most people considered the NWA World title. And I know the NWA existed and the 10 pounds of gold was out there. But when people think about the NWA title, they think about the 10 pounds of gold and the big gold belt more often than not. And now you've got that. The belt you saw on Crockett in 1986 debuted on TBS, and you're wrestling on those same stations now, TBS and TNT. And make no mistake, this is a milestone worthy of celebration. Even as a fan, when you used to pick up the Pro Wrestling Illustrated and it'd have all the different leagues and federations in the back and have their rankings, they'd always designate who the champion was. And now, instead of having to imagine one day I'd like to see my name there, it is. You're there. And Vince Russo and Eric Bischoff are by your side. You're having your big moment, the big gold belt, the actual leather and plates that Dusty Rhodes and Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan and just on and on and on. I mean, all these greats have held. Now you're there. Is this a big day personally for you? Is any of is the wife there? Is any family there? Are you talking to your dad on the phone? Take us back to that day. Not character wise, not professionally, just Jeff Jarrett, the dude.
Stop and smell the roses was never an equation in my grandmother's mindset, in my dad's mindset, and certainly in mindset. I said at the top of the podcast, Conrad, this past weekend, I was in Tampa, and we were visiting different colleges, but I heading out of town, and we were going to a place, and I pulled up to the light, and I looked over, and there's Sundome, where the first time I won the Intercontinental title. And in my mind, I went back to a couple of conversations that I've had with my dad over the last 3 or 3 years, 2 or 3 years, when we have lunches on Tuesday once a month and all that. And, as reflecting all that, and when everything went national, in our territory, it was the Southern Heavyweight title that was the belt, Lawler and all that. So that was aspirational. But when everything went national, it was the world belt that Hogan and opponents fought over. But I'll call it the wrestler's belt was the IC title. And it was Savage, and it was Brett, and it was Kurt Hennig. And, we could name a few more in there, but winning that title for the first time was huge. And me and my dad kind of reflected on that, because that's kind of reaching a pinnacle in the biggest promotion in the world and blah, 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 blah. You know, everything that went with it is huge. And then segue over into the ups and downs. I go to WCW. I'm back in WWE, kind of climb that ladder, and politics and everything that we've covered on here a multitude of times, but got really red hot in the China angle and dropped the title. And that was a whole different set of circumstances. But on the way out, did good business, made good money. It was a success in spite of a lot of different challenging moments. And now we get over to WCW and the Russo situation, and then he's out, and the Bischoff situation and all that. But at the end of the day, just what you laid out, as a young child watching the touring champion, and my dad's favorite before my time was Dory Funk Jr. and NWA title, and the Briscoes and the Funks, and then Harley and, you know, Rick, and all that, just the lineage of that belt. And then the 83 weeks, we'll call it, is over. And this company is down, and the UK tour is of almost 40,000 tickets sold, and half the cards not there. Just all the political BS. And now it's, you know, the back against the wall, and they're doing a reset. And no matter how you slice it and dice it, in the reset, the two highest ranking executives, Vince Russo and Eric Bischoff, decide to go with me. And so having that opportunity was huge, and winning the 10 pounds of gold with my entire 3 generations of history that goes with that, I'm much more proud of it today than I was in April of 2000. Because yes, we can go TNA LOL or WCW LOL or the pea shooter and all those kind of stories. And that's all great. We have a blast with it. But the reality is, I got into the business, and I'd be lying to you and anybody else if I didn't dream of, I want to be the world champion one day. I literally want to be the world champion. MJF is doing it right now. He got into business. I wanted to be the world champion, and to put the big gold belt, and you named all those prior champions, around my waist. It was a pinnacle that I thought was a complete dream in my head, but the dream became a reality. And in spite of all the mess and the funk, but at the end of the day, the little boy from Hendersonville, Tennessee, was sitting on top, at least for the day.
I love it, man. You know, listen, we got to at least talk about it. What was Jill into this at all?
No. And that was, you know, it was, again, and I'm not pointing fingers at her or my dad or my grandmother, but I'll just start with my grandmother. That whole mindset of don't bring your, you know, not just me, the mindset in the territory days was don't bring your wife, don't bring your girlfriend, and certainly don't bring your kids around if you're this baby face. You got to create the illusion that you're attainable. That was the mindset, and it was carried on. And so when I broke into the business in 86, I had a home life and I had a work life, and it was just completely separate. And those years went along, and, you know, we were still under that mindset. So, like I said, did I stop and smell the roses in 2000? Not at all. It was Jeff packing his bags, and I'm going off to work. And when I come back, nothing in my personal life has changed. My work life, yes. My personal life, again, I kind of go into, and I don't want to get into the sobriety and disease of addiction and everything that goes with that. But, you know, wearing a mask, I wore personal life mask at home and work life on the road, and they were two separate things. You asked that question. I just want to make sure that I was clear that that was the culture that I lived in.
Let's do some questions. Major wants to know, did Jeff have any input on his Chosen One theme song?
Yes. Oh, Jimmy Hart. That was, I mean, as you can tell, it's a mashup. It's got a vibe of Kid Rock's Cowboy. So, the top of it, I knew that the way it starts, without without the audio hook, I knew I wanted to put something up there. And Daryl Marshall, who is with AEW now, he was a part. There was a couple of us part of it, but we talked shop about it and added that hook at the top. But Jimmy Hart and company, and that was the mashup.
I got to ask Brendan's question. He's talking about the New Blood and Millionaires Club angle. Did TNA Creative see the Main Event Mafia as a way to reboot this angle and learn from the mistakes of WCW?
I saw that question, and when I think about Bullet Club, NWO, Main Event Mafia, New Blood, I mean, the first family of wrestling in Memphis, we could come up with so many different iterations. They all got somewhat of a thread that an evil empire is taking over justice. There's a similarity. It's similar in many, many ways, but not exactly.
By the way, if your business targets men 25 to 54 years old, no better place to advertise than right here with us on My World. You've heard us do some of the same ads for the same companies year after year. Why is that? Because it really works. And with our super targeted audience, there's very little waste. Go right now to advertisewithjarrett.com. That's advertisewithjarrett.com. In the meantime, love to have you subscribe to our YouTube. MyWorldOnYouTube.com is where you can keep up. If you've got questions for Jeff or myself, find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at MyWorldPod, and get all the swag you've seen advertised here on the program today out of our box of gimmicks over at boxofgimmicks.com, including the Last Outlaw t-shirt. Jeff, I don't know what I expected today, but I'm glad we got to celebrate your big day when you finally became the world champ. I got to hold the big old bell.
It was a good walk down memory lane. And, but look, the takeaway that we're both, certainly me, 20 years removed from it, is have you done, and I know you have, but God, that's what I'm saying. For me, this podcast today, this era of the numbers from 99 to 2000, the bottom fell out quick, didn't it, Conrad?
It did.
I mean, I guess that's what jumped off the page. And why did the bottom fall out? It was to me, the accumulation of lack of the buck stopping with one guy. It's just like, because I don't think it's any one decision. Finger Poke of Doom and this and Time Warner and the merger. I do think it's all collectively, but does anything jump off the page that why it happened so quick?
Well, listen, there's a lot. I mean, those wheels were in motion before you ever came over. You said it clearly earlier when you said momentum's such a difficult thing to get. It's almost impossible to get, but when you got it, it almost feels like you can do no wrong. That certainly happened with WCW, and it felt like, well, we'll just do more of what we did last week. And what really got them hot, what really pushed it was innovation. And I think if you go back and you can take a look, WCW quit innovating. Okay. We weren't pulling in the luchas anymore. We weren't going live every week. I mean, we were, but there was a sameness to it. Like Nitro was new. The cruiserweight division was new. The NWO was new. What was really new in 98? Goldberg, so it worked. But what was new in 99? What was new in 2000?
Nope.
I mean, well, yes, there is stuff, but okay, well, we have a movie now. Well, nobody cares. And I don't know. We lost our way a little bit. We'll beat it up, I'm sure, a lot in the future. Today was about how in the world you became world champ the first time, the chosen one.
Yes.
We're going to talk about it next week when we talk about you battling for the NWA title with Raven and Dusty Rhodes in a ladder match.
Brother. And one last thing. I know we're wrapping up here. Conrad, you're really not an NBA fan, are you? I enjoy
watch the playoffs. Yeah.
Let's think about it over a week. And hey, we'd love to hear you on Twitter and Instagram. Fill up our timelines. If there's a way for us to have a little tournament out of it goes all the way through June. So there's something there we can have a little banner with, and maybe even have the Buffoon Abyss do maybe a guest pick spot. I mean, maybe there's a clipboard Joey in the NBA that he's high on. Like he's going to say, hey, I don't know. I mean, his favorite player may be Larry Bird. Does he even catch? I don't know. We'll have fun with it. But
hey, before I let you go, have you seen Air in theaters yet?
Oh, can you believe Karen goes, hey, do you want to go see that? I said, would you go? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I saw it the day it came out.
What'd you think?
Listen, I went into it thinking it would be the greatest movie of all time. I'd hyped myself up.
Expectations.
Yes, I had very unrealistic expectations. My wife did not. My wife loved it and can't stop raving about it and tells everybody how great it was. I thought it was pretty good. But I went in because I thought it would be the greatest thing I'd ever seen. Like I love the cast, I love the story. So I went in thinking it was going to be my new favorite movie of all time, and it's good, but it's not the greatest movie of all time.
Expectations will bite you in the butt every time, pal.
What'd you think?
I hadn't seen it.
What the hell? What's going on with you?
She also was. Have you ever watched The Sopranos? Have you ever heard of that?
Jeff, we'll see y'all next week right here on My World.
Love you, Connie. Peace.